Welcome to the live stream and thanks for joining us. The session will begin shortly. Before we get underway, here are our top tips to help you get the most from your streaming experience. Let's make sure your device is connected to the internet and has a stable connection. Services are available online for checking your connection quality, and we would suggest a minimum download speed of 10 megabits for a smooth stream. You can improve your stream quality by closing non-critical apps on your computer or the device you're watching the stream on. Closing non-critical processes on other devices around your home, such as smartphones and laptops, will also improve your stream quality. Streaming or downloading other media during the session may hinder the quality of your stream, so avoid this where possible. If you need further help, the Technical Issues button should be your next port of call. Here, our technical support teams have provided guidance on how to resolve common stream problems. If further assistance is needed, you can also find contact information for our technical support team here. To start the stream, you may be required to press the play button. If the stream is playing, but you cannot hear audio, your stream may be muted. You can check this by using the audio icon in the bottom left of the player. If the player is showing it is unmuted, but you still cannot hear anything, you may wish to check the device sound settings of the device you're using to watch the stream. If the stream is unstable, you can click on the cogwheel in the bottom right of the player to adjust your stream quality. By now, you should have a clear, stable stream. Next, let's decide what to watch. Use the button navigation at the top of your window to select your stream of choice. The stream you are currently viewing will be clearly highlighted for you. We hope you found this useful, and we hope you enjoy the stream.
Hi, I'm Manoj Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Distinguished guests from all walks of life, Namaste. Greetings from India. I appreciate India Inc. Group for organizing this important event. The present event is a part of the excellent work that India Inc. has done over the past years. Your events have helped bring the opportunities in India to a global audience. You have helped making the links between India and UK stronger. I am happy that this year's event has expanded its reach to other partners also. Congratulations again. Hopefully next year, you will also get the opportunity to be on the center court and enjoy Wimbledon. Friends, in these times, it is natural to talk about revival. It is equally natural to link global revival and India. There is faith that the story of global revival will have India playing a leading role. I see this closely linked with two factors. The first is Indian talent. World over, You have seen the contribution of India's talent force. This includes Indian professionals, doctors, nurses, bankers, lawyers, scientists, professors, our hardworking laborers. Who can forget the Indian tech industry and tech professionals? They have been showing the way for decades. India is a powerhouse of a talent that is eager to contribute and ever ready to learn. There is two-way synergy that is greatly beneficial. Friends, the second factor is India's ability to reform and rejuvenate. Indians are natural reformers. History has shown that India has overcome every challenge, be it social or economical. India had done so with a spirit of reform and rejuvenation. The same spirit continues now. Friends, on one hand, India is fighting a strong battle against the global pandemic. With an increased focus on people's health, we are equally focused on the health of the economy. When India talks of revival, it is revival with care, revival with compassion, revival which is sustainable both for the environment and the economy. We in India belong to the culture where Mother Nature is worshipped by everyone. It is believed in India that the earth is our mother and we are her children. Friends, during the last 6 years, India has made great gains in areas such as total financial inclusion, record housing and infra construction, ease of doing business, bold tax reforms including the GST, rollout of the world's largest healthcare initiative, Ayushman Bharat. These gains have set the foundation for the next round of development initiatives. Friends, Indians have the spirit to achieve what is believed to be impossible. No wonder that in India we are already seeing green shoots when it comes to economic recovery. In this time of a pandemic, we have provided relief to our citizens and undertaken deep structural reforms. We are making the economy more productive, investment friendly and competitive. Our relief package has been smart and targeted to provide the most poor with the most help. Thanks to technology, every penny has reached the beneficiaries directly. Relief includes providing free cooking gas, cash in the bank accounts, free food grains to millions of people and many other things. As soon as we unlock, we have launched one of the world's largest public works program to provide employment to millions of workers. This will not only re-energize the rural economy, but also help in creation durable infrastructure in the rural areas. Friends, India remains one of the most open economies in the world. We are laying a red carpet for all global companies to come and establish their presence in India. Very few countries will offer the kind of opportunities that India does today. There are many possibilities and opportunities in various sunrise sectors in India. Our reforms in agriculture provide a very active investment opportunity to invest in storage and logistics. We are opening the doors to investors to come and invest directly in the hard work of our farmers. Friends, we have brought reforms in the MSME sector. A booming MSME sector will also complement big industries. There are investment opportunities in the defense sector. With relaxed FDI norms, one of the world's biggest militaries invites you to come and make products for it. Now, there are more opportunities for private investment in space sector. This will mean greater access to commercial use of space tech for the benefit of people. India's tech and startup sector is vibrant. There is a market of millions of digitally empowered aspirational people. Imagine the kind of products you can make for them. Friends, the pandemic has once again shown that India's pharma industry is an asset not just for India but for the entire world. It has played a leading role in reducing the cost of medicines, especially for developing countries. Vaccines made in India are responsible for 2/3 of the vaccine needs of the world's children. Today also, our companies are active in international efforts for development and production of COVID-19 vaccine. I am certain that India will have an important role in developing and in scaling up production of the vaccine once it is discovered. Friends, 130 crore Indians have given the call for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India. Atmanirbhar Bharat merges domestic production and consumption with global supply chains. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not about being self-contained or being close to the world. It is about being self-sustaining and self-generating. We will pursue policies that promote efficiency, equity, and resilience. Friends, I am happy to note that this forum is also marking the 100th birth anniversary of Pandit Ravi Shankar. He took the beauty of Indian classical music to the world. You would also have seen how Namaste has gone global as a form of greeting. The pandemic has also seen the increasing appeal of yoga, Ayurveda, and traditional medicine world over. India's ancient culture, India's universal peaceful ethos is our strength. Friends, India is ready to do whatever it can do to further global good and prosperity. This is an India that is reforming, performing, and transforming. This is an India that offers new economic opportunities. This is an India that is adopting a human-centric and inclusive approach to development. India awaits you all. Namaste. Thank you very much.
Hello to you and a very warm welcome to India Global Week. Wherever in the world you're joining us from, it is great to have you with us. And what a way to start our 3-day event celebrating all things India. Our huge thanks there to His Excellency the Prime Minister. And he lays out quite clearly there some of the challenges and opportunities ahead, some of the issues that we will talk about and discuss over the next few days. As he says, it is the spirit to achieve what was believed to be impossible, and that really does underline the focus of our event for the coming days. My name is Ben Thompson. Many of you may know I work for the BBC. I present and I'm a correspondent for the BBC, both in the UK and internationally, on our global news channel, BBC World News. And I'm delighted to be back here with you again for another year of India Global Week. Even though we meet amid such turbulent times for both our professional and personal lives. I'm sorry we can't all be there together in person as we have been in previous years, but I promise you this, over the next few days, we will see more, we will hear more, and we will learn more than ever before, and we can all do that from the comfort of our own homes. Now, I'm going to be your guide through what is a pretty packed agenda over the coming few days, just to run you through some of those speakers, the topics, the debate, the discussion. We've got 5,000 participants, 49 countries and 75 different sessions. We're going to hear from 250 speakers. Now, over the course of the next 3 days, we'll hear from some of the biggest names in politics, in economics, in business, in telecoms, in technology, and there's even a bit of royalty in there too. Now, as we said, we may be meeting virtually, but please imagine that this is a digital conference centre. You can move around the rooms, or the streams as we're calling them, much as you would in a physical conference centre. My brilliant colleague Priyanka Deo is over on the other channel right now with a number of sessions. So please feel free to move around those sessions for the streams that best suit you. I'd love you to stay with me here all day. But of course, there may be other sessions that are more tuned to your interests. So do check out the agenda. You can look at that at indiaglobalweek.com. The full agenda and schedule is published there, and you can click through those different sessions. And remember too, your involvement in today's sessions is hugely important. This is an event for you, by you, and I would love for you to be involved. So please get in touch. You can submit your questions during the specific sessions, but you can also reach me on Twitter. I'm at BBC Ben Thompson. And also remember, our hashtag for this event is Be The Revival. That's hashtag Be The Revival. Please join the conversation. Send me your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your suggestions, or any observations that you might have for the issues that we are discussing today. I really do mean it. This event is about you, so please do get in touch, and I'll try to include as many of your thoughts in our conversations today as possible. So what is in store, you may ask? Well, let me introduce you to the man who brought us all together. He is the man behind India Global Week. He is the chairman and the chief executive of India Inc. And he needs very little introduction from me. He is, of course, Manoj Ladwa. Manoj, hello to you. What a way to start the conference this year. The Prime Minister there talking about some of the challenges, but also the opportunities. What stood out for you most?
Hi, Ben. Thank you very much. And thank you to the audience as well for tuning in. Yeah, I was listening very intently and my pen in hand to the comments that the Prime Minister made. I think it was a very measured speech. You could almost say statesmanlike, and quite refreshing given the challenging times that we have. It was a very direct pitch to global investors. He was saying this, that this is a new India, this is a global India, this is an open India, and pretty much saying that India is a country that you can trust and you can bank on. So I found it particularly good that he went to some lengths to explain the reforms generally that India's been going through, and describing the reforms as both deep and the opportunities are clearly huge. I also think it was a very strong message to the domestic business community. And he's simply saying, I think, guys, look, the times have been tough. Chin up now. The world's your oyster, and I'm paving the path. I thought that was really, really useful to sort of see that sort of narrative being woven into it. I'm also, I think, was quite impressed by him elaborating on the theme of a resilient India, a self-resilient India, which some people may have thought would be an inward-looking India, closing its economy and hunkering down, which seems to be the tendency in some of the countries around the world. But rather than that, he was talking about, no, this is about a productive India, about a consumer-led growth for India and integrating India into the global supply chain. But I guess my standout quote was something that integrates well into the India Global Week theme, Ben, and that was, and I'm reading from this, the story of global revival will have India playing a leading role, and clearly underlying a statement of intention about his ambitions in the world in a post-COVID environment. And he also mentioned the green shoots in the Indian economy. So, but I think overall it was a fantastic speech and something that a lot of people have been waiting for a long time. So great to have had him on India Global Week.
Yeah, and as you said, Manoj, wonderful, his first address since the COVID pandemic, and we know all of the challenges that will lay out, and quite clearly laying some of the foundations for some of those sessions that we're going to get through later today, particularly that first one, talking about reform in India and the business environment there. First of all, tell me, though, about this event, because, look, every year we do this, Manoj, and the speaker list gets bigger and better than ever before. How do you pull all of these people together? It's a great agenda this year.
It's been absolutely a fantastic journey for us. This is now our 7th year that we've been hosting the event, and each year it's grown from strength to strength. I think for us it's been a journey that has focused a lot on telling a narrative and telling a story about India. Let's face it, the world is seeing two major globalization stories happening. We have one story which, if I'm quite frank about it, is driven by its state. And we have the India story, which is driven by its people and its business. And it's that story at India Inc. is the story we want to tell. It's the story actually of all the people that are watching here today, that are looking at the world, looking to see the opportunities that it can give, not only for India, but for our partners around the world. So, no, it's been a great journey and something that I'm really proud of. And, it's great that so many speakers have come on board and, our partners. And we believe very strongly in partnership, Ben. And you'll see that in my video as well. And we've got over 20 partners from around the world that have come together. So it's not just me alone. It's my fantastic team at India Inc. and all of these partners. And I shouldn't forget mentioning the sponsors who have stood with us through thick and thin. And these are difficult times, but I think that they found the journey rewarding for them, and hopefully, for us as well, that we'll be able to move that forward. So, no, it's great to be here and great to have so many countries. It's actually, Ben, I should say, it's 52 countries are being represented now.
Every time I look at the numbers, Manoj, it gets bigger. We're even more global than ever before. But you're right, testament to you and the team, of course, to put that scale of event on. But too, it's not just about events, is it? Tell me a bit about India Inc. And I know it's about a lot of publications too. India Global Business, for example, iGlobal. With those, what are you hoping to achieve? You talk about that conversation, that teamwork. Is it about underlying the fundamental relationships between countries to get business done?
Yes, the driver for this is that I want to see a change in the narrative. I want to see India and Indians perceived positively globally. And I hope you don't mind me saying this. And I think many people watching this will also share this sentiment, that there's a feeling that the Western media in particular sometimes presents India in a very lopsided way. And so India Inc. is about saying that, look, there is an alternative narrative about India, a narrative that doesn't paper over the cracks, but simply says that it's time to look at the glass half full. So that's our mission at India Inc. We have two great publications we've been publishing over the last so many years: India Global Business and iGlobal, which is a diaspora platform. But we've been lucky along the way to have so many friends and so many partners. So, this is the journey we're on.
Yeah, quite. And that idea of glass half full, so important right now, given the state of the global economy and certainly what could be around the corner, Manoj. So with that in mind, what are your highlights? What are our must-sees over the course of the sessions today?
Well, I think we've seen one of the must-sees. Of course, the highlight has been the Prime Minister's address, and I don't think it's disappointed any one of us. Look, we've got a packed lineup, and as you've said, we've got over 250 speakers over 75 sessions, so it's quite difficult to choose. Actually, some of my friends have been complaining that there's so many different sessions and so many interesting things going on that they're just being built for choice. And go back onto the website and replay some of the sessions that are there. But a couple of things, and I don't want to be unfair to anybody, and we've got some really, really big hitters coming on over the next 3 days. But I want to highlight the two cultural performances that have been specifically curated for India Global Week. One is Atmanirbhar Bharat from tradition to modernity. This is a cultural performance by Madhu Natraj and her fantastic team that have put this together, especially for India Global Week. So I'm really looking forward to that and giving a cultural narrative to Prime Minister Modi's vision of a self-reliant India. And the second one is a really special tribute concert to Pandit Ravi Shankar, the sitar maestro, whose 100th birth anniversary we're celebrating today, and three of his students are going to perform a fantastic performance later on in the conference. So those are the two cultural things. There's a lot in business, there's a lot in politics, and we've got four fantastic streams, the Australia sessions, the Singapore sessions, the UK session where I'm from, and the United States. It's truly global, and there's lots of interesting stuff.
There is, absolutely. There is so much for us to get through. Manoj, I will let you go and get on. I know there's a lot of work that you still have to do to make sure everything runs smoothly. But for now, we're grateful for everything you've done to put this event together. Manoj Ladwa there, thank you. So just a reminder, we're going to reconvene here back at 10 o'clock local time, British summer time. So that's in about 30 minutes now. We'll kick off with the first of our panel sessions, looking at many of the issues that were raised in that address from Prime Minister Modi there, particularly the challenges after the COVID pandemic, but also the opportunities. It's an unprecedented crisis with unprecedented risks, but does it also pose some unprecedented opportunities? That is one not to miss. But remember, you can get in touch with us, use the hashtag #BeTheRevival. Check out the schedule on indiaglobalweek.com. There are two streams running today. My colleague Priyanka over on the other stream with a busy session too. So do stay tuned for all of those, and we will see you right here in around 30 minutes time. But for now, get a coffee. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Hello to you and welcome back to India Global Week of 2020. I hope you've taken the time to grab a coffee, get settled, because we're going to begin the first of our sessions looking at some of the biggest issues raised not only by the Prime Minister this morning, but some of the most pressing issues for economies right around the world. Of course, our focus is on India and India's place in the world. Now, for the next 45 minutes, we're going to assess the Indian response to the COVID pandemic and what lies ahead. Clearly, there are challenges. The crisis might be unprecedented, but the big question, are there also some unprecedented opportunities to be had out of this crisis? So to discuss some of that, please welcome my panel joining me this morning. Let me introduce you to them. First up, Lord Jitesh Gadia, who is investment banker, businessman and member of the UK House of Lords with more than 25 years of financial services experience and a member of the UK India Forum. Also with us, Sanjeev Sanyal, who is the principal economic advisor to the government of India. He's an internationally acclaimed economist, a best-selling author. He spent 2 decades in the financial sector and was named Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum in 2010. And also Ashu Kullar, who is the Chief Executive of Citibank India. He joined Citi back in 1988, holding various roles in both the UK and India. He's also a member of the India Banks Association, on the Executive Committee of the Indian Chambers of Commerce, and the Global Board of Directors at the US India Business Council. Gentlemen, welcome to you all. It's a real joy to have you with us here for this first session on the first stream of India Global Week. And Sanjeev, maybe I could start with you. Talk to me first of all about the current state we find ourselves in with the Indian economy, given one of the most stringent, strictest lockdowns that was seen right around the world.
So good morning to all of you. You're absolutely right that we did go through a big lockdown starting end of March, but since the end of April, we have been systematically opening things up. So in that limited sense, of course, we have opened up the economy significantly. Economic activity is coming back steadily. But I think here we have to understand this is not just about a lockdown and a slowdown. This is the biggest economic shock the world has seen since the Great Depression and the Second World War. And it is still playing itself out. So I think the interesting thing here as a policymaker is how do you respond to so much uncertainty? And there is a lot of uncertainty about exactly how the health crisis itself will pan itself out and what its economic dimensions will be. So that's still playing itself out, of course. But there is a more profound shock and discontinuity we need to think about, and which is this. It is not just about re-inflating the pre-COVID world, whether in India or worldwide. We have to recognize that the post-COVID world will be fundamentally different. It will have its own supply chains, its own geopolitics, technologies. Consumer behavior may have been structurally and fundamentally shifted. So I think given all of this, as a policymaker, I have to be very, very careful not to simply press the accelerator on demand and try and re-inflate the world we left behind. And so this is the context in which you will see our policy responses. First, we have included a lot of supply side measures in our policy response, which is quite different from many other countries. We are focused much more on demand. And the second thing is we have looked on this as a marathon and not a sprint right from the beginning. So although we have announced packages along the way, most of the packages so far have really been a about cushioning the demand shock. We haven't, so far at least, been going to the rebuild of demand phase. We will in the future. We do have monetary and fiscal space to do that. But the point I'm making to you is our approach has been somewhat different from many other countries. And the reason for that is this issue about dealing with uncertainty.
Yeah, and we'll come on to that, the difference, I suppose, between the demand side support and the supply side support, and that a fundamental issue. And also you raise there that the real challenge for governments around the world, which is essentially trying to answer problems that haven't actually occurred yet. It's preempting issues and trying to answer things that we don't really know how they will play out. Let me bring in Ashu Kular. Ashu, I mean, we heard there from Sanjeev about the challenges ahead right now. It's really difficult to know what some of those challenges may be, but give me your assessment, first of all, of how India looks right now and what some of the most pressing issues will be to tackle.
Yeah, Ben, and I think as Sanjeev said, I think this is certainly the biggest crisis I think we've all faced perhaps since the Second World War. So it is uncharted territory. I think it's also a health issue at the heart, which is affecting the economies, given that, the shutdown basically has a huge impact on both the supply side and the demand side. So, and in countries like India, I think things get a bit more complicated, just given the way the urban density works, some of the healthcare infrastructures. And let's be candid, I think the fiscal headroom, which I guess we have to play with, is not the same as, for example, what, the US, Japan, UK, and some of the other countries have to play out. So I think I have huge sympathy for the points Sanjeev made. I think policy making in such an uncertain environment is not easy, and you're trying to balance various things which are not easy to forecast. So I think my assessment is this, that I think obviously Q1 in the fiscal year for India is going to be very difficult. I think you're probably going to see more than a 20% contraction in the GDP. I think the financial results are going to be quite difficult. I think, but the good news is I think the supply side is easing up a fair bit. And talking to our clients, at least, it seems increasingly, while there are certain supply challenges, such as, for example, migrant labor, which went back to the villages, I think increasingly the constraint is perhaps going to be the demand side. And I think as long as there is, beyond the lockdowns, I think people are scared to get on with their normal, living, you're going to have an impact on the demand. And obviously it plays out differently from sector to sector. But I must say, I think RBI has been terrific. I think they have been very proactive in terms of providing liquidity, cutting rates. And I think we're starting to see early indications of risk-taking come back in a small measured manner. And I guess, you mentioned the stimulus, and we'll probably end up talking more about it as well. But there was some very, good monetary and credit support impact, especially to the most impacted segments, whether it's the poor or the low end of the MSME space. So you can see where the government is trying to put its energy on.
Yeah, and with that in mind, Lord Jitesh, there's a lot of talk, isn't there, about whether economies will bounce back in an L-shaped fashion, a U-shaped fashion, a V-shaped fashion, and everyone's trying to guess which one it will be. But as we heard there from Ashu, this is about consumers being nervous about going outside and spending again. How would you assess what the recovery will look like in India?
Well, good morning, Ben. First, let me say that it was very interesting listening to the Prime Minister open the Global India Week, and I think we couldn't have asked for a better warm-up act for this panel, since he specifically spoke about Indian reforms. But joking aside, having hosted the inaugural UK-India Week in the British Parliament last year, it's fantastic to see this event go both global and virtual this year. Coming to your specific question about the shape of the recovery in India, and I think this is an open question for the world too. Look, we don't have a playbook on this as Sanjeev and indeed Ashu alluded to. And I think when you have both a supply shock and a demand shock simultaneously, the thing, and Ashu mentioned this just now, I think it's the confidence is the golden thread that runs through both of these, both from a consumer sentiment perspective, but also from the corporate investment side. And therefore, in the spirit of this being a marathon and not a sprint, I think that there is a risk of mistaking what could be a U or a W for a V, and I don't think actually anybody really now feels that this is not going to be anything other than a extended, protracted recovery phase. It may be a bit crab-like in its shape, in the sense of moving sideways as well as forwards, and a lot of this, frankly, will depend on co-managing the health risks. So remember, in Western Europe, we think that, because we've partly done this sequentially, where we've had these big lockdowns and then we're opening up, India hasn't got that luxury. It's having to manage the healthcare element alongside the economic, and flattening both the, if you like, the pandemic and the unemployment curve at the same time.
Yeah, and I just want to remind anyone watching this, please do submit any questions you might have for the panel. You can do so on the live stream there, or use the hashtag #BeTheRevival, and I'll make sure to include some of your thoughts or comments with our panel, and you'll forgive me for looking away from the screen at those messages that come in. And just to remind you who we have on the panel with us, an esteemed panel of guests. From the right of your screen, Sanjav Sanyal, who is the Principal Economic Advisor to the Government of India. In the middle, Ashu Kullar, Chief Executive of Citibank India, and Lord Jitesh Gadhia, who's an investment banker and member of the UK House of Lords. Let's continue, because maybe Sanjeev, when you look at the economy right now and you're trying to come up with policy, you're trying to work out who to help first. As always, but particularly right now, there are conflicting demands, there's conflicting interests, there is a finite amount of resource and an infinite number of places that you could spend it or support. What are your priorities? What do you feel is the most pressing issue to tackle first?
So in the last few months, we have been very clear that we are basically trying to provide a cushion for the most vulnerable sections of our society, whether it's the very poor or for the MSME sector in the economy and so on. So if you see the kinds of interventions we have done, you will see that, for example, very early on, we used direct transfer of resources, whether it's money or food, and so on, to the very poor, using unique identification work that we have built over the last few years. Similarly, for the small industry, we have given 100% guarantee incremental loans to them from banks. So the government has given 100% guarantee to $3 trillion rupees worth of resources that the banks can lend on. So what we have basically done so far is essentially provided a safety net for the system, and it's worked reasonably well. I mean, who would have thought that 1.3 billion people would have remained for 4 months in a lockdown, some of the most severe lockdowns in the world, and with relatively little social stress. However, we are now opening things up. So we are now going to go into a phase where we are going to begin rebuilding things. And contrary to what many people may tell you, we actually do have more ammunition there than people think. First of all, we have lots of monetary space. In fact, we are one of the few countries in the world with a lot of monetary space, because interest rates here are still significantly positive. So this is not like, say, Western Europe, where you may be having 0 to negative interest rates. Even in the UK, you're basically at 0 interest rates. You can't really use your monetary tools very much. That is not the case in India. I mean, the government of India still borrows at 5.8% for 10-year paper. So there is significant scope for lowering interest rates in India, and the Reserve Bank has been systematically lowering interest rates. and it is bringing down the whole structure of rates in India. Takes some time for transmission, but it's happening. Even on the fiscal front, we do have some space. I mean, our debt to GDP ratio is actually significantly lower than that of the US, UK, or in many of the Western European countries. So, sure, I mean, we need to maintain control over that, and you don't want to go and be, profligate about the whole matter. But even while remaining responsible, we do have some space for going out there and sort of pumping up things like large infrastructure projects and so on, which will, as we go into the rebuild phase, can be used to rebuild demand. So there are things that we can do, and but there's no point in doing that while we were in lockdown, because if we go in a lockdown and you're trying to increase demand, there's no point. But as we get into the rebuild phase, we open up the lockdown, certainly we will be in a position to use various tools to rebuild demand, and the supply side will be able to respond to it. And of course, then there is the supply side reforms that we are doing, whether in terms of freeing up agriculture or labor reforms and so on. And the idea there is to be able to provide enough flexibility to our factory markets so that we can respond to this new world and adapt to it, irrespective of what this new world turns out to be. Because as we just discussed, very difficult to tell what exactly will happen. But the most important thing here is to be flexible, open-minded about how this will pan out.
Yeah, and Jitesh, on that point, how difficult is it to plan, but with so much flexibility built in that it starts not resembling a plan? It's very difficult to put, action into place if there are so many ifs, buts, and maybes, isn't it?
Look, so I think the key thing here to realize is that we are not into doing first-order plans. The first 40 years of India's independence, we spent doing these 5-year plans, prescriptive plans. So that is not at all what the Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India is about. His idea is to open things up in such a way that there is flexibility to it. So have labor markets that are flexible. So labor reforms, although we are introducing other things where we strengthen labor rights as well, for example, on safety, working conditions, etc. But in terms of the market, we are trying to make it more flexible. Similarly, there is an emphasis that in non-strategic areas, we are quite clear that we are going to have privatization. We used to use words like disinvestment, etc. as euphemism for it. Here, for areas that are non-strategic, we are clear that we will privatize, and the Finance Minister has said so. So there is a second order plan, so to speak, or a strategy, rather than having a first order prescriptive idea of exactly how this will pan out. Now, this will require, this kind of flexibility does require that we have states, the Indian states, playing along, because eventually, when we try to insert ourselves into global supply chains, factories have to be located in a location, and that's really, those changes have to be done at the provincial, even local level. And so that is where a lot of the interesting reforms are beginning to happen as well. So we're quite serious about this flexibility issue.
Yeah, Lord Jitesh, let me bring you in on this, because look, when you're speaking to businesses on the UK India Forum, what do you tell them? How do they prepare for something that we don't actually know the full extent of? We don't know how it's going to affect consumers. We don't know how it's going to affect demand and supply. How can they plan?
Look, I think when you're faced with this type of situation, you have to sort of plan for the worst and hope for the best. So from a business perspective, I think the planning horizon is well into looking at this as a multi-year recovery process. So whilst I think many of us would hope for a scientific breakthrough in the autumn, I think the reality is that most sort of sensible businesses would be planning for fresh waves, for a what everyone calls a second wave. Certainly in Europe, I think the issue is that coincides with the sort of winter flu season, and therefore, you know, a different sort of pace and intensity potentially. But look, you also have to then, you know, have a planning horizon that also plans for recovery. You know, whether that comes in, you know, once you have a vaccine or effective therapeutics, you do have to look at what are the medium-term drivers of demand. And this is where I think India needs to differentiate itself, because I think, you know, we talk in terms of epochs, you know, before BC, before COVID, with COVID, WC, but then there will be an after COVID, right? There will be an AC period here. And in that AC period, after COVID period, I think, as the Prime Minister said in his opening remarks, I think India should rightly seek to be an important part of that. And I think, you know, Sanjeev mentioned supply chains. I think there really is the key pivot. And I think here I would say India can't wait around. It needs to be relevant to those relocations. Otherwise, it'll go to Vietnam or Thailand or elsewhere. And therefore, some of the critical things he mentioned, particularly labor sector reforms, land reforms, to go alongside some of the market reforms of agriculture that are already being implemented. Some of that, I think, you know, I hope India puts its sort of foot on the accelerator on.
Yeah, and Ashu, Sanjeev was talking there about how India has more wiggle room when it comes to monetary policy. How significant is that? And does that compensate perhaps for some of the areas where it has less flexibility financially?
Okay, listen, I'll never argue with Sanjeev because he's a trained economist. So I'll never take him on that. But what I'll say is this: I think I agree there's more headroom on the monetary side, but I think the monetary card has been played well. I think liquidity is not an issue right now. I think it's probably more, you know, risk taking, and that is more inhibited, or frankly, even demand for funding because of, I think, what's happening on the economy. So while it's good to know that there is headroom and tools, at some point, I think the question of trying to boost the demand, which will come through the fiscal side. And again, I think it's heartening to hear that there is a plan which is long term, and I think there's more headroom. Because, and the other thing which I'll note is, I think the rating agencies have all come up with their statements or, you know, rating changes, which is good, because that means having taken those actions, they're not going to be trigger happy, I hope, and will give us whatever, a year for the government to take certain actions. And I think at some point, the fiscal would have to come into play, because, you know, there is so much that monetary can do. And that's something which I think now how that money gets spent, and I can imagine the focus would be to try and avoid too many job losses, which obviously is going to be a criteria, too many defaults, which has a spin-off impact on the financial system. And we haven't talked about financial system, but while I think the moratoriums are good, it does, you know, kind of just postpone the problem. You would have a rise in NPAs, and I think the financial sector will also need reform, more capital, if you have to keep the engine, you know, of the growth going. The other thing would be, I think, the point which Lord Gadia made. You know, it's quite easy when you are going through a fog as thick as we're going through right now to forget a lot of the secular positives which India has. And, you know, we are a global bank, so we talk to a lot of global countries, global customers. And I think this whole supply chain opportunity, which is going to be a multi-year opportunity, is something which we should really seize up. And again, from what I hear, the government at the senior most levels is very focused to try and see, and they've already done a lot of good things, right? I mean, the corporate tax reform puts us at the most competitive edge of, you know, on the taxation side. I think the infrastructure build-up has been pretty solid, but I think there are friction points and pain points which need to be addressed, which, apart from playing out the supply chain positives, also I think dovetail very well with boosting the manufacturing side in India, which is also a big generator of employment. So I think you kind of get multiple benefits if you can fix some of those pain points.
And just a word on your exposure. When you look at the business that you do in India, and indeed globally, you've touched on that, you speak to your clients around the world, but your exposure in India, what worries you the most? Where are the points where you think, hang on, this could take longer to recover than other areas?
I think the consumer side is obviously, as you can imagine, impacted. And I think that's going to get linked up with people's confidence about their jobs, livelihoods. There's also going to be a bit of a payment shock when we come out of the moratorium. So I think we'll have to manage through that. And that's very much linked, as I said, to the economic recovery. I think the MSME is, again, the other space which is more vulnerable. And I think that's why, I think in a lot of ways, one of the best elements of the stimulus package was that $40 billion, government guaranteed scheme, which was critical because otherwise, those guys had no access to credit. But I think you got to watch that space. So those are the two areas, which I'd be more focused on, Ben, to answer your question.
Yeah, and Jitesh, when you look at the scale of this reform package and the stimulus that is being offered, do you feel it's enough? And I know it's very easy for us all to say, yes, throw money at this problem and it makes it go away. We've discussed that there are finite resources, but it's an unprecedented crisis that needs an unprecedented solution. Is this enough, and is it targeted in the right place?
Well, I think I would just really build maybe on some of the earlier comments. I think that it's a point, it's a question of calibration, right? And I think, you've seen in Europe, take the UK's example in today's Financial Times, they estimate that in the UK, we will have a £350 billion deficit, in excess of, in fact, representing almost 18% of GDP. Now, frankly, yes, I think that may be necessary, but that this will ultimately have to be paid, and we'll have to handle it in a sustainable way. India has got a bit more headroom, but to suggest that a country of the sort of nature and structure that it is can handle those types of deficits, I think is not realistic, and therefore it's cutting its cloth according to its circumstances. On the monetary side, I do think that whilst the RBI is independent, I think there's a lot more that could be done. So, look, I think this is almost a situation where any amount of stimulus will not be enough. And in fact, actually the wrong type of stimulus, when you've got a supply shock and a demand shock, could actually make things worse, not make things better. So there's an element here of bracing ourselves. Yes, relief in the short term, recovery now. But as I think Rishi Sunak said, there's a trilogy to this. And planning for reform and the revival, to come back to the theme of this conference, be the revival, I think is so crucial here. And this is, again, back to I would say, the India opportunity. It would be such a waste of this crisis if we came out and we had all the same issues recurring on another panel like this next year or the year after. We've got to seize the moment now.
Yeah, Sanjeev, are you seizing the moment? And I ask because if we compare this to the reforms of 1991, those reforms brought about by a contraction of something like 1% in how the economy was performing. We're on track for some double-digit contractions in the economy, not just in India, but indeed around the world. Is it enough? This is an unprecedented crisis, and as we heard there, no amount of money will be enough. But this involves something pretty radical, something brand new that hasn't been done before. Are the reforms that you've announced enough?
Well, whether or not they are enough, I'll leave it to you to decide. But I'll tell you, there are a few things that you need to understand in terms of what are our degrees of freedom, and that will explain to you how we operate. So first of all, as Jitesh pointed out, there's no point in really throwing huge amount of money. Remember, all the money you're throwing is actually out of debt. Someday you'll have to repay that debt. So this is not free money. And there are already, for example, in the US, very large package. It's sent out, as checks to the population at large. But then what you discover very quickly is those checks are taken and just saved. So what happens is that the demand boost you would have expected from giving that money out doesn't really come back in the way people expected. So you've used up the ammunition, but you haven't had the demand, second order demand flow from it. So we have to be very careful not to simply spray money everywhere and hope something ignites. It has to be done in a calibrated way. And we have so far, and I've said this before as well, so far we have actually done this much more step by step than many other countries, which have opted for a one big package kind of approach. So we have done it in many smaller packages so far. And the aim of that so far has been to cushion the shock for the more vulnerable sections of our economy. Going forward, we will begin to ramp things up, but we will do it in tandem with supply side measures. And here, the analogy with 1991 is very interesting, because you have to remember, in 1991, yes, the economy slowed down as it has now, so that is similar. But there is one major difference. In 1991, we had a breakdown in macroeconomic balance. Now, that is totally not the case right now. I mean, our inflation is very well controlled. It's close to zero. We are actually accumulating foreign exchange reserves rather quickly. Foreign exchange reserves have grown past $500 billion of reserves. So on some fronts, actually, we are the economy is extremely stable. We are running a current account surplus, which is quite unusual for India. We usually run deficit, and so on. So there are many areas where, in fact, the economy has gained in strength, or in a sort of way, in a sense. So that gives us freedom of a sort. So it means, for example, when we ramp up demand, we will not have to fear triggering inflation. We don't have to worry about the rupee spiraling down. In fact, if anything, if we weren't accumulating reserves, the rupee would have been appreciating right now. So there are many degrees of freedom. And if we add to that the fact that we are in a position to do big structural reforms, supply side reforms, and get potential gain from it, which many other countries may not get, because there are more supply side things to be done in India than many other places, then the bounce from it can be quite strong.
Let me take that thought, because I want to look at opportunities here as well. Ashu, it's easy for us to talk about the risks and the dangers and what may transpire as far as economic contraction is concerned. But this is all about creating an opportunity. Where do you see the opportunity here? And particularly, I'm thinking about luring business away from China, given what's happened, towards India, and India taking its place.
So, of course, sorry, is this for me?
Sorry, I was addressing that to Ashu, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think, again, as I mentioned earlier, Ben, I think, again, as we look at India, and I think a lot of investors look at India, especially the ones which have a long-term perspective, I think the fact that we have a young population, with less than a 50% dependency ratio for the next, 35 odd years, the fact that I think the digital backbone which has been created, and I think that's something which we got to give a lot of credit to the government for having created a world-class digital infrastructure, and I'll link it up to the opportunity in a minute. I think the fact that obviously these young people, there is a trend towards obviously ongoing consumerism, given the per capita consumptions in a lot of products is very low in India, and the urbanization. So I think the secular trends in India through this period of uncertainty are very strong. I think in terms of the opportunity, I think the supply chain opportunity is obviously right there. I think we'll have to work hard to get it, because as I think Lord Gadia mentioned, there are a lot of people who are going to try and do the same people. And China is also not sitting idle, and it's a big market. So I think it's going to be a bit of a combat, but I'm very pleased that the government is taking it very seriously. And I know because we're part of certain, federations and giving our inputs, and obviously we'll do our bit to take that narrative out to the customers. But beyond that, I think the opportunity in India as a knowledge economy to try and go beyond, what we've done on the IT and IT enabled sides and get on to the more sophisticated end, where again I emphasize, if you look at the digital infrastructure which is in there, you don't have to invest so much; it exists. One of the big trends which also you're going to face, which we are seeing in this crisis, is the whole digitization of every part of the economy is getting a turbo boost. The most analog parts of businesses are having to make that movement. And I think, to me, beyond the manufacturing supply chain opportunity, I think it's exploiting that whole digital opportunity and going, upper end on that place, which I think is a very natural space for India to play on.
Yeah, we've got 3 great sessions actually this afternoon on this channel looking at that digitization and the role that it will play, and technology just changing fundamentally everything. Lord Jitesh, a couple of points on getting into India to seize on those opportunities. I've got a few questions coming in from viewers who are watching this, talking about the Prime Minister's introduction, saying India is open for business, come here, set up here, work here, we want you. But they talk about the difficulties and the hoops that they have to jump through. It's an issue that we've talked about time and time again. It doesn't seem to change a whole lot, does it?
Well, look, I think this is a recurring issue, but what I am at least encouraged by is the fact that this, what's euphemistically called ease of doing business, and the monitoring, the sort of measurement and monitoring of that actually has been a focus of policymakers. So we all know that, and I forget the ranking, but it was, pretty poor, 140, 50, whatever it was in terms of the World Bank rankings, and that has dramatically shifted upwards. And so I'm encouraged by the fact that there is a focus on this. What's interesting, though, and I hope this is a sign of things to come, is that actually this crisis is being used, from what I can see, to accelerate some of that ease of doing business measures. So Sanjeev mentioned agriculture. Actually, in agriculture, and the Prime Minister mentioned this in his speech, there's some market reforms which effectively remove the intermediaries from the system so that farmers can go direct to consumers in India. And therefore, the Prime Minister was talking about storage and logistics, therefore being an important next step in that. Obviously, land reform is another one that would be. And so what I would hope is that, and you're seeing it on some of the labor reform areas as well, is that, to put this graphically, I hope there is a bonfire of red tape and regulation that this crisis spurs out of necessity. Sometimes, countries have to reform out of choice, but sometimes you do it in times of crisis out of necessity. And I know the Prime Minister said that India is a natural reformer. Whether it is or not, this crisis will absolutely spur that on.
And I want to come back to the both of you to ask about what you might have learnt about either yourself or the economy or the way that we work from this crisis. But Sanjeev, let me just bring you in on that point there. Will you commit to that bonfire of red tape that we've just talked about to make it easier? Use this crisis as an opportunity to actually fundamentally make it easier for business to operate in India.
Absolutely. We are making huge number of changes. But if there are changes which you or Jitesh or Ashu think that should be done, we'll be very happy to consider them. There are a lot to do, both at the central government level, but at the state government level as well. And some of the states have really been at the forefront of doing reforms on land and many other areas. So it's not just the central government that has been out there. But as I said, we are always open to feedback. You tell us the changes you need, and we will very much consider doing that.
Good. I'm sure they will take you up on that offer. And Ashu, just a word from you. What have you learned about maybe business, the economy, or yourself during this crisis? What has it taught us unexpectedly?
Let me talk about the business side, Ben. I think it's extraordinary the resilience which most businesses have come through, because we all think about continuity of business and you think of a different city, or for a global organization perhaps a different country. But when everything shuts down, you figure out that working from home is kind of the new continuity of business. And I think we've had more than 90% of our employees work from home, and we haven't dropped the ball on servicing our customers in every which way that they want us. And I think that's been a revelation. And I think that will post-COVID, as you know, there's a lot of thinking going around the future of work, which beyond, saving money on commercial real estate, I think has very interesting implications in a country like India on things like diversity, where, working from home has had a kind of stigma which hasn't been there in the West. And I think this will open up that flexibility to women, which I think is going to be great from a workplace perspective and diversity perspective.
Yeah, and a final brief thought from you, Jitesh, if you would. What is it that this crisis has raised in terms of opportunity or unexpected ways of working?
Well, look, I think we've talked about the sort of acceleration of trends, particularly on the technology side. It's in many ways brought the sort of future closer, and I do think that there is the thing that India has, which ultimately you can talk about the different, if you like, mixes that you need for economic success. And I like to think about it in terms of the physical capital, the human capital, the financial capital. But at the end of the day, for India, the X factor is that there is this latent entrepreneurial spirit, innovation that is latent in the economy. And so on the sort of human capital dimension, really the ability to make sure that particularly the younger population that India benefits from has the right skills. And I think technology can play an immense role there. So, I mean, all of us have been looking at home education, and yes, it's had some of its sort of challenges, but equally the democratization power of that is huge for a country like India. So look, technology is India's friend in that sense, because I think it really means that you can absolutely reach the masses and create a really meritocratic society where talent, wherever it is, rises to the top. And I think that to me is a really exciting element too.
And that can only be a good thing. And that very neatly leads us on to our next session, actually, because I said we're talking about some of the kind of applications of technology this afternoon, but we're going to look at emerging technologies and how they're changing economies in the next session in just a few minutes. My thanks to you all. It's really great to talk to you, to get your thoughts on what happens next after this COVID crisis. So my thanks there to Jitesh, to Sanjeev, and to Ashu. Thank you for being with us this morning, our first panel on this stream of India Global Week. Thank you too for watching. We will be back in just a few minutes with that emerging technologies panel. So do stay with us. See you soon.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Manoj Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Hello to you. A warm welcome back to this next session. As Manoj was telling us in that video, remember, get in touch. Be the revival is the hashtag to use. Continue that conversation online. And if you were with us in the last session, you know we were touching on technology and how technology is changing the way we do just about everything. So let's look at some of those issues now and see quite how after COVID, maybe technology becomes even more relevant than it was before. So we're going to get to grips with how that technology is changing our world. It's supercharging growth and, of course, helping India's steady climb to superpower status. But amid such rapid change, and look, technology is changing so quickly around us, where should the focus be? And is progress too slow in some respects? Our next panel will look at some of those issues, and to discuss it and to introduce his panel, please welcome Kartik Varma, who's the Managing Director of Techstars. Kartik, good morning to you. Let's talk about some of that. I'll hand over to you, introduce your panel, and take it away.
Thank you very much, Ben. Good morning, good afternoon, and hello, everybody. Thank you very much to Manoj and his team for an excellently executed Global India Week conference. They always put up unique events. And this panel is pretty unique because out of 1 billion people and in India and dozens of millions of members of the Indian diaspora, Manoj and his team have zeroed in on 3 people with the same last name to be on the same panel. I assure you that there are no biases in play. If anything, the panel is over-indexed towards a very high-quality discussion. And I'll let the panelists introduce themselves. Priya, would you like to go first? We'd also love to hear from you about one personal technology that you use on a daily basis that's been transformational and improved your quality of life. Go ahead, Priya.
So my name is Priya Guhar, an absolute delight to be here, Kartik. I am a venture partner at Merriam Ventures. We're a VC firm that invests in female-led deep tech innovation. I'm also a member of the Innovate UK Council, NED at the Digital Catapult in the UK, and I used to be a diplomat with postings indeed in India, and then most recently as the British Consul General in San Francisco. So you asked us to talk about a technology that's been impacting our lives. I can't claim to have used it on a daily basis, but the one that I thought I'd mention was actually one that was set up by a Scottish entrepreneur called Callie Russell. It's a technology called Lost Stock. And the idea is to bridge the gap that was created through the COVID crisis, where hundreds of retailers in the West cancelled the orders that they were going to be taking from factories in Bangladesh in particular, about $2 billion worth of stock orders that would have been cancelled. And they have used the technology from their Mulzy app, that is a normal shopping app used across the world, and actually reposition that technology, which uses data and other logistics analytics technology, to connect consumers directly with those products, and through that support families in Bangladesh who would otherwise have lost their family income overnight because of the COVID crisis. So Lost Stopbox, anyone can look it up online, and really would recommend using it if you can.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Welcome to the panel, Priya. Munish, over to you.
Thanks, Karthik. Hi, this is Munish Verma here. As Karthik mentioned, I'm one of the 3 Vermas on the panel. I'm a managing partner of the SoftBank Vision Fund. Amongst other things, I look after India business. One technology that excites me, it's not super new though, but it's played a fundamental role and made my daily life a lot easier, is the advent of digital wallets. And I use it quite often, of course, in the West, but more importantly, for my elderly parents that are in India, they've adopted it quite in quite a big manner, and there's no more standing in lines to pay bills, etc. It's all on the phone, and I actually think, in terms of solving a consumer pain point, this whole notion and advent of digital wallets, storing money digitally and using it to transact seamlessly on your phone, super relevant, and it's solved a pretty significant pain point in my daily life in terms of dealing with my parents' needs. But for millions of other folks across India, it's had a major impact.
Thanks, Manish. Great technology. Brijraj, welcome to the panel. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brijraj Bagani, the only Indian who is not Verma, and the only Indian right now who's sitting out of India right now. Right? Currently, I'm the CTO of Ola Cabs, and I also am the CEO of Riddler, a company which Ola acquired a couple years back. I think the technology which has changed my life has been a big part of my life. It's very fundamental: wireless communication, wireless technology. It's especially the data connectivity part. Ever since I was a student, my thesis was in wireless communication. I was part of the research lab which was funded after 9/11 to do something on emergency communications. My first job was with Qualcomm, which is obviously the wireless leader. Then I moved back to India, and ever since then, dabbling with mobile phones. Right, it helps me do everything. Connect with my kids when I'm away. Connect with my teammates right now when I'm not in office. So it's actually been a big role in my life, and I look forward to working on it in the future as well.
Good. Great. And last but not least, Anand, welcome to the panel.
Thanks, Karthik, and great to be the 3rd Verma here. So appreciate it. Delighted to be here. Thanks to you, Karthik and Manoj, for hosting this as well. So my name is Anand Verma. I'm the CEO and founder of Brilliant Basics. It's a design emerging technology company that I founded in 2012 and then sold to Infosys in 2017. I also run the Infosys Emerging Technology Labs in Europe as well. In terms of one technology that's been quite prominent in the pandemic at home, because we've been at home for the last 100 or so days, is the voice technology. So we are big fans of Amazon Alexa. And one kind of use case that comes to my mind is we got an 8-week-old puppy 4 weeks ago. And who knew that puppy likes music when it goes to bed, sleep. So we can say, hey, Alexa, can you play the puppy sleep music, please, on Spotify? And just looking after the puppy and using voice technologies has been a godsend for us at home. And there are many use cases, of course, but that I thought would be a good one to share, given it's so recent for us.
Great. I'm quite confident Amazon never thought of that use case when they invented the smart speaker just as well. But thank you very much, all of you. What I thought we'll do is, for the purposes of this discussion, really put out there for our audience, what are some of the top of mind emerging technologies that you can think of? And perhaps we can start in reverse order this time. Maybe each one of us can just identify 2 or 3 technologies that just come to our minds, and then just take the discussion from there. So, Anu?
Yeah, it's a good one, and I would love to know what other panelists think as well. So I think the 3, if I had to choose, or 3 or 4, is quantum computing is something that I've been following quite closely. And especially with pharmaceuticals and trying to find this vaccine, has become more prominent to think away from bits to qubits. So that's something that's really exciting from my perspective. The other one that is, especially from an Indian perspective, especially last mile delivery and things like that, the 5G technology is another one that I'm super excited about, because it connects India to become the next superpower, right? And as Narendra Modi was saying this morning, how can we forget the Indian tech industry? But we can't do that unless the connectivity is there. The third one, which is very close to my heart, and I've been doing a lot of experimentation, is the augmented reality and virtual reality technologies, especially again with COVID-19, post-COVID-19, for education, for experiences, for training, maintenance is a big area. And lastly, I'm not an expert, but I'll mention it, is battery tech, because the consumption of battery is going up drastically. And
Right.
this technology is emerging, but I think a long way to go. So those are 4 from my side.
Thank you. Brijraj, how about you? What are some of the top emerging technologies that come to your mind?
So the first 2 I'll talk about are the ones I play with also or work with every day. The first is IoT, and it's very relevant in the Indian context as well. We did not have a lot of deployments of infrastructure in the past, and IoT, according to me, can help leapfrog a lot of them and help us be on par with the Western powers in terms of. The second one is computer vision. It's an offshoot of artificial intelligence, and I think it's going to be more relevant going forward with people not being able to see each other. There'll be a potential trust deficit which computer vision can actually help fill out. And the third one, which I don't understand well, but I'm fascinated about it and we'll read more, is the 3D printing, right? With India definitely looking at manufacturing, how can we leverage 3D printing more? With consumerism on the rise as well, right? That's not going away anywhere soon. So How can we actually marry the two and do that? So I do a lot of work personally on IoT and computer vision. And so I'm excited about that. And I think they have immense potential for India at least.
Thanks, Brijraj. And Manish, what do you think of when somebody talks about emerging technologies?
Well, similar to what Brij and Anand said, right? So I think using artificial intelligence, machine learning, call it what you will, for drug discovery. I think that's super critical, super important, and will have very significant benefits. I think battery tech, very important. And the other one that excites me, and it's not necessarily new technology, but just the adoption and the greater use of it, is telemedicine and virtual doctor consultations, right? How do we get better at actual telemedicine where it moves away from just being a triage system to actual diagnosis?
Thanks. Priya, how about yourself?
Well, I mean, I think, would agree with all of the examples that Anand, Brijraj and Manish have given so far. But I think the ones that I would add to the list would probably be robotics and autonomous systems. That will be transformational in so many areas of all our lives. And then maybe building on the theme of artificial intelligence and drug discovery that Manish was just referencing, another angle to that is the broader precision medicine field. So where you see, genetics, for example, playing a more important role in how healthcare is delivered. And that links across to transformations that are also coming through with broader artificial intelligence in healthcare, full stop.
Sure. I'll add to the list of our 4 panelists over here by talking about genomics. And, there's a lot of work going on gene splicing and CRISPR technology in the Western world. Obviously, there's a lot happening in autonomous vehicles. Some of you touched on batteries, so electric vehicles are a big craze as well. But what I'd like to now do is just take this top of the funnel and narrow it down into what is relevant for India. We're a large country of over 1 billion people. We're still stuck at, a modest per capita income. The country still has numerous challenges as far as healthcare, infrastructure, poverty alleviation, fresh, clean water, etc. So this list that we've just put together in the last few minutes, which of these technologies are actually relevant and applicable in an Indian context? Priya, perhaps you could start first.
Sure, thank you. Well, I think Prime Minister Modi referenced it in his remarks this morning, as did, I believe, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw in comments she was making. This is around, for me, what they've called vaccine diplomacy. So actually, how can India not only be the place where pharmaceuticals can be produced at a very, very competitive global position, but actually be the place where the research and innovation and drug discovery is happening? So for me, that's a huge opportunity for India, and it already has such a leadership in that field that it is very, very well positioned to seize that opportunity.
Right. And you go ahead, Manish.
I was gonna make a point here, right? So all these emerging technologies that we've talked about, right? So from an Indian context, my view is that I don't think the sort of significant deployment of these emerging technologies in the long run makes a fundamental difference, of course, but in the short run, what India would benefit from and how we can supercharge our GDP growth and per capita income growth is by taking existing technologies, right, and applying it in the Indian context. So there are a bunch of Indian businesses, there's a bunch of pain points that consumers feel and small businesses feel in India. To solve for some of those pain points, I don't think it necessarily needs to be cutting edge technology. I think it needs to be a case of taking existing technologies and enabling those businesses to use those technologies to serve consumers and businesses.
So give some examples of that, Manish.
So look at fintech, right? Fintech's been a case in point. It's proven technology. People around the world use it, right? But if you look at the amount of small businesses in India that need small loans for that, right? And if you have physical processing of those loans, there is no way that cost will allow you to process a $20, $50, $100 loan effectively, right? But
Yeah.
that's the existing technology. If you make it more digital and if you want to extend small amounts of credit to multiple small businesses, the only way you do it is by using digital means, right? Both from a distribution point of view and from a risk assessment point of view.
Yeah.
That's not new technology per se. That's existing technology. It just needs to be applied. So I think new technology, emerging technology, obviously very relevant, obviously will play a significant role. But for now, I think the immediate need, to my mind, is to take existing technologies and apply them in an Indian context and get consumers and businesses to benefit from those. Enable Indian businesses to be more tech-enabled effectively.
So, Brijraj, would you agree with, ignore the semantics of what's an existing technology or an emerging technology? You had talked about, things like IoT and a variety of other things around 3D printing. What are some of the use cases of, and these technologies have existed for a while, or at least half a generation, perhaps even more. What are some of the use cases for that are applicable in a mass use case in India that can really help improve the quality of business or life for the type of persona that Manish has just painted?
Yeah, I completely agree with Manish, right? That we need to apply this technology in the Indian context. So I'll use computer vision, right? That's something fascinates me a lot these days. Think of the farmer, right? He has to go and maintain the soil, ensure that the soil is in good condition. If the crop goes out to be bad, right, he's penalized for it. But if you have a drone fitted with a small camera, you can actually detect the quality of the soil and take corrective action. Closer to home at what we do, right, at Ola, we deployed a technology for private bus operators in the buses, which would count the number of passengers going in and out using simple CCTV cameras, using deep learning computer vision, right? Now, the advantage of that is that the owner is able to trust the driver and the conductor, and he's getting a better return on his capital because he's able to get the entire fare back, which in turn he can deploy to buy more buses, which can help people ferry more, right? And that will help increase mobility a lot. So when you take these small problems, right, and apply make them business enabled, think of what Ola has done with the selfie auth, right? We had a driver impersonation problem. We actually enabled a selfie authentication so that the driver can actually take a selfie of himself, so the passenger is assured that the guy who's on the list is the guy who's driving the phone, right? So these small technologies which we can use and basically enhance the trust in the system. So India is a huge country, right? And traditionally we've been a trust deficit society. When you actually use these kind of technology to enhance the trust, the community can move forward, the country can move forward, right? That's an application of the technology that I would say is very relevant, right, in Indian context. And I agree with Manish that we need to apply this better. The training of this computer vision algorithm needs to happen with the Indian data, needs to happen with the Indian context, and then but the results need to be using the same technology. We don't need to reinvent at this point of time.
Right. So I want to bring Anand into the discussion. You talked about augmented reality, virtual reality. Now, I can think of a lot of use cases around that can improve everything from healthcare for old people to giving old people company and so on. But is India ready for a cutting-edge technology like that that's yet to deliver its promise even in the better developed or richer Western world, Anand?
So my view is that I think we are kind of centering to infrastructure again, right? Because the infrastructure could be an enabler for something as immersive as AR. AR is easier than VR, by the way, because VR requires a much more intense kind of frame rates.
Sure.
But AR, like Bridges' example, a farmer having an AR app that allows it to check the quality of a produce, for example, can be AR enabled with the computer vision, because AR is nothing different to a computer vision in at least in my mind with the right kind of setup, right? So the way I think about it is there is a disparity in India, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, kind of almost like 4 kind of disparities I see. But to connect it all together, you need a high-speed broadband or internet of some kind. And that's where I think something like 5G, which might be emerging, has become a necessity to achieve all the things that we're talking about. Even with the bare-bone old technology, if I can mention that, not emerging technology, you've got to have the infrastructure to support that kind of speed. And speed really frustrates us. Look at us right now. Everybody is in a video conference. If you have a bad bandwidth, you don't have the same experience as you'd have with good bandwidth, for example. So that has become the basic necessity as electricity and water, in my view. But that's a disparity in India, needs to be resolved before we can even leverage any of these, emerging technologies like AR and VR mainly, but AR is easier in my view.
Right. And you referred to electricity and water, and obviously the electrification of the country that's happened over the last 5-7 years has been phenomenal and unprecedented. But India has numerous other developing country problems like that, like healthcare and education. How many of these technologies that we've listed right now can directly address these fundamental and nation-building foundation issues? So far, we've talked about communication, obviously big use case in education. We've talked about farming, but let's talk about healthcare and poverty alleviation as well. What do you see as solutions to that?
So I think, first of all, my view is that digital is the only way out of COVID-19, right? If we are here to kind of look at COVID-19 issue, it's here to stay for at least 12 to 18 months, more or less, depending on who comes with the vaccine first. So I think my view is that, when digital has become the core of any transformation, and I'm fortunate to work with, people like Nandan Nilekani, who's our chairman, at Infosys. What Nandan did with Aadhaar, Nandan and team, I think same thing needs to happen with healthcare, or same thing happen with manufacturing, for example. So I think it needs to be small teams using existing and new technology to solve a real use case, real problem. But without the right infrastructure and without the right connectivity, I think that's going to be a continuous challenge in India, especially for tier 3 and tier 4 places in India.
Right.
Karthik, may I just come back on a couple of points that my fellow panelists mentioned? I just wanted to pick up on something that Anand said there, which I think is very, very relevant. I don't think digital is just the only way out of COVID. I think actually digital is the only way now to have economic growth, full stop. That is going to be the way that every country will grow, wherever you are in the world. And I think, when you look at technologies and how they interplay to your question about basic needs, actually technologies can allow us to deliver basic needs like education and healthcare in a way that we have never been able to deliver them at scale across a nation of the size of India historically to the most effective way. So, just to give an example, I work in the UK. I advise a company called Chiron Medical Technologies. They use artificial intelligence for cancer detection. They have an artificial intelligence software product that allows you to do breast screening. And that is a product that could be scaled across any country and address a real need, which is the numbers of women who are dying everywhere in the world because of a disease like cancer. Those are the sorts of technologies that can transform you as a nation. I think I just wanted to also pick up something that Brijraj said earlier, which I think is fundamental. Technology is definitely, in my view, the key to our economic growth, to our post-COVID recovery. But it also needs to be done properly. And the key that Brijraj mentioned, which I just wanted to amplify, is around data. So what data is the technology being developed on in order to make sure that that technology is relevant to the nation that it's aiming to serve? And I think one of the keys we need to ensure is that the data inputted in all of the technologies we're referring to is data that is relevant to the Indian context. Because otherwise we will find ourselves with all these technologies which at best just don't work, or at worst actually create biases and adverse outcomes for people in India, which would be a terrible result.
Okay. So Manish, where do you get the data sets that are relevant for India then?
I'll tell you, I was going to say two things to this, right? One is that the challenge for new technology and the adoption is you got to make it commercial and it's got to be scalable, right? So the two things that India needs to address, all these technologies are great, absolutely, and can be transformative for India. One obviously is the point that both Priya and Brijraj raised is on data sets, data collection, and the right inputs on data. The other is for these businesses and these technologies have to be commercially viable, right? So how do you make that and how do you make it scalable is also to be cognizant of the infrastructure that they're operating in, to the point that Anand made earlier as well, right? So you have to come up, you can take some underlying components of technology, but you have to come up with India first business models that will recognize the data inputs that are needed, and more importantly, the infrastructure under which this technology has to run, right? So it's no longer a case of looking at something that was done in the West and saying, okay, how do I replicate that in India? That doesn't work. It's got to be an India first model, taking into account infrastructure and data sets, and finding a way to commercially make it viable, which will then draw further investment and so on.
So that's a good segue into one of the thoughts that I have around what's the role that either a government agency or large universities that may be well endowed are playing to create technologies to get them to the point of commercial viability. If you look at some of the transformational technologies that the world has benefited from, like the internet, right? That grew directly out of the Defense and Advanced Research Project Agency. That was a US government-funded, military-funded thing. They've got a budget today of about $3.5 billion per annum. Is there a role that the government should be playing, or other large endowed private sector companies should be playing, where they get some kind of tax benefits to get the technologies to a commercial level? Or is this something that's just necessarily going to come from the private sector, like the example that Priya just gave for the cancer detection company for breast cancer? Prithviraj, any thoughts on that?
So as we discussed earlier, right now it's about applicability of technology to the needs of the Indians, right? And for that, I think the private sector has to play a role. Things have to happen fast there. There are business models that exist. You might have to adapt the business model or change business. For example, telemedicine, right? People are used to paying a doctor. It's not something new. It's just a different medium of communicating with the doctor rather than being present in physical, right? So when it comes to application of technology, we need fast, we need pace. As someone was saying, we might be late on the innovation cycle. So can we move faster? And I think the private sector has the bigger role to play that. So the speed can be so speed is of a sense, right? Also, at the same time, India has to keep looking ahead. Until now, as Manish said, we've been looking at taking technology from the West, adapting it to the Indian context, but we need to develop our own vision, right? What is the vision for the country? What is the vision for the people? And start investing in that. For example, UP is a great example, right? It's something Aadhaar, like a project, started 10 years back, and today it is paying huge dividends to us in the form of Jan Dhan accounts, in the form of disbursements to people. So we need to have our own view. And that's where the government needs to be involved. The education needs to involve that. Where will the country be 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line? What will be the needs of the country, and start investing it. I would not say that they should worry about commercialization of the technology. Leave that to the business people and the government, but they should have a view of what it will be 5 years down the line and start investing in those things. And the universities need to do a lot more than and at least be on par with what happens in the West.
Okay. It's interesting you say that India is a little late to some of these technologies, even though so many Indian scientists and engineers all around the world have their fingerprints on some of these path-breaking technologies. So what, in your opinion, I'll direct this to Priya, what, in your opinion, should the country be doing to retain some of this talent at home so that India is a source of so many of these India-first models that can then be applied to other developing countries of the world that are very large population centers? Is there some kind of a brain drain effect that's pulling India back a little bit, or is India necessarily benefiting from it because this talent is better used overseas and then that technology comes into India?
So I think the whole idea that when you have talent going overseas equals a brain drain is a bit of a misnomer. I actually think that the fact that the Indian diaspora is so present in all of the largest to smallest technology businesses all over the world is a fantastic asset to India. And what you need to have is an ability for those people to continue their engagement with the domestic Indian ecosystem, and hopefully for there to be incentives and reasons for them to perhaps in their spin out company that they're looking to develop, to base that in India to address, as we've just been talking about, some of the challenges that are in the domestic Indian market. So I actually think it's a huge asset to India to have people all over the world. And I think it will make a huge difference for its ability to grow the sorts of technologies domestically that we've just been discussing.
Anand, in your experience, how many of the Indian diaspora actually goes back to start tech businesses in India?
Look, Bridge is a great example, right? And so at least 20% is covered. I think one thing I really agree with Priya. I think, look, India needs that global firepower for Indian use cases. Manish was mentioning the same thing, right? What is really exciting from my perspective is technology should not be a barrier for India. People should not think India is the place to go and buy technology. I think going forward, the role of design, role of use cases, role of humanization, role of technology as an enabler, right, is a huge opportunity. India should think about using its technology to solve the big problems, big use cases, not just for India, for global causes, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi said this morning. The other thing I would say to bridge Raj's point is it's a trifecta partnership: startups, corporates, and government. I think they need to come together much more cohesively on real use cases to solve the real problems. And we have seen that not working as well in the past, but I'm hoping that with the discussions that we are having and this week is going through, could lead to a trifecta which is much more powerful together, because enemy is not amongst us, enemy is outside going forward. And I think that will bring us together as one team to create some of the most amazing solutions for India in future. That's my belief.
Thank you. Manish, India is a smaller part of your portfolio, but what else do you see across the global portfolio that you're engaged with, or companies that you run into, that would be relevant for an Indian context?
So I think, look, first, before I answer that, I just want to say that how much I agree with both Anand and Priya on this brain drain point.
I was hoping people would disagree with each other, but
no, on this particular point, I actually agree. The fact of Indians going outside is not the issue. That's a good thing, right? The question is, what can India do to attract these folks back at some point in their lives, or to encourage them to set up spin-off businesses and others?
Correct.
I think that's what's relevant, right? I think going out is super important.
Sure.
You gotta have some ability to attract, and I think that's changing. I certainly feel that that's changed significantly in the last 2 years. Hopefully that continues. In terms of global trends, Katie, I think, look, and everyone's talked about this, that digital is not the only way out of COVID-19. Digital is the way of growth now, not just for us, not just for India, but for the rest of the world, right? So any businesses and any enterprise, any business that is rethinking their operations, but not rethinking them purely from a digital point of view, will struggle in the future. I think as a method of digital is more than just being tech enabled now, right? It's a method of distribution. It's a method of thinking. So everywhere across the world, and one thing we haven't talked about, very relevant to India as well, is online education. It's not a new technology, it's been around. But in terms of, if you look at what can solve India's fundamental issues, you brought this up, Karthik, when you said, getting rid of poverty. Two ways of getting rid of poverty. One is education, the other is jobs, right? Jobs is separate, but in terms of educating people, one of the big issues that India's had, given that you've got to take a bunch of tests to get into either undergrad colleges or to take jobs in banking, railways, etc., all test centers are physical test centers located in big cities. So if you're somebody living in a tier 3, tier 4 city, you don't have access to those test centers, right? So I think this notion of online education, and by online education, I don't mean recorded lectures, that's part of the course, but this capability of synchronous learning, where one educator can at the same time teach hundreds of students sitting in different parts of the country, could be a game changer. So I think in terms of global trends, whether it's online education, whether it's food delivery, whether it's drug discovery, all being led now by machine learning, AI, and other forms of computational power, right? So same thing will happen in India as well.
So a lot of the panelists over here have talked about digital transformation is the only way forward for economic growth. And one example I can think of is that over the last 20 years, the landscape of India and communication has changed, just how, given the ubiquity of wireless and cell phone communication, right? Today, any plumber who's coming home or any electrician who's coming home probably has 2 mobiles in his pocket or her pocket in some cases. And it's just transformed the way business is done. So that's been a step change that's happened over the last generation. What is it that India can build on that communication investment that's been made over the last 20 years? Anand talked about 5G as well. Bandwidth is available almost as freely as air today. What's the next big leap that India can make as far as taking advantage of all the 20 years of hard work of these networks that have been put in? Anand, do you want to take that?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think we'll disagree and on this point. But my view is that I think use cases, right? What's stopping us are the use cases. Because I think the supply and demand is there, right? The question is, how do you kind of connect and create, either fill the white spaces or create new kind of blue oceans, right? And I think that's where the opportunities are. But that goes with the enablement of people, right? Giving people the support, working with universities at the bachelor's and even earlier than that, school level. Think about, it's okay not to go to IIT and or similar, and then focus on building your business. The ability to embrace failure in an Indian context, is a big taboo, a big stigma right now. And I really think, to Manish's point, education for people who want to consume education, but education for people who want to do something from a trade and business perspective, right? And I think that's where digital can play a major role, but that requires more of a cultural encouragement, if I may, for those 16, 17, 18-year-olds who want to do something different than going to IIT, people like me who didn't go to IIT. And I think that to me is where the opportunity is, but that's a cultural transformation, which will lead to digital transformation.
Anand, how about you? What do you think are some of the technologies that will appear in the next generation as far as India's growth is concerned, building up on all the investment over the last 2 decades?
I think
Sorry,
Bridge, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think for the next decade, I think it's going to be the application of a lot of these technologies and application to the last mile possible, right? So if you talk about connectivity, has connectivity helped you serve a person in the rural village, right? So we have very poor doctor to patient ratio in India, right? But there are a lot of primary healthcare workers. Can a primary healthcare worker attend to a specialized problem in the village and connect with a specialist in the city, right? Using connectivity. So that's one, right? Similarly, education, right? We have so many different types of people. You must have seen an application was banned recently, but the amount of content that people are creating on that shows the creativity of Indians, right? So how can you actually understand that persona? How can you understand their personality? Tailor a skilling program for that person so that the person can think beyond engineering and medicine as well, right? So whatever technology has been developed, adapted to the use cases for a billion people. Billion people is a lot of people, right? So we need to build for those use cases. So the technology has to evolve, and we need to build the use case for the last mile so that the last person benefits, be it a medical delivery of that person or be it upskilling that person. Skilling is an important function even at Ola for us, right? We have to train our driver partners, etc. So getting the skilling right, and today, until now, education has been very homogeneous. At least until when I was growing up, it used to be either commerce, arts, science, or arts or engineering, right? It was not very different. But today we have different streams coming up. But how can you actually make it granular? How can you make it customized for the last person so that we adapt to the needs of the world? And you must have heard many industrialists speaking up, even the Prime Minister speaking up, that India can be the office of the world. But how do you skill up the people actually? Yeah. And the infrastructure that we've laid down can actually be used to skill people up, right?
Right.
May I add one point to this, Karthik, just in the spirit of opportunities that are there?
Yes.
I think there is a huge opportunity actually around the field of gender diversity within the workforce as well. India actually, in strong positive contrast to the West, has a very large number of female graduates in STEM subjects. I believe it's around 40%. And actually what India is definitely focusing on, which I think is spot on, is how to encourage those female graduates to stay in STEM subjects in fields of research, innovation, and potentially also, spinning out the companies that we've been referencing, leading the next new technologies. So I think that is one of the areas where actually the inclusivity piece of the Indian economy could be really crucial to future transformation for technology.
Yeah. I think that's a very powerful point, and it's something that can be India's unique contribution to the technology world as we think of technologies that are India first, that may also have applicability into other developing countries. We've just got a few minutes left, so I thought we'll keep it fun and go around the room again just to ask everyone, what is your one favorite technology that you'd like to see mass adoption over the next 10 years. So if Manoj invites us for a panel again 10 years from now, we feel happy that we've predicted this technology and it's been adopted. Priya, why don't I start with you?
For me, it would be quantum. I don't know if it's too early for quantum, but if we can get quantum adoption, it transforms everything.
Yeah.
Excellent. Munish, how about you?
Battery technology.
Battery technology.
Battery tech, absolutely.
Brijraj, you're next.
Electric flying taxis, so I can beat the Bombay traffic and get to wherever I am.
Electric flying taxis. That would be a use case that would be very, very powerful all across the world.
It'll take more than 10 years for you to beat the Mumbai traffic.
And your last word on that?
I would just say not technology. I would say design. I think what technology did for India in last 30, I think design is going to do. And that's why I think Priya's point about humanities is a big, but design and technology will kind of mold together. But I'll say design rather than technology.
Yeah. And I'll add my last 2 pennies on that, which is online education. I think if we have to be a superpower, a digitally native workforce that's somewhat educated beyond class 12th would be adding a big dose of ashwagandha to the Indian workforce. Thank you very much, Priya, Munish, Brijraj, Anand. It's been a pleasure having this discussion with all of you. Thank you to the organizers of India Inc. for such an excellent conference. Thank you to all the members of the audience who have participated today. We're really sorry we can't do audience questions, but we're delighted that you could attend. Stay healthy, stay safe, and here's looking forward to India's digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Questions already coming in, and I'll try and cover some of those a little later. But Kartik, thank you, really appreciate that. A reminder, of course, there is a second stream running. If you need to check out other things that are taking place today, you may do so. Priyanka Dea is the host over on Stream B, so do make sure to check out the schedule that's on indiaglobalweek.com, so you can click around there and find content to your interests. I'm going to be back in just a few minutes. We're going to talk about technology again, but we're going to look at electric mobility. We're going to look at how the world may get around in the future and how electric vehicles are changing the way that economies work, because of course they rely on people, goods, services and components of an economy all being mobile. So we're going to talk about that in a few minutes with a special panel, so do stay tuned for that. We'll see you soon.
Manoj Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Welcome back to you wherever in the world you're watching us. You're very welcome for our next session in India Global Week. Now, in the last panel, we talked about emerging technologies and how it's changing the way that we work and live. I want to get into a bit of detail in this next session. I particularly want to look at what technology could mean for travel and transportation. We of course know that economies thrive when all of their component parts can move. So whether those are goods and services, they are workers and consumers. So what changes should we expect to see over the coming years? Some of the changes that we're seeing already, how quickly will they thrive? And of course, that move to electric and renewable energy driven by changes in technology, but also changes in consumer demand. And of course, we know governments trying to cut carbon emissions and boost their green credentials around the world. So the big question, can we cut emissions and still have economic growth? Now, this next panel is sponsored and curated by Ola. So before we start the panel, before I introduce you to the panelists, let's take a quick look at some of the developments for the company.
Did you know scooters outsell cars by almost 2 times? It's a 67 billion euro market. Today, petrol scooters dominate the market. And since older petrol scooters pollute up to 2,700 times more than a van, they are being banned from major cities worldwide. We asked ourselves, what if an electric scooter was built by rocket and race car engineers? Well, this is what we have come up with. The Etergo app scooter. And it's freaking awesome.
With millions of petrol scooters that need to be replaced soon, our timing couldn't be better.
Our engineers built an unbelievable electric scooter with a range up to 240 kilometers. It can go from 0 to 45 in 3.9 seconds.
Did you know scooters outsell Etergo a worldwide success?
Thanks to Ola for sponsoring this panel. Let me introduce you to the panelists to talk about some of the issues as far as electric mobility are concerned. Amit Anchal is the Chief of Group Strategy at Ola. Amit leads strategy, business development and corporate finance for the group and is also responsible for shaping its strategic vision. Also, Dr. Nicholas Lang, who is Managing Director and Senior Partner at Boston Consulting Group. Now, he's been working with the firm for more than 20 years. He leads the firm's Centre for Mobility Innovation that looks at all sorts of things, but particularly things like smart cities, traffic management, mobility platforms, and autonomous transport solutions. Also with us, BVR Subbu, who's a board member at Ola Electric. He's got experience spanning 4 decades. His career began at Tata Motors before moving to several leadership roles at Hyundai India. And Bruno Arons, who is the head of product management for electrified powertrain at Bosch. Now, since 2009, Bruno has been pretty active in shaping the future of sustainable mobility via electromobility and battery technology, crucial, of course. He's been on long-term assignments in Germany, Japan, and South Korea. And chances are, if you've had an electric vehicle anywhere in the world, there's probably a bit on it made by Bosch. So, gentlemen, welcome to you all. Welcome to our panel. And let me start, maybe, Amit, with you. And let's start with that demo we just saw there of the work you're doing at Ola. What does it tell us? Because that's a relatively new acquisition for you, isn't it? What does it tell us about the future direction as far as mobility and electric mobility is concerned?
Thanks, Ben. I mean, if you look at this acquisition, I think going back behind on the philosophy of this, very clearly Ola is one of the pioneers amongst the ride-hailing companies, which has taken up electric mobility in a very, very big way. You will not find many examples across the globe of ride-hailing companies looking at electric vehicles with so much of focus as Ola has done in the last couple of years. We started off very clearly with our what we call as Nagpur experiment, wherein it was an experiment around multimodal electric platforms through which we tested battery swapping, we tested three-wheeler transport, which is in general parlance called tuk-tuk in some parts of the world. And also on the ride-hailing side. So very clearly from a Ola perspective, electric is not only from a vehicle and OEM perspective, but also from a ride-hailing perspective, a big focus area per se. Coming back to the question around Itergo acquisition, on the battery side, we have been working for the last 1.5 to 2 years. And we are fairly ready to launch the battery swapping platform, in India. On the two-wheeler side, I think what Itergo acquisition will do is it will help us with a platform upon which a lot of work which we have done around the two-wheelers, which will get accelerated, and you will see a launch of Ola two-wheeler probably sometime very soon within this year in European markets, and sometimes next year in Indian markets. So very clearly, all in all, we are looking at electric in a very, very holistic way, not only from a ride-hailing perspective, but also as energy, as battery, as well as modes of transport, which is two-wheeler and three-wheeler to start with.
No, Subbu, let me bring you in here because look, you've seen quite a lot of change in the industry in your time working in a number of different roles. Describe to me, if you can, the pace of change that we're seeing right now as far as how we get around and how that mobility is being powered.
Well, that's a rather large question to tackle, but let me try. I think if you look at the way things have changed, I think the best example is perhaps to see what has happened to Tesla and the valuation of Tesla. I think that, in perhaps one word, kind of signifies what the future of electric is going to be all over the world. You would see, for instance, that wherever people have started looking for options, or for consumers start looking for options which are more environmentally friendly to start with, and more cost-effective transport solutions, electric has really taken off very, very rapidly. In India, for instance, today you have over maybe 500,000 active three-wheelers running on electric power, whether all kinds of batteries, whether the lead-acid batteries, lithium batteries. And what are they? They are not at the Tesla end of the market. They're actually providing affordable transportation to large masses of people at the last mile. That is where I think we have seen this huge growth of electric mobility. Similar things have happened in other countries, and it's even more incredibly so in the area of two-wheelers, for instance. Personal transportation, so both in the urban transportation, urban mass transportation, and personal transportation at the urban levels, electric has grown very, very rapidly. Far more than, for instance, cars have. The growth of cars in the electric space has been primarily fueled by government subsidies in most countries, but in two-wheelers, for instance, in three-wheelers, it has proved itself as a technology to be exactly what the consumer requires. And I think that is the strength of electricity, EVs in the transportation sector. And I believe that is going to make EVs become even more ubiquitous in the days to come. I think what you will find is that this kind of acceptance of technology itself will try and create more technology choices, in the sense of more R&D going into it. Companies like Bosch, for instance, have done tremendous work in that. Now, how do you take all these and bring it up to the consumer? I think that is the space where Ola is trying to is building a huge capability for itself. What you try and do is to be the link between technology and the consumer in a very digital way, make the consumer experience all the benefits of electric transportation. I think that's when you have that kind of what should I say, catalyst, I think the growth is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, so, and let me bring in Bruno on that point, because as Subbu raised there, this is about battery technology. In some respects, you would say the demand has always been there for that last mile transportation, for that ease of people getting around using EVs. But Bruno, that's possible because of changes in technology, and I'm thinking particularly as batteries get smaller and cheaper.
Exactly, and I really liked what Subbu mentioned, the bridge about technology and end consumer. We are definitely positioned on the technology side, and that's one of the most important levers to enable electrification in the different market segments. And as you just mentioned, the battery technology is evolving very fast, not only with different types of lithium-ion batteries, but also in the long term, also moving toward solid state types of battery. But this is maybe on the next decade, not right now, but that's still a lot of room to be improved on lithium-ion. What you cannot forget, it's also about scale. So the scale is coming now with huge volumes, which are coming up to demand. So the lower you get with the cost of the battery, which is one of the most biggest contributors of the electric powertrain in those segments, you get this tipping point achieved of the willingness to pay from that specific segment, and then you can also tackle that demand which is already there, right? So one of the biggest barriers of electromobility in different segments, not maybe the entry segment of the last mile transportation, which is already given today. So that's why Subbu mentioned in some areas now subsidies are necessary, yeah. But until the time that we can reach that tipping point through mass production, through technology and advancement in cost reduction, we need those subsidies, and those subsidies are important, yeah, to support this change and support the industry to ramp up those scale effects that we want to achieve. And what we have to take care is that we from the industry work on the long term to not need subsidies anymore, so that we have a technology which is sustainable and it matches the cost expectations from every customer segment that we want to address with electromobility.
Yeah, Nicholas, let me bring you in here, because look, one of the issues is who should be driving this, if you'll excuse the pun. Should this be consumer-led, from the consumer side, that it is demand-driven, or that governments around the world put the infrastructure in place to make this happen? Because quite clearly it also works to their need of getting people around countries, but also bringing down carbon emissions.
Yeah, well, I think our perspective is that electromobility has been driven in Europe, but also elsewhere over the last years, primarily by a regulatory pressure. Yeah, if I look at the CO2 limits of the EU, I think this has been driven and has driven the change in the last decade. Now, what will happen in the 2020s is that with the evolution of technology, as Bruno highlighted it, we will reach a situation where the pricing will evolve and the total cost of ownership of an EV will actually be more attractive than an old combustion engine. Yeah, so for the end consumer, it will start to make economic sense to sit in an EV. So I think that's one of the fundamental changes that will happen, let's say, between 2023 and 2026, where the EV will be cheaper to run than the combustion engine. Yeah, and there are many drivers behind this. There is obviously the battery price. there is subsidies, obviously, there is a charging infrastructure. But I think this is something which is really important. And let me just bring you one example, which I found really a historic watershed decision in Europe, was that a month ago, the German government, who has been always very positive of the traditional combustion engine, decided to do a post-COVID impetus program where they said you get 6,000 euro for an EV and you get nothing for a combustion engine, except the 3% VAT that they have reduced. So I think that was a historic decision pro-EV in what you would call one of the leading automotive nations. And I think that's also a good signal for the rest of the world.
Yeah, and Amit, this can not just be about price, though. And as we heard there, I mean, some of the issues are about attractiveness. How do we make this a more attractive choice other than just price? And it's about convenience, it's about ease, it's about attractiveness, it's about making this something that consumers would choose over a combustion engine. How do you do that?
Yeah, I think just wrapping up the previous point. So till the time there is scale, I think there will have to be very clear support from government in terms of subsidies and scrappage, but also more importantly, private players will have to come up with business models which will make it more lucrative, even on the economic side. So, for example, if you look at the whole swapping business model, battery swapping business model, I think that's one example of us and few other players kind of attempting to create a overall grid, energy grid, through which the range anxiety, before coming to the convenience, even the range anxiety and some of those things could be addressed. The economics part of it could be addressed in a better way. So I think, to your question, previous question around scale, I think it is very important that private players come up with great business models, while at the same time, of course, taking support from government on subsidies and scrappage policy and some of the other ones. To a question on making it more attractive as a utility, I think one part is the whole convenience and things around range anxiety and others, which will need to be eliminated. So anything which helps consumer around that will be of most importance to my mind. Of course, on top of it, telematics and some of the other things around smart mobility are things which go very well along with EV side. So I think some of those things you will see coming up in the products of all the OEMs on the EV side.
Yeah. And Nicholas, I want to talk to you about the wider infrastructure. You advise on things like smart cities and mobility solutions. Let's touch briefly on COVID, and I don't want to focus too much on it, but I just want to get a sense of how much that might drive demand for EVs and easier ways of getting around our cities, given that we may be more reluctant to take public transport or mass transit.
Yeah, well, we have done over the last weeks a large-scale consumer sentiment study on what is their demand on mobility in a COVID and post-COVID world. And actually, what is interesting is that patterns of behavior really will not change until you have a functioning vaccine. Yeah, and so our view is that for the next couple of years, assuming that that's the time, I'm not a virologist, but for the foreseeable future, we will have people shifting away from public transport to two types of mobility. One is personal cars in whatever shape or form, and the other is micro-mobility, which could be a kick scooter, which could be a bike, which could be an e-bike, things like this. And depending on the cities, you see that public transport will be going down by 8 to 10 percentage points. And those 8 to 10 percentage points will be picked up by passenger cars, 4 to 5 percentage points, and micromobility, again, something like between 2 to 4 percentage points. So I think in the next years, we will have a demand for personal, actually not shared mobility, because of the fear of that situation. In the long run, however, it's very clear that cities will need to move to a more shared-oriented transportation because we just cannot afford having people sitting in their own cars. That will just be a deadlock in terms of traffic.
And so, Subbu, given that, this is an unprecedented opportunity for the industry to seize on that post-COVID demand to make real fundamental changes and get consumers on board about how they get around.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Ben. I think this is, for instance, the acquisition that Ola has made in Itergo was primarily had this in focus. I mean, we'd started talking even before COVID, but we recognized what consumers would be looking for. What industry would have to do is to create products which are at least as good as, if not better than, what consumers are already used to in terms of performance, in terms of convenience and the works. It's only then that you will see this mass shift, and then to make it affordable. So technology focus of companies, I think, is very now clearly pushing towards one direction to make, let's look at micromobility, for instance. We believe that the two-wheeler, the kick scooter, as you see it, will probably in the electric space will definitely be taken over by the electric two-wheeler. Because as you have a larger and larger number of two-wheelers coming out into inner cities, particularly in Europe, you are bound to have concerns about noise pollution being raised. And once you have noise pollution questions being raised, I mean, we have motorcycles in India that are horrendously noisy. They just wouldn't pass any kind of noise barrier, any kind of noise test that you have in Europe, for instance. And yet they grow with impunity in India. But that's another matter. I expect you will see the same kind of thing, this kind of thing happening, and electric micromobility will overtake regular mobility very, very rapidly the moment you find this noise issue coming up and becoming central to the consumer's thought process and consumer demand. Regulatory processes that have talked today about environmental pollution in terms of air pollution will also start focusing on noise pollution. And when that happens, micromobility first, and then perhaps regular electric cars will probably take over. Definitely in Europe, I expect to see that change in Europe happening very fast, because you have an exceptionally good you have a very exceptionally good public transportation, mass transportation system in most cities. Most cities in Europe, you already use electricity for their trams and their trolley buses and for their metro rail. If you can add on another layer of micro-mobility to that, that is when you're going to create a Europe that is extremely, should I say, environmentally friendly urban Europe. And I think that is going to happen very soon. And industry will focus in that direction. I can say this definitely in the case of Ola. We are looking at platforms which will go across consumer needs with single platforms. We could have power variants or works. That's the kind of approach we are taking, and I expect others in industry would be having similar approaches.
Now, Bruno, as Subbu mentioned, yeah, you did, Subbu. Thank you. And I want to bring in Bruno on this, because as you've touched on there, I mean, one size does not fit all, and you might find at the moment that a two-wheeler electric scooter is used in very different ways around the world. So I'm thinking in the United States, it's, the last mile, it's buzzing around a town for a leisure activity, whereas in some parts of Asia, that is used as a ride-sharing vehicle. Talk to me about the different uses and how ultimately we might get to the stage, Bruno, whereby EV companies are manufacturing their own vehicles because they know exactly how they will be used in different markets.
I think that's the biggest challenge in the current situation where we are in the industry development at this stage, because some players are already there since several years now. I think we heard Tesla before, and some players are really maybe now going through this denial phase of electromobility. They have to they have to do something. Yeah? So they're coming up with adapted platforms out of internal combustion engines, and this is not cost effective. They cannot sell these vehicles, and then somehow they found out that sticking to those very specific requirements that they used to have in their thousands of specifications that they have for internal combustion engine doesn't help them to get the scale that they need and the modularity that you need to cover really across different vehicle segments, from two-wheeler up to the heavy-duty long-haul trucks. Yeah? And that's basically the biggest change that we have at Bosch, because we are definitely acting starting from the e-bike, which was mentioned before, and we are #1 in Europe for the powertrain in that area, going across the two-wheeler, three-wheeler business, passenger car, light duty, heavy duty, and so on. So for us, it's a big challenge. And for me, working in strategy department, my whole day is like what choices that we do, you know, because we have to focus. And if you want to catch every opportunity, then you have to invest so much amount of money and resources. So you have to focus on some mainstream topologies and some mainstream design kits. So we believe that there are certain phases in the industry that to support this transition, some automotive manufacturers, they have to get to know the technology. They have to make them busy with that. They have to learn, because they used to be so much deep into the internal combustion engine before in order to differentiate themselves. They cannot just buy everything from outside, because these days Bosch is delivering a whole electric e-axle, which one-to-one replace internal combustion engine, which is today a business from the OEM. Yeah, so there is an initial phase. You have to learn about that, but there will be a certain time that only a player who has contact with so many others in the industry that can really find out the way to standardize some of these processes and components can maybe achieve the cost level that you need in order to achieve those dipping points and offer affordable technology for all the segments that you need. So prioritization is needed. You have to find out in which phase you are in this industry, and depending on which player in the industry, you are working at different cooperation levels. Yeah, so that's what we face every day. Yeah, and what I would like to highlight, sometimes it's not just about technology, yeah? And I think was a point from before. Even though I'm in the defending or today on the technology side here, it's really nice to see what Ola is doing. And every time I hear my Indian colleagues talking about battery swapping, yeah, it's a kind of a concept that nobody's taking care here in Europe these days, because everybody thinks range anxiety has to be solved with a bigger battery, right? So, and let's find a way to get a bigger battery at the lowest cost. And Ola is tackling that specific market segment, saying, my innovation is on a business model. Yeah? So I come up with a battery swapping. The technology part of it is not that really difficult. Yeah? But to come up with a different business model and be creative in this environment, I think that's what makes the electromobility industry so attractive.
Yeah, and Nicholas, let me bring you in, because I would imagine that involves, or this, certainly the proposals that Bruno makes there involve some level of government cooperation or some consistency about their approach to EV. And if you look, for example, in the UK right now, fast-tracking legislation to allow two-wheeler scooters on the roads that has been dogged in all sorts of delay and indecision for so long, suddenly is fast-tracked after COVID. Do you imagine that there will be a better joined-up approach going forward from here?
Well, I think we have seen in the past really very different national approaches to EVs, yeah, and electric mobility. And it started with very different tax schemes, with different bonus schemes, and so on. So you had in one European country, you were paying thousands of euros kind of penalty when you had a large combustion engine, and you get bonus on the others. And in other countries, it didn't matter. What we see, and I was just mentioning before, this German decision to support EVs, but this has also been similar in other European countries where the impetus programs were also linked and mainly focused on EVs. So I see that with the, let's say, the Green Deal that Ursula von der Leyen had launched for the EU, I expect a bigger, let's say, homogeneity in the initiatives that we will see for EVs upcoming, which also has to do with the charging infrastructure. Yeah, I think we have just seen it. We have a very international, regional traffic flow in Europe. So it cannot be that we have some cities where we have some countries, sorry, where we have 10 times as many charging points than other countries per 1 million vehicles. Yeah, so I think that needs to be equalized. So I think taxes or subsidies need to be equalized, the infrastructure needs to be equalized, and I think also from that perspective, let's say the cooperation of the different players in the mobility sphere needs to be promoted.
Yeah, Amit, what is most frustrating for you? Because as Nicholas lays out there are many things to gain from this. Environmentally, enabling us to get around, it creates jobs, it boosts innovation, it boosts technology, it makes our cities quieter and cleaner. All of them seem like obvious wins, but there are clearly things holding this back. What is the most pressing, what is the most frustrating for you?
Yeah, I'll tackle that question a little differently, Ben, because as you rightly pointed out, I think if you look at the overall EV space, you are gaining on the ecology side very clearly. You are gaining on the technology side very clearly, and on economics. So what better combination of a proposition that you can have, for a particular space to develop. However, everything takes its own time, and therefore, as this whole industry kind of scales up, I think there will be, as I mentioned, very clearly support required from the government. If you look at India, the Indian government is very focused around making it a big success. So therefore, there is very significant support from the government. And if you look at if you look at Ola or us, the way we look at it, I think we want to create a big opportunity out of it, and we want to solve for these business models in a very creative way. I think that's how we look at it. We are not frustrated with anything. I would say that we are looking at it as huge possibility. That's why you see a company, an Indian company, which is in ride-hailing, is very clearly taking on a lead on the EV space, not only for India but even globally. So I think we are looking at it as a huge opportunity and trying to solve for the constraints more in terms of innovative business models and innovations that will help it move fast.
Nicholas, what will our cities look like 5 years from now?
I think 5 years from now, that's a too short time frame to see big revolutions happen. Yeah, I think but let me answer your question. What will the cities look like 5 years and maybe 15 years from now? I think 5 years from now, I definitely see, and this will be different between India and Europe and the US, but we will definitely see a rise in charging station or battery swapping stations. We will definitely see, I think, an increased range of very silent EVs. We will see, I think, a clear rise of micromobility. So this is something for me that is here to stay. Yeah? I think COVID-19 has driven such a push in bikes, traditional bikes, e-bikes, e-kick scooters. It's quite amazing. If I go out the street here in Munich, we were supposed to be a car nation. Well, it seems to be we're a bike nation. Yeah. So people have really taken COVID because it's a personal, isolated means of transport. You're not together with people. Well, we have good weather and stuff like this. But I think it feels already almost like Holland being here now in Munich. So I think that's one dimension. So you will see more bikes, you will see more micromobility, you will see more EVs, you will have more charging stations. I think the big step forward in 15 years from now is that you will see autonomous vehicles. Yeah, you will see autonomous vehicles. I think primarily actually autonomous shuttles, so 8 to 15 seaters, where public transport will shift from the large buses to these kind of medium-sized shuttles that will allow flexible routing. You will again have obviously autonomous pods, and you will continue to see a lot of micro-mobility going forward. And we just concluded a large-scale study in 44 cities of the world. And if you look at this development of mobility towards micro-mobility, autonomy, electricity, almost every KPI in a city gets better. Yeah, less CO2, less fatalities, less parking space, less cost, and less congestion. So I think it's pretty clear that we win by doing these moves.
And Subbu, are traditional vehicle manufacturers up to this challenge? Because EV makers and technology firms are really bringing the challenge to their door and saying, look, if you don't play ball, we will do it for you. Do you think the traditional car makers have acknowledged the scale of the challenge that lies ahead?
I think in some parts they have. I would count personally at least 5 auto manufacturers who have actually seen the writing on the wall and invested an enormous amount of time and money in this area. It would be unfair to name many of them, but one I can say, I would say one is definitely the Korean company Hyundai has done some exceptionally good work in that area. I believe that in Europe there is probably a fair amount of work happening on autonomous from BMW. I think GM has done some very good work in the US. And I think Volkswagen is catching up very fast. So I would say these 4 manufacturers definitely have done some exceptional, have done some fair amount of back to the drawing board, clean slate kind of work, and they've come up with a good approach to electric mobility. That's on the cars side. On the two-wheeler side, the micro-mobility side, I can't see very much having happened with the traditional two-wheeler manufacturers. I think in two-wheelers there's a little more that people have to do, because I think it's becoming more of a far more personal interaction between the consumer and the vehicle. I think is something that they need to understand, and climbing the digital mountain may not be so simple. And especially because I think sometimes people work with what should I say, mindsets, and I think once they get all those shibboleths and they destroy those in their heads, and then they can really come back. I would expect to see 3 manufacturers, I think, including Ola. Ola is not a traditional manufacturer, but I would say 3 manufacturers from India, including Ola, making quite a significant foray into electric. In China, you had a lot of small companies doing it, but I don't see most of them are Me Too's, and there isn't any major technology movement. I think some of the Taiwanese manufacturers have shown that going forward. Itergo, I think, gave us that opportunity, and that's what we have seen. I think there are at least a couple more in Europe. The US, unfortunately, and even South America, unfortunately, hasn't seen many exceptional examples of technology innovation in the two-wheeler space. EV two-wheelers. So it's up there. Let's see.
And I want to give a final word to Bruno in all of this, because look, as we said, nuts and bolts of EVs probably involve Bosch somewhere along the way. Talk to me about what you are most excited about. What is, some of the things we've talked about are tweaks, they're reversions, they're kind of incremental changes in what maybe we already know. What's most exciting for you that's coming down the line?
We come from a company who is shaping the internal combustion engine since more than 100 years. Yeah, so it's exciting to be in this company, also with the mindset to really understand the physics behind and what the technology can bring to the whole system. Yeah? And with the same type of mindset, we face also electromobility. So we start from improving semiconductor technologies that we own also in-house, coming with different or upcoming silicon carbide type of semiconductors that will definitely have a huge push into the more efficient and longer ranges for electromobility. Yeah? At the same time that we are trying to find out in the bits and pieces how to optimize the components, but then have an impact on the system side, we're also seeing that, for example, the total thermal management of an electric vehicle is totally different than an internal combustion engine. And in order to really take out the best out of it, and you see these days like Hyundai doing a really, really great job in really having one of the longest ranges that you can have in the market with the lowest consumptions, because they really did their homework on thermal systems. Because they did not just carry over from internal combustion engine concepts. So we are working in optimizing not only hardware parts, but also in the interaction with software and special functions, how to optimize and prepare your battery, for example, if you're gonna go for a high power charging in the middle of the road for your long trip. So I think what makes more exciting is that we have so many years in front of us to come up with those bits and bytes and pieces to improve the whole thing. Because in the internal combustion engine, we already have been maturated with all those improvements, and we still have a long way to come up with even better systems for electromobility.
And there we will leave it. Our time is up, but it's been wonderful to talk to you all, and I hope we've shone a light on some of the big changes that are going on in the industry. It really is fascinating, and I can't wait for us to see how this develops and how we will all be getting around our cities over the next few years. But my thanks there to Amit, to Nicholas, to Subbu, and to Bruno. Thank you. It's really good to see you at India Global Week. And now do stay with us here on this channel. We've got another session coming up right after this. We're going to talk much more about some of the biggest changes. The next one is banking and finance and what changes there could mean for India and the world. So stay with us for India Global Week.
Manoj Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Hello to you again, welcome back. We're on our next session at India Global Week. Remember, please join in the conversation. Use the hashtag #BeTheRevival and you can submit any questions or thoughts you've got using the area on screen, or you can tweet me. I'm at BBC Ben Thompson. Now we're going to move on to our next session looking at technology, and this is an area that really does fascinate me. This is the area of payments and financial services, economies, banking systems, transactions. Of course, we know all about the exchange of money, but digital payments have really absolutely changed the way that money is moved around economies. It's changed fintech, much has changed there, but has it really harnessed its full potential? Are we really getting as much out of this technology as perhaps we might? India has been pretty quick to adopt digital payments, of course, in its move towards a digital payment economy. But what happens next? So to discuss some of those issues, I'm really pleased to welcome Ajay Vish, who's the Senior Vice President and Industry Head of Financial Services at Infosys. Ajay, I know you have your panel with you this morning, so please talk me through the panel and what some of the issues you're going to discuss this morning.
Thank you very much, Ben. Appreciate the time. And am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Yes, sure. Okay. So look, we have a range of topics to cover today. We have an exciting panel I have three guests with me today, Arvind, Rudra and Mridula, and I'll introduce them as we go by. But we over-indexing today on what's happening in the world of payments in India, but larger picture on digitization trends in India and how it's benefited the whole population and the financial inclusion as India's progressed over the last 10 years in this space. So we'll be covering a range of topics today, Ben.
So give me a sense of who will join you on the panel, because I know there's a lot for you to talk about and there's a stellar lineup. So maybe you want to introduce that panel for us.
Perfect, great. So let me just kick off by saying that extremely proud to be part of India Global Week 2020. Manoj and team have done an incredible job of curating this event remotely and organizing a fantastic lineup of participants, including our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. So first of all, congratulations to the India Global team. And I'm very fortunate to have a great lineup of leaders from cross-sector in India. We have from non-profit, fintech and the corporate world of India. And a very warm welcome to my guests and the people joining the live webinars. So on the panel today, I have Arvind Gupta, who is a co-founder and head of Digital India Foundation. He's joining me from New Delhi. I have Ruth Dalmia, Executive Director and CFO at Paytm e-commerce, again joining from Delhi, and Mridula Iyer, she's the Head of Treasury and Trade Solutions for South Asia at Citibank, joining us from Mumbai. She was having some technical challenges, and I'm hoping we'll be able to address that. So that's where we have on the panel, Ben.
Now take it away, AJ. It's all yours. So please let us know any of your thoughts. Remember, you can continue the conversation with the hashtag #BeTheRevival. But AJ, I'll let you discuss with your panel.
Fantastic, and thank you very much. And folks, a very warm welcome to you again, Arvind, Rudra, and Mridula. Good to have you. And I'll kick off by saying that, look, technology is a great leveler, and specifically, it's truly reflected in the digitization journey of India. I mean, in 2008, we had 18% of the adults who had bank accounts in India. And if I fast forward today to 2020, we have more than 80%. So the financial inclusion percentage has gone up dramatically in India. What would have taken almost 50 years was achieved in less than 10 years. And to me, Digital India has been a resounding success story. And pardon the levity, but the analogy sort of feels like the movie Wizard of Oz, where it suddenly switches from black and white after the first 20 minutes to deep Technicolor with 3D effects. So that's the image I had in my head about the digital progress in India. And the foundations of the transformation in India is the digital infrastructure the government of India has put together, also called the India Stack, comprising of identity, which is the Aadhaar identity, we call it, and payments, UPI, and many more innovations, and the data rail. In the conversation that follows today, we will look at the impact the India Stack has had on public and welfare systems, fintechs in consumer finance, and the corporate world of India. So we'll cover a range of lens, which is from fintechs, welfare, public services, plus the corporate world. So Arvind, I'll tee it off with you. You've been engaged with digital data and analytics across your corporate and startup careers. You also led the digital social media campaign and the communication strategy for the government of India. So give us a sense of how the digitization has helped India in driving welfare programs and the financial inclusion in a sort of transparent way. So I'll, if you may, Arvind.
Great, thank you, Ajay, for having me, and for India Inc. for organizing this. I just want to begin by saying that, you know, when the current Prime Minister envisaged Digital India as a flagship program of the country, the idea was, and you know, in 2014, India had about 140 million people using the internet. Today, that number has gone up to over 600 million. But when we were there at 2014, the Prime Minister said that, you know, we want to build India as one of the pillars of the building the new India will be digital, and we need to see how we can use the digital highways to leapfrog, to scale, and to really use the true power of the internet and the connectivity of power to empower. So Digital India has been envisaged with the concept of making sure that the benefits of empowerment reach every single person, every last home in India, and everybody's empowered, so to say, and really unleashes their creativity, their entrepreneurial energy, and benefits from the societal gains that the internet brings about. It really inverts the pyramid. But that was a philosophy of it. But going to the actual, what is Digital India? It is actually, I see it as two different tracks. Number one being building the highways. So building the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure highways, building the safe cars on top of it, which is the hardware, making the better drivers, which is providing literacy to the consumers to make sure they are better cyber citizens. They understand the nuances of using the internet and the digital superhighway, and lastly, making it affordable. So if on one part, the government's Digital India program was to build this affordable access to the internet, and then the entrepreneurial ecosystem to take over to provide better destinations, more e-commerce, more whatever, education, healthcare, financial services, all on top of it. But that was on the infrastructure side, a hard infrastructure side. The second thing that in 2014 the government decided to do, which links to our financial services talk today, is that we realized that we have this identity platform that had at that point in time about 400 million Indians enrolled into it. And instead of just using that identity platform as a pure identity play, the government decided to platformize it and create the India stack that you talk about, and build on top of it, ensure its universal identity. It's completely digital, by the way, for the benefit of the viewers. It's actually very relevant in the COVID times because it's biometric. It actually uses who you are. There is no username password. It is basically, the Aadhaar identity system, as it's called in India, is authenticated by your 10 fingerprints or 2 iris scans. And the iris scan is actually touchless. So it's actually future-proof in that sense. And the India stack was created with identity as its base. The second layer of the India stack was eKYC, digital lockers, which enables companies like Paytm, where we have Rudra on the panel with us, which enables Citibank, which enables all the banking services, insurance companies, telcos, to onboard customers at fraction of a cost, without actually seeing physically the customer giving any paper. So it's actually a paperless layer on top of a presenceless layer of identity. And lastly, on this India stack is what is the famous UPI, the Unified Payments Interface, which all work interoperably and work together with each other. This created what you called, Ajay, the biggest financial inclusion in the history of mankind. This was used because the Prime Minister said in his 15th August speech in 2014 that I want to make sure that nobody is denied banking in this country. And we have a lot of bankers on this call. They will tell you that that was easier said than done. And if you didn't have the benefit of technology, you could never achieve that. But with the benefit of this public infrastructure, now India Stack is a public infrastructure. It is available for governments, for startups, for banks, for anybody to use. And this is the first of its kind public infrastructure in the world that has more than 1 billion users. Today, 1.3 billion Indians use India Stack knowingly and unknowingly. And this caused the biggest financial inclusion in terms of the Jan Dhan accounts. We have, Ajay, added 380 million bank accounts in less than 3 years. And this does not count the Paytm users or the other wallet to payments bank users. This is pure banking accounts, Jan Dhan accounts. And 380 million, by the way, is more than the population of the United States. That's been added to the banking system in less than 4 years. And so it was the benefit of technology, the benefit of Digital India, which made these bank accounts reach to the poorest. And today we have, I think, India's financial system is so dependent on this. Any new startup, any new scheme of the government, any new things that, healthcare platforms that we build, if India Stack is not integrated with it, I think it's bound to not succeed. So by design, everything has India Stack built into it. And, we'll talk about direct benefits transfers and the government platforms that are using it and how much money is getting saved. But I just want to leave it with this opening thoughts with you.
So thank you very much, Arvind. Really, the numbers are staggering and speak volumes of the progress in India. So I'll switch slightly from a different lens. Let's look at from a consumer fintech perspective. Ruth, the Paytm is a phenomenal success story, and you are emblematic of the entrepreneurship progress in India. You guys have been the pioneer in the consumer finance and innovation areas, and I must confess, in my conversation with large financial institutions in Europe, a lot of them want to emulate the Paytm model. So tell us a bit about the end-to-end horizontal ecosystem that you've built, and also the culture of innovation at the firm and how you leverage the India Stack as well.
Thanks, Ajay. Hi, everyone, and thank you, India Inc., for having us. I just want to start with the fact that, as Arvind, continuing from where Arvind left off, is the fact that the India Stack was created is actually the most beneficial thing for all digital startups possibly in the world. This is the greatest thing that a country can do for its startup ecosystem. And Paytm is is a great success because preparedness met opportunity, because that was created by the government in 2014-15 when they adopted the India Stack with identity and essentially payments with UPI as well. Subsequent to that, what we saw was that as payments became a way of life for most people, and the use case started becoming more and more sticky, we were benefited by the ability to create horizontal businesses, as you asked. So from travel, so a customer can use Paytm from morning to night, from buying his early morning breakfast, groceries, to literally paying for anything that he does in the day, taxis, shopping, petrol, toll. Toll is another great example of horizontal expansion, where machine learning was utilized, and our ability to connect to the incredible NPCI infrastructure, which Arvind mentioned is the first of its kind in the world, and possibly the best that we've seen so far. We're advising we look at a bunch of countries outside India as well, and in most of the Middle East and most of the US, Europe, I believe our ability to integrate any use case is possibly the fastest because of the India Stack that's been created. Going forward with bill payments, ease of access to customers to continue to pay, this helps the merchants as well, because they don't have to chase up. They don't have, you can create automation, which was done with direct debit transfers in Europe, but much better in India with payments which have been done through the bill payment systems. And there's not just Paytm. There are several great companies in India which are built around payments, around the India Stack, that are leveraging the India Stack to build other businesses, using intelligence, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. The most interesting part, that we see going forward in the digitization is, and as I travel, across the world, and you mentioned that a bunch of European companies want to emulate. I have not seen such a horizontal use case integration on any one single app in the world, outside possibly China, because we have been able to create smart experiences which are, and Paytm has done this possibly the most aggressively in owning all the experiences, from e-commerce to travel to rail payment. We sell the maximum number of railway tickets online through Paytm, and that was again part of the India Stack that was created because it's such a seamless experience. It's way better than the UK or the US, and considering the density of travel and the train systems that we have in India. I have seen several, and in Europe you call them neobanks. I've seen several of these that are there, but none of them have been able to create even one more use case than payments or banking. And all of them want to emulate. And so it's a great source of pride for us. And this pride is actually enabled completely by the stack that the government created. So I'll give it back to you now.
Sure.
And
sure.
Continue.
So I think I would also like you to spend half a minute on the culture of innovation at the firm. The number of use cases you are creating is phenomenal. So what is that culture you are trying to drive within the firm?
I think, I came from the financial services world, and what I was most impressed and surprised with at Paytm was how Vijay has managed, our founder Vijay Shekhar Sharma has managed to create, entrepreneurs all across. Everybody is skilled in, can be and has to be skilled in whatever comes their way. Everybody has to know the business inside out, because you don't know what will come. So even though it's a large business, last valuation is over $18 billion, we are all entrepreneurs. We all do everything that we have to do to make sure that the job gets done. And it's a very nice ownership structure. You get rewarded and recognized for what you've done. Everybody sees it. It's a very visible structure. Some of the things we did was, and internally as well, allowing people to put their hand up for any new task that comes up, and go through a process of fairly quick selection internally. And that innovation is, I think you see this across most of the big, large tech companies that we see in India, because they've adopted, and this cross-pollination of people, we get best practices. So if you see middle management at the large tech companies, Paytm, Ola, Oyo Rooms, several of these larger companies, Byju's, you see the quality of people is incredible. And it's hard to find this in even large MNCs, because we know everything and we do everything, and we're ready to do it.
Thank you very much, Rodri. Appreciate it. Vidula, can you hear us now? You were having some technology challenges, Mridula. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Wonderful, wonderful. We covered the public services lens. We covered the fintech lens. Mridula, you work for a colossal global franchise, and you will speak to the lens of corporate India. So tell us, how are corporates in India looking at digitization, and how have they benefited from the digitization initiatives underway in the country? And also give us a sense of how does India Stack or India Stack measure up against the mature markets technologies you've seen?
Okay. Thank you, Ajay. Welcome, everyone. I think both corporates and India and banks equally have been a big beneficiary of this digitization evolution which has played out in the country. If you really look at the corporates and the way they look at digitization, I would say that you can probably look at it in three parts, Ajay. One is, how do they digitize their internal processes? So what they would refer as digitizing their core and eliminating any kind of manual touch points. The second part would be, how do they engage with the banks, and how can you digitize that whole engagement? And today, most banks are able to provide multiple digital channels for the corporates to connect with them both ways. I mean, both in terms of transaction initiation and then getting information. So you have online banking, you can provide a host-to-host connectivity, or you can provide the API technology, which is real-time and instantaneous, right? And the third aspect, which I think has been the biggest beneficiary of what is happening in India, is how are corporates trying to digitize their ecosystem around them, which is their consumers, their suppliers, their vendors, and everyone who's out there, right? And that, I would say, has been a recent phenomenon that I have seen over the last couple of years. And that has been aided significantly by what is happening in the country. Today, if you see that in the payment ecosystem in India, there are multiple digital channels in which these ecosystem guys can pay the corporate or receive money from the corporate. And all of these payment systems, most of them are very simple, easy to use, and real-time, and several of them are real-time and instantaneous. So if you really look at it, the way corporates are looking at this digitization journey, it's pretty much end-to-end, front to back, back to front, wherein they are trying to not just digitize the internal processes with the banks and then going into the ecosystem at large. Now, if you just compare what is happening in India versus what is happening globally, I would say that the India faster payment stack is probably one of the finest that we have seen. Most countries, I would say, somewhere or the other are in the faster payments journey. Either they have it or they are trying to kind of introduce faster payments. But just the way the UPI stack, if I can take, for example, the way it has been built, I guess it is by far probably the best that we have seen. The request to pay capability is pretty phenomenal when it comes to ease of use and how quick and robust it is, and the interoperability. So really, if you see that most countries are in the digitization journey and in the faster payments journey, but I would say that the India stack probably has given the India faster payments a notch higher. I would rate it a notch higher as compared to the other countries. So yeah, overall, I would say, Ajay, that corporates in India have a phenomenal ecosystem that is available to them right now. And I would say that most of them are trying to leverage that to get the benefits of digitization.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mridula. And just to follow up on this one, given the size and scale of Citi, how do you see the fintech world? I mean, do you see them as a competition or a collaborator? And it will be good to get some examples from you if you've seen this sort of collaboration working, or you have Rudra also here, so there's got to be some level of symbiotic relationship. So tell us what's going on with the collaboration with fintechs.
I would say that we don't see them as adversaries at all. I think we just see them as partners and collaborators now. I guess what we've seen over the past few years is fintechs have the agility and they have the access to new technologies, and there are lots of problems out there, Ajay, which need the solution. And when you look around, some of these fintechs have smart solutions. So if you're really able to take a fintech application and embed it into a banking solution or bundle it with a banking solution, I think you can bring a phenomenal value proposition to your client. And that is exactly what Citi is trying to do. That is our philosophy globally. We have very successful partnerships with the fintech wherein we have been able to come together and co-create solutions. In fact, we have even gone ahead and invested in a in some fintech so that we can work well together. Even in India, I think we have successfully experimented with fintech partnerships and have rolled out some good solutions in the field of recon, in onboarding of suppliers, and in MISs, etc. So I see that there is numerous opportunities and potential for banks and fintechs to work together. And if you really want this whole digital transformation to get accelerated, it is important for these two forces to come together and work so that the whole digital ecosystem, can be made beneficial for corporates and consumers.
Thank you so much, Pradula. This is inspiring, and there's a lot of lessons from India for sure. I'll just switch gears and move to the subject of data. Our chairman Narendra Nilekani says India will be, data rich before it becomes sort of economically rich. So digital data are often obtained at zero marginal cost, as you've seen. It's a byproduct of the digital services and can be used by many without loss of content. And open access to data could also lower switching costs, as you've seen, in the case of Paytm and many other examples for customers, and generally foster a great deal of competition and financial inclusion. So Ruth, give us a sense of how you're monetizing data and building sort of integrated propositions for your customers. Would be good to get a lens from the fintech perspective because your business sort of hinges entirely on data.
Right. So Ajay, with and Mr. Nilekani was absolutely right that we'll be data rich. In fact, even a company like ours, which launched the wallet business, not that long ago, we have over 500 million users, do 600, 700 million monthly transactions. Probably $100 billion is going to go through our pipes this year in payments, and merchants as well. So our ability to gather data from customers is incredibly, and merchants, and we are. Our hope and goal is to enrich the entire ecosystem with this data by benefiting our users. For example, of course, the holy grail of all fintech companies is to, and everybody seems to be going in the same direction, is to start lending and become an insurance provider. If you've read recently, we've also become an insurance company now. We've got an insurance company license as well. So utilization of data can be in several areas, providing micro loans, smaller loans to individuals, understanding their user behavior. On every transaction, we can collect up to 1,000 data points on customers. And those data points can be utilized for, understanding the customer better and offering him solutions which will enable him to live his life better and easier going forward. You see, the masters of data back in the day and even now, the Americans, and they've been doing it for a long, long time. Their data is, and the utilization of data, it always has to be connected to a specific use case. So financial services companies will eventually move towards lending and insurance. Companies like in social media will move towards advertising models because that's where the data is relevant. Companies like Citi will also, because they sort of traverse the regulated path and support fintechs, they will use other fintechs data to become better lenders. And this is largely the way that the data will be utilized. Because Paytm is a full stack digital play, we have the ability to identify customers' needs based on how they interact with our platform. For example, if somebody is buying a travel ticket or an airline ticket, we have the ability to offer them suitcases to buy or hotels. But going beyond that, we have the ability to give them solutions to finance part of their travel ticket or buy travel insurance. And a lot of these things are done by travel specialists, but now with the super app world that's coming together, companies like ours possibly have the most, the richest data, which is contextualized to serve the customers better. Merchants, for example, the merchants that use our payment receiving system, we have 16 million offline merchants and growing. These guys, the amount of value that goes through our system, we have the ability to identify loan sizes, ability to repay, solvency, needs, and then going towards the merchants. If you look in the commerce space, helping larger companies, identify their distributors' needs before they arise. So, for example, let's take an Indian shoe company like Action Shoes, which is selling shoes in East India, which is cut away from India infrastructurally, because just of distance. And so let's say in Assam, they will be able to identify shoe sizes, color preferences, etc. better and stock their warehouses in, say, Calcutta in advance to replenish those stocks. We will provide that digital ecosystem and that those digital rails to help those merchants. And using the same data, those merchants can take loans from Citibank or other such banks to further help grow their business and reach other customers. In e-commerce, if a vendor from Surat wants to sell saris in Calcutta, we have the ability to identify logistics needs of that vendor and create the ability for the customer in Calcutta to see and improve his time to delivery by creating warehouse logistics abilities for the Surat vendor to store himself over there, and many such use cases. So data is going to empower our micro merchants and individual users, and of course the large guys have learned. Companies like Unilever and Procter & Gamble have already learned how to use this well, but we will give them last mile access, the long tail, which they did not have till now, by using our payment solution better. And I can go on and on because this is what this.
This is such an exciting topic, right? So I'll just switch gears and move to the public area, welfare area. Arvind, how is data being used for the greater public good? I mean, also give us a sense of how you leverage user data for public services and how it helped, especially during the time of COVID. So any sort of examples, any sort of anecdotes would be very useful, but the data lens is what I'm looking for.
So Ajay, let me just say that if companies like Citibank, Paytm, and all the other startups, they are all data and digital companies today. They basically are leveraging data for making the businesses. I think the biggest holder of data today is the Indian government. We are a data billionaire more than anybody else. The government has a fiduciary responsibility of managing this data very well and using it very well. To answer your question, let me give you one example, and this applies both to COVID and otherwise. India using data about citizens and where they consume, the PDS patterns, and who's entitled to the various schemes of Government of India. First of all, removed about 80 million fakes and ghosts from different welfare schemes of India. 80 million. This is a very high number. And then using data, we were able to create what is called an entitlement engine to give better, and using really artificial intelligence to give better matching of what welfare schemes you are entitled to, and matching those with what you should get, and then of course digitally enrolling you. One of the such programs is the direct benefits transfer that you hear a lot about. While we have the corporate examples and the startup examples, I think one of the biggest beneficiaries why the government created this public infrastructure, the core reason was to save itself money also. So the government has actually transferred over $150 billion over the last 2-3 years using the direct benefits transfer system. Now, what this does is uses data to ensure the right benefits are going to the right set of people. They're pushed to their bank accounts using what is called the Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile Trinity. So, basically we know from a database who is entitled, their mobile number using UPI. We know the bank account. We transfer the money directly into their bank account, simply put, and the money goes directly to them. No intermediaries. Completely the benefit of disintermediation of the internet is really at play. What used to be 85% lost in transit is now 100%, and this is what the PM talked about this afternoon, that people who are entitled receive all the 100 rupees that they're entitled to. The $100 move from the government coffers, $100 reach the end user, and then they are able to use that money. Relevant to the COVID times, the PDS system, the DBT system was put to use. And when migrants or people otherwise impacted by COVID, they were given a certain welfare program called the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. They had to be, they didn't have to sign up a form or enroll in a scheme or say, hey, I am entitled to this. automatically we use data analytics to identify which is the vulnerable sector of the section of the society, and money was pushed into their bank accounts in 2 days. And on the other side, they used either the postal banks of India or the offline citizen service centers, the common service centers, to withdraw money, and if at all they needed to withdraw, and go buy groceries or buy make sure that they have things for their livelihood. Similarly, the government used the PDS system, the public distribution system, to push food grains, to push the rations into every household. More than 800 million people in India, 200 million families have been impacted during the COVID times without leaving, without coming to a government office or interacting with a government officer in a push system, rather than going and queuing up, which is what we saw in the rest of the world, that people were queuing up for food coupons or unemployment benefits. Nothing of that sort.
Well, that's outstanding sort of how it's leveraging data. Okay, so look, I think I've got a time check warning as well now, so I'll just try and Mridula, we had so much to offer from the corporate lens on the data. I'll probably have to skip that, but just a bit of closing comments from my side. And first of all, thank you, Mridula, Arvind, Rudra, for your extraordinary perspectives on how the digital infrastructure or the India stack of identity, payments, and data are turbocharging growth in the public and welfare systems in India, the fintechs and the corporate world combined, right? It's just on one entity, it's across sectors. And I'll conclude by saying that the Digital India is a resounding success story, and it truly offers a representative model of how various policy reforms, coupled with sort of population scale digital infrastructure, can solve many of the challenges of inclusive development and progress. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you guys, and thank you very much to the audience as well. And let's stay in touch, and appreciate your time. And Ben, thank you to you as well, and thank you to India Week.
Thank you.
It's really great to hear your thoughts there, and thank you to your panel there. Really interesting as far as digital payments are concerned, and we're going to continue that theme. We're going to talk about finances, but India's place on the global map when it comes to manufacturing. We're going to talk about that next with a panel of guests, so do stay with us for India Global Week.
Manoj Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Hello to you, welcome back to this next session of India Global Week. Wherever in the world you are watching, you are very welcome, and thank you for your comments, thoughts and suggestions so far today for the sessions we've held already. Remember, keep them coming in. Either use the question and answer box on the page, or you can use the hashtag #BeTheRevival, a reminder there at the top right of your screen. Now, we've talked about finances, we've talked about technology, we've talked about COVID, but let's talk about India's place on the world manufacturing map. The COVID crisis, of course, throwing supply routes, import and export routes into sharp focus. Some countries, it appears, are overly dependent on others for their supplies and their imports, and so now many companies are also recognizing the need to diversify their risk, to rebalance where they get their raw materials, supplies or components from. Now, India is pretty well placed to be able to attract some of that new business. So can the country rise to the challenge? Can it fill the demands of firms that are looking to move away from China and perhaps set up elsewhere? So the man to lead us through this next discussion is Alpesh Patel. He's International Trade's Global Entrepreneur Director at Dealmaker. Alpesh, as always, it's good to see your familiar face. You're going to introduce your panel and I'll hand over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ben. The expertise with which you talked about India, you could be Indian. Right, now we're going to have Josh join us shortly, but first I'll introduce the other two panel members. We've got Bala, who is head of the corporate bank Citi for South Asia. He's also been instrumental in ensuring corporate business houses and public sector corporations, MNCs, get access to the kinds of capital that they need to grow. Over his 22 years of banking, he has managed a corporate loan book of $25 billion. And if India is going to be a big manufacturing hub, he's going to be called on to serve in that capacity even more so. I also have Dr. Mukesh Aghi out from Washington, who is Chief Executive and member of the board at L&T Infotech, where he helped expand their business worldwide. He was founding CEO of Universitas 21 Global, the world's largest consortium of research-led universities, and they'd certainly be needed if we're going to see India as a global manufacturing hub. He was also the president of IBM India as well, and has won many awards for leadership, including the JRD Tata Leadership Award. And Josh, fantastic to see you take your seat. Hopefully you'll be able to hear us as well. Let me introduce you as well. Josh is the managing director and country head for one of the largest electronic firms, one we'll all have heard of. It's $200 billion in revenues. Under his stewardship, it's expanded phenomenally. Josh is also on the Prime Minister's Council of Industry Advisors as well. And all the panel members, experts clearly in this. I'm going to start off, if I might, with Mukesh. The first question I'm going to ask each of you in turn, but Mukesh, first of all, with you. So how does it happen? How does India become that manufacturing hub? How do we overcome the perceptions people might have from outside of India that it's not ready? And if it is ready, where do we start from outside of India? Which are the best places in India to begin looking at manufacturing there?
Alpesh, the global scenario post-COVID, we see a shift taking place. In every boardroom discussion I've had, they're talking about China plus one strategy itself. So I think number one is almost large companies are looking at a backup to China. That's one. Two is we believe that US companies will not abandon China. They will keep on manufacturing in China for the Chinese market itself, but look for other alternatives. And India does become a potential environment for that. We have done analysis, studies, and made recommendations to the government of India if they want to attract these companies to come in instead of manufacturing, then they have to do so many things in order to make them much more conducive. For example, ease of doing business. It is critical that India's environment shifts and it's much more easy. And when I say ease of doing business, it's not just about permits and license, it's about moving logistically, the ports clearance timeline, land rights, labor laws, and definitely India recently brought down the manufacturing corporate tax down to a much lower level. So I think we see the momentum picking up. Is it there? No. I think India has to do much more to bring that confidence. You know, for example, I would say it is important India has a policy predictability because it changes dramatically without consultation and it sends the wrong message to the manufacturing companies. So I think there's a series of things we have recommended government of India, but India does have the potential. It is an attractive market, both from a manufacturing perspective and from an internal domestic sales also.
Thank you, and I'll pick up on some of those themes as we progress. Bala, same question to you. Where do we begin from your perspective to make India that manufacturing hub? And if people are from outside the world looking at it right now, where would you tell them to start?
So Alpesh, as you know, Citi is a global bank and we are present in more than 100 different countries. And if you look at the large corporates that we deal with, we have relationships for over 12,000 companies across the world, right? And my team and myself, we are part of the corporate bank. And as part of our remit, we actually work very closely with these multinational corporates across the world. And recently what we have started doing in the last 18 odd months is like we have been interacting with government extensively. Some of the points that, Mukesh talked about is something that, we as a feedback, take it from these multinational companies and pass it on to the government. If you look at India and if you look at the last few years, I think there are several success stories in India of multinational companies really prospering in this country. If you take examples of the Dutch Anglo company, Hindustan Unilever, I think it's more an Indian name than a Brit or a Dutch name. If you look at Maruti Suzuki, a Japanese company, many parts of India believe that that's actually an Indian company, right? So there are several success stories, including the likes of Xiaomi, which is a new age company, Foxconn that I've got friend Josh also in the. So I think there is a lot of good work that India has done in the last several years. I think the question is, with the developing situation around the trade war between US and China, there is clearly potential for us to do more. And I think what we are doing to basically make sure that we are showcasing India as a potential opportunity is we have done a series of road shows over the last several weeks across the key FDI destinations, which are a big investor into the country, to try and showcase India and the changing face of India and how India can actually be one country which can be part of the China plus one strategy. And honestly, if you ask me, the receptivity is very, very strong. People fully appreciate the fact that it's a very large market, it's a very young demographic, it's a big consuming population. The income levels are steadily increasing by the year. And if you have to put a business in India, you basically need to innovate products which are specific to the local requirement, which is the recipe for a long-term success for any businesses in India. And that's something that many multinationals are fully aware of, and they're actually thinking about that when they look at India's story.
Thank you. And again, I'll pick up on some of those themes as we go through. Josh, to you. Again, this issue of India becoming a leader, what do you see as the biggest obstacles at the moment and how do we overcome them?
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. And I think I have to say that I'll echo many things Bala said. In many ways, India is already a global manufacturing hub. Matter of fact, my previous employer, Nokia, we used to deliver to 110 countries almost 10 years ago. We were delivering mobile phones. We were making about 7 mobile phones a second, back when. So we had a global supply base. The cost was very competitive globally. So And so really, it's already been done. And then Bala quoted a few more examples, which I also echo. Now, that said, I have to say that, to truly becoming a global hub, I feel that companies need to, I'll pick on what Bala said about local products, local design capability. I think it's three elements. I think you need to have design, product integration capability in India. You need to have manufacturing supply chain, which I think is there, at least in our space in electronics. And the government has focused a lot on it. And the third, which is something which India started out well in the 70s and 80s, and then kind of lost track, was the entire capital goods, like the equipment, the process instrumentation, the tooling, to support this industry. So the three items: design, manufacturing, supply chain, and these capital goods, is something which we have been talking in the government task force on how we should in a way drive. Now, the good news is that the government is being the new income tax for manufacturing is extremely low, which is 17%, which I think is attractive. At least in our sector, there was a trilogy of schemes, as I call it, PLI, SPECS, and EMC2. There were three schemes rolled out recently by the Honorable Minister for IT and Electronics.
I think we might have lost your connection at that point. Let me move in that case to Mukesh. You've frozen Josh just as you were getting to the nub of it. Mukesh, if I might turn to you, which parts of India do you see are moving ahead for manufacturing, are leading the way on ease of doing business? Obviously, you're in the States. You're up the tables when it comes to ease of doing business. You've got that insight. We want India to be like an America or like a United Kingdom when it comes to ease of doing business. Which parts of India are you seeing are leading the way that some of our viewers might want to focus on when they're looking at toe dipping into India?
Well, there are many parts of India which have taken the lead. Let's look at the Chennai, which is considered the Detroit of India. A lot of auto components, auto manufacturing coming along. You look at Hyderabad, which has become more of an aerospace center for manufacturing. You look at Noida, other areas, which is becoming more of our telecommunication, smartphone manufacturing. So what we are seeing is different pockets coming up. And what's fascinating is every state at the moment is competing with other state to put in better incentive for companies to come in, to make it easier for them to be able to facilitate their manufacturing in those environments. So we are seeing for the first time in the last, I would say, many years, that states are competing. In fact, we deal with them on a daily basis. They're coming, we're doing webinars for them from the US side. So I think every different states, different environment, but they all are competing, vying for the US companies, European companies come in, set up manufacturing in their geographies itself.
Yeah. And I certainly know from the UK government's perspective as well, we've been very keen to see British companies not just export, but have those manufacturing bases. Bala, same question to you. Where are you, Citibank, you're going to get a lot of data. Where are you seeing companies doing the best, and what's particularly catching your attention?
So you like it or not, the way the industries are getting spread across the country is more in a cluster form. So to just pick on to the point that Mukesh talked about, there are certain states which are attracting certain type of industries, not by choice, but then the fact that one industry came in and then there was a herd mentality where others in the same industry started coming in. So Hyderabad, for instance, is a very large pharmaceutical and healthcare base for the country. And a lot of products that they manufacture is not only for India, but actually gets exported out of Hyderabad into multiple locations across the world. Automobile, Chennai and in and around TN is where there is a reasonable global OEMs which have presence there. And the beauty there is that once the OEM comes in, they basically get in the entire supply chain along with them. So there are two broad hubs, I would say. One is Gurgaon, with Maruti being there for more than 40 years. and Chennai off late in the last 20, 25 years, where you have a bunch of manufacturing coming in. Then you move into IT, then you move into aviation, then you move into power. So there are different clusters that is formed. So the point is that, there are obviously some states, especially in the eastern part of the country, the northeastern part of the country, and the central in central India, which basically today is lost out. And I really don't understand why, for the simple reason that if you look at the mineral resources that is present in the country, majority of it is in and around eastern India, right? So I would expect that, any large metals and mining company which is looking at putting a base in India should ideally be coming there. Of course, there are issues around environment, there are issues around labor productivity, there are issues around trade unionism. But one thing that is very clear, Alpesh, and which is something that, a trend that we are seeing across each and every state that, we interact or deal with, is governments are being very, very open to try and see as, one of the few things that they're not doing well. And Niti Aayog, for instance, off late has started putting a lot of stats about different states out in the public domain. And this is basically to name and shame states which are not doing that well, right? So eventually, I think every state will find its own core mojo and will try and figure out as, what's the best industry that, they can attract. But my personal view is that, there is a lot of work that has happened on that front.
Josh, welcome back. Same question to you. Let me just repeat it in case you missed it, which is which parts of India are leading the way? So if I'm from outside India looking at where to go, who's really accelerating away? Where's going to be easier for me to consider manufacturing?
So Alpesh, I think I'll say that 15 years ago when I came back to India, we had very few choices. Today there are many more choices, and it really depends on the criteria for your business. I mean, it depends on why your market entry into India is. For some of us, airport logistics may be an important criteria for in and out air freight. Seaport logistics may be an important criteria, right? So that would, in a way, drive a lot of, or in a way, eliminate a few spots, for you. If internal truck logistics is something which is important. So I really feel that I would not say that that there is good states and bad states. However, I have to say that the states with which we have had experiences in, the support has been brilliant. Tamil Nadu has been brilliant the last 15 years. I've been here. The state of Andhra Pradesh has been fantastic. We have excellent support. There. Sri City is located in the southern tip of Andhra Pradesh, and we've had a lot of investment which has gone there. And so there are many other states as well, which have been coming in. As Bala was alluding to, I think this comparative thing has really made all the states in a way be a little bit more proactive in reaching out to investors outside and offering the right kind of support for manufacturers to come inside. So
yeah. I should also mention 40 years ago, I used to stand by my father's side as he started manufacturing dyes in Gujarat, and today the company is listed on the Mumbai Stock Exchange, and I can tell you it's in the 80s it was a hell of a lot harder than it is today. So I'm going to give a shout out to my home state of Gujarat as well. Mukesh, you've got the ear now on this platform of Indian government officials, but also you represent a lot of businesses, and you've got the voice of those businesses. So what's the first message? What's the most important message? The one message you'd want to give the Indian government in specifics? What's the one thing they can do, which they're not doing, to help boost manufacturing in India?
One message is policy predictability. It's important that there is a set policies which are lasting rather than being turned overnight, which has an impact on long-term investment. When we talk to companies here, they're looking at billions of dollars of investment. One of the crying need to always say is, why does India keep on changing policy, flip-flopping all the time? And I'll give you a classic example. We encourage a lot of companies to invest in Andhra Pradesh. And change of government, they cancel everything. That sends a wrong message to the investors. Politics are internal. Let's leave it to internal. Make sure they don't impact international investors. And we have a hard time trying to convince them again, hey, listen, that's the right state to go in. It's the best state to go invest. If you shift that and there's no sanctity of contract, then it sends a wrong message. So I think policy predictability is very, very critical if you're going to attract long-time investors into the country.
That's fantastic advice. Thank you. Bala, same thing to you. Represent a lot of business. You see a lot of stuff. What's the one message you would send to the government, the one thing they've got to get right?
So, Alpesh, that's a very good question. And, consistency in approach is something that, Mukesh actually talked about. That is the #1 pain point for most of the investors who are coming into the country. The second one that, we keep hearing almost from every investor is around the fact that the single window approach. And they basically look at examples in ASEAN, because China is in a completely different world in that aspect. And to quote a parallel that, I hear from most clients is that, India, assuming you go and talk to the ministers at the central government level and you get approvals and you get clearance for doing everything right. If you're lucky, between the time you get that approval and you actually put the first stone for building a factory, it takes 18 months, right? Because in that 18 months, you need to basically reach out to the state government, you need to reach out to the local bodies, you need to reach out to the municipal authorities, and a bunch of different stakeholders that you need to engage, which is actually really painful and frustrating. Because the moment there is multiple touch points, obviously, like India being what India is, there is obviously leakages and other demands, etc., which completely frustrates the global investors. So I think a single window approach where you have a relationship person or a relationship manager, as we call it in the bank, who's responsible, who takes it as his own individual ownership and delivers end to end, is something that India should really look at to fast track some of these investment decisions.
Thank you. And I know Manoj's team will be taking this back to the PM's office. Josh, same question to you. What's the one thing the government needs to do?
I have to say, Bala, that to be very honest, many of the states and a body like Invest India have done a brilliant job in this hand-holding and creating the single window clearance. So I would really say that in the past 15 years, I've been back in India. I think massive improvement. Even 15 years ago, back in the state of Tamil Nadu, I've had fantastic support, right? I guess part of the challenges is businesses knowing how to navigate India. You just cannot bring your mindset from anywhere else, right? Now, I will say something very differently, regarding what I will take back to the government is India truly has, I think, a very, very good potential, to be a global manufacturing hub. And this is what we believe in the task force. And the reason is because India has true vertical integration capabilities. India has design capabilities in bits and pieces. It's not together. It's not like product integration. India does have a manufacturing supply capability. Automotive industry is a great example. The electronics industry is starting to be a great example, and I can name many more industries. The machine tool industry, the tooling, yes, can be improved. Automotive is doing pretty okay there as well. So my only message to the Indian government is that set your ambitions a little higher. So and I think goes back to what Mukesh says. And I think when you set your ambition, your bar a little higher, then your policy consistency, all these things fall into place. So, India should think like India and not like a much smaller country. And I think it's that will really set India, for the 21st century. And I really believe it is possible. And that would be the message I would take back.
Yeah, and I think the timing may well be right with COVID as well, as the world is looking towards India as a hub. Mukesh, you've got a lot of members, business members. Where do they start? and I'm going to ask the other two members as well the same question. They're watching this, they're listening to this, they're thinking to themselves, right, we want to enter India. Where do they start? They can, of course, go to the embassy. They can go to the local state government. Where else should they be looking to begin their journey? They could go to Citi, of course, Citibank as well. Which other organizations?
Well, I think it's important. Where is the trust and comfort level as a starting point? If it's with your banker, go to your banker. If it's with your consulting company, go to your consulting company. And if you want to go, every state today has a organization which is focused on attracting investment. So reach out to them directly. If not, go talk to Foxconn, for example. Understand what is the experience in India. What are the roadblocks and hurdles they went through? What is their advice? So I think there are multiple choices. There's no one touch point. I think make sure that you're talking to multiple touch points and get the best advice and move forward.
Okay, thank you, Bal. Same question to you. Organizations, names, specifics you can give where somebody listening to this can say, right, this is on my checklist. This is what I got to get my team to look into.
So, Alpesh, I will take example of Foxconn, right? When Foxconn wanted to come into India, the first port of call was Citi. And I would love to get that calls from many, many, many more multinationals who are coming into the country. That aside, I think it is very important that, you need to approach the right person so that, then they can help you navigate the government, the Reserve Bank in some cases, which was the need for even Foxconn. And as Josh mentioned a short while back, there are two bodies in government which is very, very forward-looking, and they are absolutely open to having any discussion with any investor. One is Invest India, again, and Sri Alinma who runs that, and the other is Niti Aayog, right? These are two bodies which are basically think tank and who are tasked with the responsibility of trying to showcase India as an investment destination and to understand issues and try and see as to how that needs to be navigated. So I think a bunch of multinational banks as well as some of these government bodies are always there who can be the first port of call.
Bala, if they're of sufficient size, how do they get hold of you?
I will share. Actually, we have a vertical which is called the multinational. We call it the global subsidiaries group, right? What it means is any MNC company which has operations anywhere in the world, and they are looking at, maybe they're just looking to talk to someone to know more about India. I think this group is basically responsible for that. So they will handle them right from the initial stage, including getting an RBI approval or whatever the case may be, or liaising with the government, all the way to getting the money and starting the plan. So we will share the contact with you.
Thank you very much. Now that's incredibly useful. Josh, same question to you. Where should the port of call be? What's on the checklist if I'm a corporate looking at manufacturing in India?
I mean, I would, I think, see most people have a pretty good due diligence process, which they follow, and then I would definitely use the network they already have comfort with, and the US, the India consulates are in fact a great comfort in the countries. But I would, in the last couple of years, I would really say. Deepak Ji of Invest India has put together a phenomenal team, and his team is, I think it's the most hardworking bunch I've encountered working. They are in touch with all the state governments. As I said, many of the state governments are now extremely proactive, and all of them have a single window, investment team. And so things, I would really say Invest India would be a great choice to start with. But I would say also use your network. If you do have a known network, somebody you trust, then I would say you can start with that as well.
Thank you very much, gents. I'm sure, like me, you've got 15 other web conferences today alone to do. So with that, I'm going to thank each of you, Josh, Mukesh, Bala. Thank you very much for your invaluable advice, and of course, India Inc. for hosting all of this. And I'll give a shout out to say, as well as the organizations you've mentioned, people should look at the Department for International Trade if you're UK based as well, when you're looking at where to set up those manufacturing bases in India. Gentlemen, thank you all very much. I'm going to hand back to Ben at 13:30 UK time on the dot. How's that for timing, Ben?
Alpesh, in all the time we've worked together, I think that's the only time you've finished spot on. I am grateful.
You're right.
Alpesh, thank you. News you can use from Alpesh there as well. Thanks, Alpesh, and all your panel. Really interesting chat. And there's so much more to talk about, but Alpesh is right. A busy session for all of us, and I'm sure many of us flitting between those channels now to make sure that they're watching the session that is right for them. Remember, there are 2 streams running for India Global Week today. There will be 3 tomorrow and at the end of the week, but much more still to come. Stay with us here at India Global Week.
Hey Ben, this is BVK here. You got the full panel on.
Manoj Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Hello to you all, welcome back to our next session for India Global Week. So far today on this stream we've certainly talked about all sorts of key issues, not least the response to COVID. We've looked at the future of financial payments, we've talked about manufacturing and positioning India at the heart of the world's manufacturing base. And now let's talk a little more about financing, because I think it's widely acknowledged that we're in the 1990s, 2000s, India maybe fell behind a little bit as that shift in manufacturing moved to Asia. And that was predominantly because it didn't have the capital investment to really cash in on the geopolitical advantages that India is able to offer. So has anything really changed, and where does India figure now as far as global investment is concerned? And what should it be doing to make sure that investment that is moving around the world comes to India? In our next panel, we're going to look at what reforms are needed to modernise and create more robust financial markets. I'm really pleased to welcome BVK, former partner at KKR and former chief executive at KKR India Financial Services, who's going to introduce his panel for the next 30 minutes or so and explain a little more about how we can modernise India's financial system to make sure it's well placed to attract the investment that's needed.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben. And welcome everyone. Welcome to the panel as well. Let me start with a quick round of introductions to the friends in the panel. First up is Nilesh Shah. Nilesh is the Managing Director of Kotak Mahindra Asset Management Company, a very well-known figure in the Indian financial markets. Welcome, Nilesh. Good to have you. Then we have Professor Anant Narayan, an ex-colleague from Citi. Anant is an additional director nominated by the RBI on the board of Yes Bank, amongst many other directorships Citi holds. Previously with Standard Chartered Bank and also with Citigroup, a financial markets veteran. Welcome, Anant. We've got Mr. Sunil Mehta. Sunil is the Chief Executive for the Indian Banks Association and previously served as the MD and CEO for Punjab National Bank. Very seasoned banker with 37 years of rich experience. Then we've got Badri Nibas. Badri is the Head of Markets and Securities Services for Citi South Asia. Prior to this, Badri was the Country Treasurer and Head of Trading and Local Markets for Citi in India. Welcome everyone. It's a very interesting discussion, as we all know, and many times we keep discussing this topic even away from this conference, as many of you know. So to preface the discussion today, why is it important to reform India's financial sector? And many of us know that pre-COVID-19, this sector was already in some sort of bother, right? When you look at banks, which is 70% of India's credit markets, they were just coming out of a phase of accumulation of non-performing loans and getting rid of some of them, not all of them. And now we've got COVID. So as you move from here, there's going to be more non-performing loans, maybe now even in the retail sector. Previously, we saw it in the corporate sector. So when India needs banks to lend most, are they really capable of lending? That's the key question as far as banks are concerned. Now, when you look at non-bank finance companies, NBFCs, NBFCs have taken market share from banks between 2014 and 2019 to grow to almost 20% of India's credit markets. And that was thanks to a lot of capital that flew into NBFCs and that resulted in a growing balance sheet. And towards the last couple of years, we've also seen that they've got a lot of issues of their own. We've got many issues starting with the IL&FS crisis of 2018. And today we are at a state where many NBFCs can't access leverage for their own financing, forget lending more. Right? A lot of them pull back from corporate lending. Then you shift to mutual funds who amongst the ecosystem are probably better at the margin, But having said which, they also have seen themselves in a little bit of bother with some credit issues in the past few months, including illiquidity in corporate bonds, resulting in lack of ability to redeem their investor calls at some points in time. Then you've got pensions and insurance, the long savings firms, who've never really been a part of the Indian bond market, frankly, because the government preempts all the savings for funding its own balance sheet. So that's in a nutshell the Indian system, which is clearly in a spot of bother. So really at this context, obviously the other aspect is, are we attracting enough international capital to augment the local financial system? That's the other question in front of us. Because unless a lot of this is resolved and we go out of trouble first and then cater to India's growing aspirations, how do we really get out of the current environment and in some ways find solutions for both the corporate sector, the manufacturing sector and the financial sector? That's really the bunch of questions that we have in front of us. So why don't we start with Anand? And Anand, you've seen the markets for a few decades now. So as you see it in the current context, what should be the objectives when we talk of financial sector reforms in India? Let's start with that. Anand, you're in mute, I think.
Yeah, thanks a lot, BVK. Really appreciate. And thank you to India Incorporated. You guys are doing a fantastic job. When you talked about several decades, I'm not that old, BVK. Let's start with that. But in terms of objectives for the ecosystem, look, overall, we want jobs and growth for India. We have an aspirational young population, and we have to achieve a lot of growth to go into a middle-income country and eventually achieve our immense economic potential. That's where we are starting with, right? So let's start top down. To achieve that, we require a couple of things to happen. One is we need loads of investments to create jobs, investments to create output, and have this virtuous cycle of investment, jobs, and consumption going through, right? In order to achieve that, you also absolutely need a financial services ecosystem that's capable of financing that particular investment cycle, and so that growth and jobs and output can kind of come about, right? And it's a long haul. You know, we are fond of comparing ourselves with China. In the case of China, domestic credit is nearly 2.5 times GDP. In the case of India, it's about a third of that as a percentage of GDP. We have a long way to go. So when we set objectives for our financial services ecosystem, it's not just about survival. It's not just enough if we are getting by. We have to be fit, ready, proper, and ready for a sprint and a marathon. So it's about not just surviving, it's about getting really healthy and fit, right? Now, what's coming in the way of us achieving substantial growth in credit? You know, we talk about ability and willingness of borrowers. I think we've got to look at ability and willingness of lenders as well. What's coming in the way of that for our ecosystem? Lots of things. First off, there is an overhang of NPAs, non-performing assets, which is burdening the ecosystem, right? This was there even before COVID-19 started, and now that's going to get even worse. Very tough for a system that's burdened with this huge burden to actually start sprinting. So you need a solution for that. IBC is great, NCLT is great, but given the sheer size of the NPAs, we need a one-time solution to kind of go on with that. Which means you have to recognize, you have to recapitalize, you have to reform, and you have to essentially recover the loans as they come along, right? Second, once that's done, you also need a lot of reforms to come through, right? You can't have the same cycle of lend, pretend, and extend to continue, which means you need banking sector reforms, we need governance reforms, and we need market reforms, particularly secondary market reforms to come along as well. It's not just about the financial sector. Closely linked to the financial sector, we also have several real sectors which are dragging down the financial sector. You know, the real estate sector, the power sector, telecom, airline and shipping, micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. Those need real solutions as well to solve their chronic stresses. And then I'll revert back to the original point. Once you have a financial ecosystem which is unburdened and now fit to grow again, you will still need that ease of investments so that there are opportunities for the financial services ecosystem to actually lend and create jobs and output. It sounds like a boil the ocean agenda, but genuinely, BVK, I think there are solutions available to each of these aspects. No reason why we can't go about doing them given what we are in right now, and therefore achieve our immense economic potential.
Agree, that's a great way to put it. I think why don't we go to Mr. Mehta to extend the discussions on banking. So Mehta, you've seen obviously this sector again for a few decades now, and we all know that we are today in a spot of serious bother. Tried to come out of it, but still very much there. So to Anand's point, when you think about it, what do you feel needs to be done? Let's start with the issues surrounding NPAs. It'd be great to get your thoughts on that. So first we get done with the trouble, then get to the next topic of growth.
So, well, I'll just subscribe to what Mr. Anand said. Yes, there is a need for recapitalization. There's a need for recognition. There's a need for reforms. And I must share with you that our country has really undertaken all the three of them during the last decade. If you see the recapitalization bonds, which are the way the public sector banks were recapitalized, it was a clear intention on the part of the government to bring the strength into the banking system. Then the recognition which happened that earlier, the problem which was mounting up post 2008 crisis in the entire world, that problem of the credit was growing at a very faster speed, say 15 to 20% for a 5-6 consecutive years. And then there's a problem came when it reached to a point where they started declining. So in 2016 and 15-16, the NP recognition, the first asset quality review was started. So which started a big step in the form of a recognition of the NPS. And with that, the requirement of the capital came and the government came out with the capitalization norm. And the major reform which has come into this segment is IBC. I think if you must be fully aware that IBC is really a game changer into the entire banking landscape. It has become a very major deterrent to the corporates for default. So that is trying to bring in a financial discipline into the financial ecosystem and the especially about the corporates. It has brought provisions like Section 29A, which empowers that the present owner of the corporate may not be able to sustain it, may not be able to retain it if they do not comply with the requirement, if they do not pay back their dues, and then it can be sold out to different. And a lot of such cases has happened. For example, Bhushan Steel is a live example, SR Steel is a live example. So similar such cases. So this is first time in the history of India that such big size of corporates have changed hands just because of the default on the part of them or to the banks. So that has given a very strong messages. These number of cases may be less, but that deterrent effect will be widespread. Every corporate will now think that if they default, then they have a chance of losing their corporate that may be shifted to somebody else. So the positive feature reform that has already come. Now going forward, I think the regulators are thinking through to how to come out with the new legislation. Now SEBI has come out with certain changes into their legislation. They have made investment into a stressed company little easier. Earlier the issues were valuations at which they can offer the equity. Now instead of 26 weeks average, they have come down to 2 weeks average. So that 2 weeks average really makes it a sensible thing, and that too weighted average. It's not something that is an absolute average. So for a stressed company to mobilize equity from the market is become a better, easier option. So it will definitely attract the investments. Then the another aspect which is enabler and is RBI regulator has prescribed that okay, in case a company goes into stress, within 1 month of its stress, the bankers are supposed to have an intercreditor agreement to come out for a resolution. The basic requirement for this intercreditor agreement is so that resolution can happen faster. And they have created a timeline of 180 days. 180 days, you have to bring out a resolution. If you are not able to bring out a resolution, you should go to IBC for getting resolution. And if you don't go to IBC, the bankers are penalized by 20% incremental provision for the first year, for the first half, and then maybe 365 days if they are not able to resolve, then they may have to incremental 15% as a provision. So all these things are now creating a greater environment and discipline among borrowers, among bankers also, because they know if we do not take a resolution with that time, they may have an incremental provisioning requirement. So I think entire enablers are now being created in the form of IBC, in the form of a regulatory release and a regulatory incentive, and in the form of changes into the mindset of the corporates. and this is clearly reflected into the declining gross NPA ratios of the banks. I think the ratios which were earlier in the higher range have come down to below 10% during the up to 2019, and now actually this COVID has come, so some challenges may again come. But the trend because of these enablers was really positive, and this recognition has really helped the bank. If you see the provision coverage ratios of the Indian banking system, I think this is one of the highest. Somewhere it is in the range of 75 to 80%. So 75 to 80% provision coverage ratio clearly indicate their capability to absorb the loss, because even if a resolution happens at the 20% of the cost, there will not be any stress on their balance sheet. Right. So a large number of reforms have already come, and I think that is paving the way for proving as a deterrent for the fresh NPL formulation.
Got it. Yes, we've come a long way on the banking side, and I guess we'll come back to banks in just a minute. Why don't we shift now to capital markets, Nilesh? And you've been part of many different bond markets companies, some along with us, some away from us over the past several years. Right? We've all been thinking, how do we expand the bond markets to be a meaningful part of credit extension in India? Still, it is a economy that is over-reliant on banks, and bonds, especially secondary trading, remains highly illiquid. So in your experience, and especially putting the current environment in context on the one side, and on the other side, to prevent recurrence of issues where we go back to reliance on banks, what do you feel are key reforms that can be undertaken at this time?
Hi, BVK. Actually, we don't have to do much thing. There was a Dr. R.H. Patil committee report which was prepared in late 90s. Many of their suggestions are still not implemented. As Anand fondly says, that his hairs have gone, but those recommendations have not yet come through. And slowly I am also reaching Anand's category. The real challenge for us is the ability to experiment. And I'll give you a very simple story about interest rate future, and that probably narrates why bond market in India has not become deeper. So the first interest rate future was introduced based on zero coupon curve, saying that theoretically this is the best way of managing or calculating bond prices. There's no debate about it that zero coupon is better, but the whole market was trading on yield to maturity. We took 3 years to rectify that YTM can also be used for interest rate futures. When YTM came, we failed to consider that there is on-the-run security and there is off-the-run security. There is benchmark security and there is non-benchmark security. We equated benchmark and non-benchmark, on-the-run and off-the-run equally. Again, market didn't trade in IRF. Another 3 years passed by. We recognized that yes, market has this concept about on the run and off the run. So we said, fair enough, we will do it, but all the settlement has to be in terms of delivery by security and not by cash. Again, 3 years passed by. Now we have come to cash settlement on YTM, including benchmark and non-benchmark. But we then forget that trading requires two sides. You require buyer as well as seller. So to bankers, we have said that you only have to hedge, and to others, you have said that you can do both kind of trading. But then we realized that mutual funds will probably start trading. So we said you need to have a correlation in your portfolio. In my equity portfolio, I am allowed to short index against portfolio of stock, even though it is proven that the correlation between stocks and index could be significantly lower. Unfortunately, on my bond portfolio, where there is a significantly higher correlation to benchmark security, I need to have correlation coefficient of more than 90%. Net over the last 15 years, every step we have taken is against the market wisdom, market convention, and which is why the product has not taken off. I think what we need is implement Dr. R.H. Patil committee recommendation of the mid-90s, and also some of the committees which have come thereafter. There will be some steps which will succeed, some measures which will fail, but so be it. Success and failure is part of the market. I think if we can bring that mindset that success and failure both will work, and we will be open to markets' wisdom and suggestion and conventions, I think Indian bond markets can be developed.
Yeah, that's very, very well put and a very clear thing to follow. Committee report all laid out. Why don't we shift from there to talk about international capital flows, Badri? And I think given the lens of an international bank, India has obviously been in an environment where capital flows globally, there's been a lot of liquidity. So question is, has India attracted sufficient liquidity, or can India do more in terms of moving this multifold from where we are in the past?
Yeah, thanks, VVK, and good afternoon, good evening to everyone. If you look at how we've done, I would categorize it as a mixed performance. Purely looking at the numbers, we probably have attracted about 6% of the total global portfolio flows over the last decade, which is ballpark around the same share of the GDP in the EM world, 5 to 6% for us. But if you just peel it a little bit, it is heavily skewed towards equity. On the equity side, we probably got about 17% of the flows by our estimate over the last decade. And on the debt side, it's probably 2%, which is really the larger pool. So if you look at it in some ways, you could argue that we have actually leveraged the global equity pool with our domestic savings doing the heavy lifting of financing the private and public debt in India and effectively keeping nominal rates very high, right? Which is why I would call the performance as quite mixed. So clearly, it's a great opportunity for us because there is, as you said, in the post-GFC, it looks like there is a big expansionary policy, monetary policy everywhere, ZERP going on, and therefore there is a big surge of capital pool available, which is finding, or seeking home for investments. From our own perspective, Citi estimates of the kind of savings investment gap that we have probably over the next 5 years as we push towards a 5 trillion economy is somewhere in the range of over $600 billion. So there is a need from our point of view. There is a supply available. So in a sense, it's really therefore, creating that ability to attract the flows, right? And go forward, what do you think we can do? I would put it in 3 pillars or 3 buckets that we need to focus on. One is obviously have an enabling policy framework, which has a start point of an intent to say that, hey, we need to get the targeted or a fair share of this pie. And in terms of specifics, what I would call out on the policy side would be a clear focus on ease of access, benchmark inclusions. For example, just when we talk, Australia is a perfect example right now of how their public monies and institutions are suffering from a lack of investment opportunities as their savings and pensions really go much big in size. And when we want to present India as an alternative, the first response we get is that, well, most of them are benchmark followers. So the moment you're not in a benchmark, that becomes a big no for much of the global pool available. So I know that there is a lot of work already happening on the benchmark inclusions, but I think it'll be useful if we can have a very clear roadmap in terms of time frame by which we would want to get there. And another thing from a policy perspective is enabling policy is apart from the ease of access, we also probably need to have an exchange rate policy which absorbs the capital flows to build counter-cyclical buffers and prevent excessive two-way volatilities. The second pillar I would say is to ensure that there is a modern and deeper financial markets with enhanced participants locally. I think Nilesh touched upon with us very clear and a very nice example of how we take a long time to get some of the newer products. And what I would say is probably we need to change our mindset from an excessive regulatory regulation in these markets to a lighter regulation but tighter supervision. Excessive regulation need not necessarily avoid bad apples, but at the same time it can have perverse outcomes. So a shift towards a lighter regulation but tighter supervision probably would be a better mix to deepen the markets and avoiding some of the bad apples out there. And also, I think when we modernize our markets, we also probably need to have an approach towards a financial center approach. If you look at it, India is clearly in a good time zone from having a lot more market participants out there in the domestic markets. And Middle East and Hong Kong, Singapore over the last few decades have taken that. I know that we've got the GIFT City going, and I think that's a great initiative, but probably we can do a bit more to scale that up and also bring Mumbai into the picture. The third pillar is really...
You tell me anytime after 6:50.
Yeah, Nilesh, can you put yourself on mute? Sorry, Badri, go ahead.
Yeah, the third pillar is really modernizing the ecosystem, right? And what I mean by that is the laws, the legal rulings, the interventions for easy judicial, into financial markets, the tax laws. I guess, that's another area where we need to focus upon to create simpler rules, protect, from easy judicial interventions, probably having specialized courts to deal with financial contracts, and also have consistent laws, without constant tweaks. So in summary, I would say that we probably need to get a fair share of a growing and a large pie out there, which is also a need for us. We need to have a very good, strong policy framework, a local, modern and deeper financial markets, and also change the ecosystems which goes with it, and have simpler and consistent rules around that.
Perfect. I think that's a great summary of things that can be done to attract more capital flows. Just turning back in the last several minutes that we have, back to you, Anant, on really talk us through international examples that you believe could be useful as learnings from where we can pick up and say that, look, if we have issues in our financial sector today, what are good examples that we can try and implement in India, or use that, massage it a little bit, and make our own financial sector more robust?
So BVK, one area which is close to my heart is this area around NPL recognition. I completely agree with Sunil Saab's earlier points, which is that IBC and NCLT are fantastic reforms, and I think they're very good for the medium to long term. When on a flow basis, I think they'll work like a charm. The problem is we are sitting with this very, very large, overhang of NPLs, and it is no bankruptcy system in the world can be geared towards handling these kind of sizes at one shot in the time frame that we want them to be resolved. So in terms of resolving and non-performing assets, there are lots of international experiences. Countries like Korea, China, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, lots of countries have had experiences in this. One country which I think closely resembles our ecosystem in terms of the NPLs is Malaysia. Specifically, there was this, after the Asian crisis, they came up with this Dana Harta and Dana model, which I think worked like a charm. Very broadly, BVK, the way it worked was the following. They set up an entity which was funded essentially by recap bonds, the same kind of recap bonds that Sunil Saab mentioned for recapitalizing Indian banks. It was set up using that. It was manned entirely by professionals, including sectoral professionals, including foreign professionals who are experts in the sectors like palm oil, etc., where there were lots of loans in Malaysia. Lots of distress debt. In fact, the level of distress debt in Malaysia at that point, as you would imagine, was far higher than what we are facing right now. It's quite large, right? What they did was every loan beyond a certain size, they actually tried to do a valuation independently as this Dana Harta entity, as this alternate investment fund, right? So let's say for a particular loan, they were saying for 100, we will give you 50 cents to the dollar. And that's the price that we think is the right price. Now, one issue that we have today is what is the right price, and how do we ensure that transfers can happen at the right price to the bad bank? So the way it worked was the following: 50 cents is what the bad bank quotes. The bank which has got the loan has full right to say, I will not give it to you at that price. I think it's a very low price. In which case you have to provision up to 50, which means take down the provisioning to the level where the bid is. Otherwise, if you give the loan at 50, and let's say the actual recovery is 80 over the course of 3 or 4 years, you get back 80% of the upside, which is 24 cents in this particular case, back to the original institution. So there was a lot of incentive for each institution to actually sell down its bad assets to the bad bank. There was no downside for them. There was upside in case the recovery was better and the NPL was off their back. Now, what happened as a result, BVK, was all these bad loans came up to the government effectively. And what they could then do was pursue the recovery process as the government being the owner of those assets. In many cases, there was a requirement to change laws, etc. Now, it's a lot easier to change laws towards resolution if you as the government is the owner, rather than having a private sector entity, right? And this was a time-bound program. This Dhanaharta had to close down in 5 years' time, and it actually closed down in 5 years' time. It recovered about 59% of the assets, which was a very, very good recovery rate in the Asian context. So at multiple levels, the fact that there was a way of figuring out an acceptable price to the buyer and the seller, there was a bunch of experts who went about the recovery in a very professional manner. A lot of the assets, by the way, were actually restructured and brought back to life. They were not necessarily broken up into pieces. And finally, the burden of the non-performing assets went away from the banking system, and a whole host of reforms was conducted on what was left. It wasn't a bailout for either for promoters or for bankers. The accountability and the reforms went alongside so that this whole cycle doesn't repeat all over again. So it was not a bailout. It was merely a quarantining of bad loans, a good recovery process, time-bound recovery process. And the final financial ecosystem which emerged was quite reasonably robust. In fact, the recovery in Malaysia was amongst the quickest. A lot of parallels, I think, to the Indian context. Obviously, every country is different. We would have to tweak this to our own context. But a lot of lessons, I think, that we can draw from the Malaysian experience.
That's a great way to put it, Anand. I'm hopeful that policymakers will take note. So let's hope we get there. So in the last few minutes that we have, the one topic that we should probably touch on, and Nilesh, maybe you can cover it, is really around governance. And we've had issues in governance both in the corporate sector and the financial sector in the past several years. And as we think about making our own ecosystem more robust, this is an area that eventually needs to get fixed to attract more flows and make recurrence at least a lot less frequent in the future. So can you touch a little bit about your perspectives on how do we improve governance and transparency?
If we see equity market, by and large, there is great incentive for people to improve governance. Partly it is happening because SEBI as a regulator and government under Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Corporate Affairs is setting higher and higher benchmark. Partly it is happening because market and investors are rewarding good governance companies by giving them capital and by giving them higher valuation, even if they are not in need of capital. Somewhere there is a carrot available for companies to be better governed under regulatory pressure and under market pressure. And in 2020, we have seen that such companies have access to capital, whether it's equity or whether it is debt. So somewhere over the years, we have covered a long distance in improving corporate governance from equity point of view. Unfortunately, the same has not materialized on the debt side. In debt side, the real challenge comes in enforcement of contract. Judicial process has its own burden, and hence enforcement of contract becomes quite litigious in nature. This is forcing investors, lenders to lend against the willingness of promoters to pay rather than ability of promoter to pay. Instead of trusting agreement, I'm trusting track record of promoters to lend money. And that is impediment for development of market. How do we bring rule of law into the debt market where contracts can be enforced in a timely manner? It's not that contracts aren't enforced in India, but it takes a lot of time to resolve issue. And hence lenders are pricing that risk in a completely different manner. So we can learn from equity market where regulations and market goes hand in hand to incentivize promoters, management to improve governance and disclosure. And by bringing rule of law from debt point of view, we can ensure that people start respecting rule of law, contracts are enforceable, and that automatically will improve governance standards for lenders as well as borrowers.
That's a fantastic way to put it as well. So I think that's pretty much the time that we have to sum it up. I think between what we have on the banking side, capital market side, and in terms of capital flows, there is a bunch of work that has been done in the past few years specifically, especially since 2016, since the bankruptcy code came in. But I think we clearly recognize that a lot more needs to be done, right? We all feel that to get to a 5 trillion or a larger economy, the financial sector is a very critical component. It is in a spot-up border, but there is a lot of work that has been done in the background. A lot of it is about implementation. So we need to get the right key prioritized ideas and the right implementation to move from there. So that's the summary from us from this panel. So Ben, over to you.
So much. Really interesting to hear the thoughts of your guests there, and thank you so much for moderating that panel for us here at India Global Week. Thank you too for your company and for your messages, your thoughts. Keep your comments coming in, use the hashtag. You can also send questions using the box that's available on the page. We're going to take a short break right now, but in just a few minutes we're going to have a fascinating interview with Shashi Tharoor, looking at how the global pandemic has been responded to in India and around the world, and also given so much uncertainty right now, where we might find some stability, some calm and some peace amongst all of this. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up right after this.
much, Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Welcome back to our next session of India Global Week. And now, if the COVID crisis has told us anything, it's that there's been a lot of finger pointing and a lot of political division, both internally and around the world. And so is it really realistic for us to have expected there may have been a joined up response, that governments will have worked together with international organisations to come up with a combined effort to tackle this pandemic? Well, rather than what we've seen, which has in many cases been anything but, my colleague Edie Lush has been speaking with Shashi Tharoor, the esteemed politician, speaker and author, to examine just how the crisis has been handled around the world, but clearly in India too.
Welcome back to India Global Week. I'm Edie Lush, and I'm delighted now to welcome you to my conversation with author, politician, and former international civil servant, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. He straddles several worlds of experience. He's currently a Lok Sabha MP representing Thiruvananthapuram, but it's his career before he became an Indian politician that we want to focus on today. And that's because he spent almost 3 decades at the UN. As a peacekeeper, at UNHCR working with refugees, and in New York working as Undersecretary General during Kofi Annan's leadership. He's an award-winning author, and in fact, one of those books I've got with me on my Kindle now, and it's The New World Disorder and the Indian Imperative. I actually came across it at Davos this year, where there was an extract that people were discussing. And I just want to read a little extract from the book now, where you say, it's clear that the international liberal order is facing a moment of crisis. The political, economic, and security fundamentals that underpinned it are invalid, with no consensus on others. Globalization is confronted by economic nationalism. We're seeing attempts to close borders. Strongmen politicians and international norms and institutions appear less relevant to managing the global consensus. Now, I read this in January, really before COVID-19. So can you give me a sense of where we are now with multilateralism?
I'm afraid we have exactly that, Edie, with bells on. I mean, it's I have no particular satisfaction in having come across as prescient, but we published the book in January. 2 months later, when we still hadn't even done all the book launch events, we saw, sadly, the very things we wrote about seemingly coming true. The reactions of many countries to the coronavirus crisis demonstrated anew the waning legitimacy of international institutions. The World Health Organization's response to the outbreak, with its indulgence of the official Chinese line for far too long, was a case in point. And of course, we've seen now President Trump's reaction announcing the US departure from that institution, which almost seems to suggest the death knell of multilateralism in an area that so vitally needs it, namely health, where obviously no one can fence off their countries from a virus, as President Trump knows very well. So we've got a genuine problem, because there is already, as I mentioned in the book and in the extract you read, a crisis of national sovereignty, which is resurging amid a wave of nationalism sweeping the world. Our world seems increasingly less willing to cooperate, and at the same time less able to do so. And I think what we're looking at, I fear, is a really perilous time for multilateralism, because all the great achievements of multilateralism since 1945, relating to trade, to connectivity, innovation, peace and security, have all been undermined by increasingly perverse unilateral state behavior. And instead of searching for shared interests that can actually strengthen multilateral regimes, states seem to be locked into an increasingly destructive sort of zero-sum race. And I really worry about where we're heading.
So let's dig into that a little bit. And you mentioned the WHO, and of course there are problems with the WHO. But on the other hand, I've interviewed people from the WHO, David Nabarro, another man who led the WHO's trip to China, which brought back to the world exactly what the world needed to do. And those lessons from China, from Wuhan, they fell on very deaf ears, or rather they fell on ears that wanted to hear a different message. So I wonder if the problem isn't just with the international institutions, but also with the governments that have created these institutions in the first place.
That's a very, very fair point. And I've actually been making that argument that if President Trump has a problem with the way in which the WHO seemed overly deferential to the Chinese government, he also needs to look at the fact that the entire international system has been set up by its most powerful member states to ensure that none of these agencies can cross these member states' wishes. There's really no doubt about the fact that whether it's the UN itself, where 5 countries have a veto on the Security Council, or whether it's the agencies dependent on significant financial contributions and donations from the bigger, richer, and more powerful states, member states have designed the international system to be responsive to their wishes and never to challenge their interests. And in these circumstances, it strikes me that we have an undoubted reality we have to face, a reality that says, listen, member states still call the shots. He who pays the piper will still call the tune, and you work within the parameters we lay down. Now, what the coronavirus pandemic has actually suggested is that may not be good enough. You see, our critique of global governance never denies we recognize the interdependence and shared resilience and fragility of our global society. Because had global governance been working effectively, the world would have identified the coronavirus as soon as it emerged. The WHO would have sounded a global alarm earlier about its dangers. Collectively, we'd have identified and publicized the best practices that should have been adopted by all countries to prevent or limit the spread of the pandemic. And the fact that this didn't happen shows we have a design flaw in the system of global governance that we absolutely need to fix. It doesn't mean we don't need global governance. On the contrary, it means we need something better and more effective. And to my mind, one of the things we need to do is to strengthen these institutions at the expense of member states. Now, that's a hard sell with member states. Member states want to hold on to their hard-won sovereignties. They don't want to surrender their point of view and their interests to some unelected bureaucrat sitting in Geneva or New York for that matter. And this becomes a real problem, because I've heard from very reliable sources that the WHO actually did try to send an independent group of experts to Wuhan in the first week of January, and they were rebuffed by the Chinese government that denied them visas. Now, can we imagine a system in which a UN agency like WHO will not require a visa to send an expert to a country at the earliest possible stages of a potential pandemic? I'd like to see that happen. But right now, I'm not aware of too many governments who would agree to that, because they believe granting a visa is their sovereign right, and refusing one in what they deem to be their national interest is their sovereign privilege. So these are amongst the kinds of challenges we have. Another one I stuck my neck out and said maybe we should reduce all executive heads of all UN agencies, starting with the Secretary General of the UN, Director General of WHO, all of them, to one non-renewable but longer term, let's say a 6 or 7 year single term, rather than 4 and 5 year terms with re-election, the carrot dangling at the end of it, because obviously no executive head with any ambition to get re-elected is going to cross his most powerful member states. He's not going to offend them. And the result is that he will play along with their wishes, often over the principled conclusions he's drawn about what's in the interest of the institution that he or she is heading. These are the kinds of issues I think we'll have to grapple with. And I would hope that when COVID-19 is behind us, that the world will actually get together and look hard and fresh at the rules of global governance. It's a 75th anniversary of the UN this year. There couldn't be a better landmark, I think, than to think of this as an opportunity to reinvent the way in which the entire UN system works.
So really interesting, because only government can reform the UN, right? Even an enlightened Secretary General can only do so much. In fact, I've heard you say that the UN is both a stage and an actor. It's a stage on which member states are playing their part, and an actor executing the scripts that member states write for it. So how do you get that kind of consensus to change terms, consensus to, imagine, give those agencies the ability to enter a country even when the country says no?
Well, I think there's absolutely no question that can only come from member states, because if member states, in the spirit of 1945, when President Harry Truman, at the function in San Francisco to adopt the UN Charter, memorably said that we just can't do as we please, we really have to be willing to surrender some of our power and some of our rights in the interest of our common humanity. I'm paraphrasing here, but that was the idea, the thrust of his speech. We need in the 21st century, 75 years later, world leaders to step up to the plate and say precisely that. Because the rapid and global spread of the coronavirus pandemic is a devastating reminder of the consequences of inadequate global governance. In many ways, it's a timely memo to sovereign states that the reassertion of sovereignty, which we're seeing worldwide, must not imply an abandonment of global responsibilities. When this pandemic is over, the globe has to learn lessons about what happened and how to prevent what happened from happening again, and how international systems and institutions can and must be strengthened and radically reformed in order to forestall its recurrence. Otherwise, we will again be lamenting global governance and again be facing one more crisis, if not next year, then within a few years, certainly.
So there's a question about leadership too, right? America is pulling out of WHO, EPP, the Paris Climate Agreement, UNESCO, the Global Compact for Migration, the Iran nuclear deal, and it's undermining the WTO. So if we don't see a strong America, and there's a question mark over what happens in November, but for now, if we don't see a strong America, where is that global leadership going to come from?
Well, we shouldn't write off America. They have an election coming up in November that might give us a very different administration to begin with. And I'm not suggesting that that one needs to interfere in the domestic politics of the big superpowers. But the fact is that in the case of the US, which was for the longest time the biggest supporter and booster and still is the host of the United Nations headquarters. They have an outsized responsibility and also an outsized capacity to damage the international system, no doubt about it. But otherwise, it has to come collectively. Europe certainly had been seen for the longest time as a poster child for policies of integration and willingness to look beyond narrow concerns of sovereignty to collective interests. That took a bit of a knock with COVID-19 when suddenly the Schengen Agreement, which permitted free and open travel across borders within member states of the Schengen group, suddenly essentially collapsed and all the borders got sealed, when various new restrictions were put within European countries and between them. And now that that's easing, the Europeans have to ask themselves some tough questions. You remember they tried to float Corona bonds as a collective way of bearing the burden. And the so-called frugal four told the spendthrift six, sorry, folks, if you are going to go off and live beyond your means, we ain't bailing you out. So if Europe is no longer going to be sort of the world's symbol of diluted sovereignty and regional cooperation, then there isn't one available to promote these ideals across the world stage. And that's why I began our conversation, Edie, by saying how worried I was, because if those negative trends are the ones that dominate, then the UN may not live to see its centenary. It's got this big celebration coming up at 75, but I wonder whether it's going to be able to go through with, sadly, the kind of expectations that certainly animated my 29-year career of that organization, the kind of belief that we were moving almost irresistibly towards a world of greater cooperation, greater involvement with each other, and greater faith in recognizing that the world of the 21st century would be a world of problems without passports, in Kofi Annan's phrase, that required blueprints without borders to solve them. Today, the borders are coming back up again. The passports are required at every frontier, and the problems just continue spreading without effective mechanisms to check them. I certainly hope that your panel will discuss all this very honestly. It does worry me a great deal.
So I want to also ask for a post-US election meeting at a General Assembly level. We, of course, know that the General Assembly for this year is looking fraught given COVID-19. But what would that do in terms of advancing this idea of multilateralism for a post-COVID world?
Well, I mean, it's very, very difficult to say. The truth is, it's not an issue, as you know, in the domestic political agendas of most countries, ironically. I don't think Mr. Trump feels he's going to either win or lose votes by supporting multilateralism. Most of his voters don't know about it, don't understand it, and probably don't care. So we're looking at something which governments have to do after their elections, because they have, or the leadership is supposed to have a broader idea of enlightened self-interest than the average voter. That's where, as an Indian writer, I've called in my book, along with my co-author Samir Saran, who runs a think tank in Delhi, we've called for the Indian government to do much more than perhaps, for example, Mr. Trump's US would be inclined to do, because we feel that a country like India should help reboot the ethic and method of global cooperation, that it should really offer to the world a sort of new ethic for global governance, which may be the real vaccine the international community needs to navigate a new decade. If India too succumbs to this trap of putting sovereignty ahead of collective humanity, in defiance of its timeless ethos that says Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the whole world is one family, and so on. If India forgets that ethos, I do believe that we will lose a very valuable voice for knitting the world together. And I certainly hope that India will rise to the occasion. I might add that if you look at the way in which the world is functioning today, the signs are not promising, because international cooperation has been on a downhill slide throughout the pandemic and the responses to it. Protectionism is increasing. Countries are deglobalizing, as they put it, or decoupling from each other, moving production lines, supply chains closer to home, seeing foreigners with suspicion, holding up and increasing more border controls. We've seen this with Mr. Trump on the H-1B visas. And in these circumstances, it's going to require a conscious decision to reverse some of these choices once the pandemic is over, if we're actually going to pull ourselves out of this downhill slide. I'm not a Panglossian. I'd like to think of myself as an optimist, but an optimist is somebody who regards the future with uncertainty. A pessimist says everything is bound to go wrong. An optimist says, look, if we do a few things right, we could still salvage the situation. A Panglossian says, no, everything is for the best in this best of all possible worlds. I'm not a Panglossian. I think you really get it very badly wrong. And it's a wake-up call and a challenge to the leaders of governments around the world that they should rise to this occasion, face up to what went wrong in the first quarter, the first half really of 2020, and tell themselves never again, in exactly the same way that world leaders in 1945 looked back at the disastrous experiences of the previous 4 decades and said never again.
I would love to keep talking, but our time has very unfortunately come to an end. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much for joining us at India Global Week.
Thank you, Edie. It was a pleasure.
Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Hello again and welcome back. You're with India Global Week. I'm Ben Thompson and I'm going to take you through our next session, a session that will have relevance for all sorts of different reasons, and we'll explain that in just a moment. But quite clearly right now, given the ongoing pandemic of COVID, the looming economic crisis, you would imagine that global cooperation would be high on the agenda, that cooperation between international organizations and countries would be a priority. But it seems that that is not the case. The institutions that are tasked with dealing with those issues, those problems, appear to be more fragile than ever before. So in this next section, we're going to explore why those institutions seemingly are fraying at the seams, and what is causing the tension, and perhaps how that might be resolved. And I'm delighted to welcome a rather esteemed panel of guests to talk me through some of the issues and debate why that might be happening. Please welcome the panel for this next session. His Excellency Syed Akbaruddin, who's a former Indian ambassador to the United Nations. He's got more than 3 decades as a diplomat, specializing in multilateral diplomacy and an expert on West Asia. Also with us, Ashok Malik from the Ministry of External Affairs for the Indian government. He's a policy advisor in the ministry and was previously press secretary to the President of India as his principal speechwriter and spokesperson. Also with us, Richard Moore, Director General for Political Affairs at the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office. It's a role he was appointed to in 2018, and he's previously served as British Ambassador to Turkey, as well as previous postings in Vietnam, Pakistan and Malaysia. And also with us, Tanya Spisbar, who's Director of the Australia-India Institute. She works closely with the Australian government negotiating MOUs on healthcare, as well as free trade agreements with China, South Korea and the ASEAN bloc. Welcome to you all, good afternoon or good evening to you all. It's great to see you as part of this debate and this discussion. Syed Akbaruddin, I'm going to start with you, and I wonder whether you would assess my introduction. Is it fair to say those multilateral institutions are losing relevance at a time when we need them most?
Well, the COVID-19 crisis has put all of us under a magnifying glass, and human frailties of institutions, organizations are pretty evident. And sadly so, in the case of international organizations, they do not appear to be fit for the purpose of handling 21st century crisis. They've performed below par when most needed. Many of them have been missing, except on the fringes. Some seem to be sick, some are ailing, some are hanging to dear life by a mere thread. While their structures remain intact, the limitations of their capacities, the inadequacies of their authority, and the diminishing roles of their executives is pretty evident. So if I would like to sum up, I would say yes, multilateral organizations have been a collateral damage of COVID-19, but this was in the making for some time. What has happened is the shortcomings are now visible, and obviously we need to address them.
Ashok Malik, let me bring you in at this point, because I wonder, given that statement that yes, they are losing relevance, who is to blame for it? Is it the institutions themselves that have failed to keep up with a changing world, or is it the national governments who need to support but also to rely on these institutions for how they operate on the world stage?
Well, it's a combination. You have had cases of countries that have sought to game the international, the multilateral system to their advantage, while other countries have not responded as strategically. But in many senses, as Master Akbaruddin pointed out, the multilateral system also needs an upgrade. Institutions that were set up in the middle of the 20th century, at the end of the Second World War, are simply not appropriate to this century in their current form. In India, we've often spoken about the UN Security Council and the need for a larger, expanded permanent membership. But more than that, if you look at something like the COVID crisis, the first full-fledged 21st century crisis of this nature, is health security a concern appropriate for the UN Security Council to discuss? The fact that we're even asking that question tells you that there's something wrong with how we define security. In the previous century, we had a non-proliferation treaty for nuclear weapons, an NPT, as it's called. And India did have problems and does have problems with the NPT, but that's a separate issue. But the principal concern today is not a nuclear strike, it's a cyber strike. Do we have an NPT equivalent, or are we even talking about one for cyber warfare? So there are 21st century concerns, issues, definitions, and realities, or even geographies, where the Indo-Pacific matters today in a way it did not in 1945 when the transatlantic space mattered. These are issues that will require institutions to be rebuilt, upgraded, reformed, and resourced.
Richard, I see you nodding along there. Richard Moore, Director General for Political Affairs at the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office. As we've heard from Ashok, that these institutions are no longer fit for purpose. Do you agree? Richard, I'm hoping you're able to hear me.
Ben, thank you. Thanks for the question. And very nice to see some familiar faces on the screen. We are unable to travel to Delhi. It's very nice to be able to commune virtually. Look, I think, as in many respects, COVID-19 has been an accentuator It's not been a kind of revolutionary thing, although it is unprecedented. What it's done is accentuate issues which were already there. And that is very true of the multilateral system, I think. I also think that it's way too early to draw conclusions about what the impact of COVID-19 will be on the multilateral system, because we all know that we are not done, and that we will probably inevitably have a second wave or whatever. So we'll have to have this seminar over again in a year or two's time, I think, to reflect back on what had been the really significant impact on the multilateral system. But I think it is fair I would draw a distinction between, on the one hand, if you like, the political face of multilateralism, which I think it's hard to deny has had a bad crisis. UN Security Council was only very belatedly able to even issue a resolution calling for a ceasefire. It took an age, and I pay tribute to my French colleagues for sticking at it and eventually getting there. That wasn't great. We've clearly got a lot of US-China sniping going on. Some of that gets diverted onto key international bodies. WHO, of course, has been perhaps most in the sights. G7, we stuttered a bit, again, in full honesty with you. I think we've now got going in a helpful way, but it stuttered a bit fast. G20 likewise, and even the EU, a club of which we are no longer members, but they took a while to get themselves together on this. So I think that's been difficult. I think if you look at the multilateral organizations themselves, yes, they've made missteps in this completely unprecedented environment, but actually they've kept delivering, and that's not been too bad. I mean, WHO, clearly there is controversy about the early days and the interactions with Beijing, but fundamentally I think the WHO has done a pretty damn good job, and that is true of other parts of the multilateral system which are actually doing work, delivering on the ground. So I think that's where I am, but we will see whether we get through the rest of this, get through a US presidential election, the rhetorical headwinds that will come with that, and then we'll look and see where the multilateral system is settled.
Thank you for that, Richard. Let me bring in Tanya Spitzbar, Director of the Australia-India Institute. Tanya, is the danger actually in all of this, not necessarily that they've lost relevance, but that we've maybe taken them for granted? We just assume that they're there and they will step in when we need them. And actually something like the COVID crisis has proved that actually when we were most in need, they maybe weren't there.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting question, the idea of relevance of institutions, because the first question, of course, is relevance to whom or what. So as far as some of the previous comments have been made regarding, 21st century threats being perhaps cybersecurity rather than nuclear, and do we have those kinds of deals, certainly we can question the relevance to issues. Certainly we do have architecture there. And as we talk about how we might strengthen institutions, strengthen representation, think about their pertinence to issues, I guess the question in my mind is the one that you're raising, which is, even if we did all that, would that make a difference to how we're engaging with these institutions to date? So obviously we saw that in 2016 we started the Brexit movement. 2017 we saw President Trump get voted in with a dismantling agenda, I think it's fair to say, of international institutions. We've seen him now taking steps to withdraw from the WHO, certainly crippling the WTO, certainly withdrawing from Paris. There's been a number of very obvious and clear steps that have predated COVID. And the question in my mind is why? So even if we've strengthened the institutions to date, Shashi Tharoor just before this talk spoke about strengthening institutions even more over national states, who admitted it was a tough sell. Even if all that were to happen, what has changed now? And in my view, we have our commitment is wavering for international institutions, our respect has declined. In some ways, our skin has thickened, and not for the better. There was a time when global shaming actually meant something for nations, and now it's with great pride that some nations, like certainly Donald Trump's United States, can say, well, we reject the philosophy of globalism and embrace what they call patriotism. My personal sense is that we have deeper issues that are cracking the international infrastructure, and they probably lie in inequality and a conflation between institutions and globalization, where globalization is blamed for the offshoring of opportunity, and then there's a conflation where we blame the international institutions for those, whether or not true, the consequences that leaders would have us believe.
Really interesting points there, Tanya, that you raised. Syed, let me bring you in again on this, because Richard there talking about the need for these organisations to work together for the common good, and Tanya touching on the fact of, there are so many differences now that even on a world stage, people are no longer shamed into action by the collective action of a multilateral group. I wonder, when we talk about the common good and these organisations working for the common good, is there still such a thing as the common good?
Well, that's the underpinning of all international cooperation, whether multilateral or bilateral or plurilateral. What is now different is that we have moved from or are certainly moving from an age of cooperation to one of competition and perhaps even confrontation. And that's why we are seeing some of these institutions not measuring up, because they were built with the goals of working in a cooperative manner. What we today have is two of the largest countries pulling in different directions. We have the US, which has walked out of, by my reckoning, 12 multilateral or plurilateral arrangements or treaties. And this is not a small number. On the other hand, we have another country, and this is China, trying to work or game the system to the detriment of the others. So obviously, we have a conflict of interest there, and therefore you are not going to get the cooperation that was underpinning the plans that multilateral organizations stood for. However, that said, let me just make one point to add to what Ashok said, and that is the problems of modernity require us to cooperate. He mentioned cyber, but I could mention several others: environment, climate change, data, geoengineering. What about unsecured spaces, space, polar regions? All of these cry for solutions of problems without passports. And we will require that cooperation. Whether these are the systems that will lead us there, whether we require new systems, is the only issue at debate. We will require international cooperation. Countries like us will certainly require more and more of cooperation.
Yeah, and I want to pick up on that point in just a moment, but let's just talk about that idea that as countries pull out of these agreements, namely, as you've touched on, China and the US, it then becomes a race to the bottom, because to protect their own interests, every country thinks, I've got to do this on my own. I can't rely on those institutions to help me anymore. Ashok, is that the case, that this is just a race to the bottom? As soon as one pulls out, all will pull out?
I don't think that is really a feasible situation, because there are two things here. Globalization as a process is under some stress, but we've had previous waves of globalization as well. And each wave of globalization, when it recedes, leaves the world much more interconnected than previously. And that will happen to this wave as well. We are going to remain very interconnected in ways we weren't 20 or 30 years ago. If you dismantle WHO, you will need to rebuild WHO 2.0 tomorrow morning. Which is why, when I spoke at the beginning, I spoke about both reforming multilateral institutions and resourcing them, and making them compatible with 21st century needs. WHO has not dealt with a pandemic of this magnitude and nature in its lifetime. It was set up 30 years after the Spanish flu. It has international health regulations, IHR reporting standards that are required of national governments. Are these enough? Are these maintained by the by the national governments? Do we need to make them stronger? These are questions we need to debate and discuss. And that will be part of the process of reforming or restructuring WHO. That will also require resourcing. That will also require more commitment from national governments and more money. So I don't think walking away from institutions is the answer. But institutions will require to be tweaked and in some cases overhauled.
Richard, is part of the problem here the fact that these organisations are too often the whipping boy? They're an easy person to blame in politics when things don't quite go according to plan, or maybe the outlook is a bit tougher than maybe a government would have us believe. It's easy to blame these multilateral institutions, isn't it?
Sure, I'm sure that's true. I'm sure that's true. I mean, let me just pick up a couple of other points and I'll come back and address that. I mean, I totally agree that we need to address these common issues. I mean, it's not even you use the term a race to the bottom, it's a race to extinction if we don't manage to do that. On climate change, it's as stark as that. If and we have a particular responsibility, of course, this coming year because of being hosts of COP26. But if we can't get our act together in a multilateral way on that issue, we will fail. And that means not just doing it with like-minded, and increasingly one is seeing a more fragmented thing where we have driven perforce into creating groupings to try and get stuff done, particularly because of the blockages that one encounters at the Security Council. But that's no substitute for genuine global action. You can't find a like-minded group to do climate change. It has to involve China, for example. Of course, it has to involve giants like India and other countries as well. But it really has to involve China, otherwise we cannot succeed. So I would say that.
But Richard, to interrupt. Just to interrupt on that point, I mean, if China doesn't come to the table and doesn't want to play ball with something like that, where does that leave the idea of collective effort? Because it's all well and good smaller nations maybe clubbing together to sort it out, but you still need the likes of the United States and China and India to be part of it, to lead it.
You do. So the short answer is if we can't do that, we're in trouble. And so we must do it. It's an imperative. There is no greater imperative than saving the planet. So I think, in the end, we will have to make the compromises required to do that. We will have to, of course, accommodate perfectly justified demands from countries like India for a greater say in the international system. UK, of course, is all in favour of reforming the Security Council and including India in it as a permanent member. We're going to have to find a way through that, but I have to say it's not looking brilliant at the moment, and I don't think COVID is going to change the game on that. Sadly, I don't see some great reshaping of the international order, but I do think there's a real choice for countries like the UK and India, and we are leading the way a bit on this. And that is that when you have concerns, as Ashok points out, about particular organisations, and some of them, we, for example, have real issues with the ICC on a few issues. We're not uncritical of what WHO did early on. WTO needs reform badly. All of that is true, but our choice is to stay in and fight for that reform and change it. And one of the things which has been difficult for us, I think, is that when we see the country in the United States, which is the traditional champion of the multilateral system, stepping away from those institutions, it's very difficult for the rest of us to make up that deficit. We can do it to a degree. We can step in and increase funding with the #2 funder of the WHO. We'll put more in. We'll organise a Gavi summit. We'll do that. But we need the US leadership. And that means that, A, we need to try and persuade them to come back in. And it does mean that issue of reform is really important. We can't ignore it. I mean, one of the reasons why America has got itself into the place it has is because it feels that some of the calls it made for reform in these international institutions was simply ignored.
Yeah, and that very neatly gets me back to my original question, which, and we'll move on beyond that in a second. But Richard, that idea of a multilateral organisation being the place to blame, the whipping boy in all of this, and you're right to talk about if you want reform, then you've got to reform it from within. So if you look at the EU, for example, the UK is saying, well, no, we're not going to reform it from within. We're going to leave.
Yeah, look. I know there's always a great irony for the Brits as we go and wax eloquent about the joys of multilateralism having left the EU, but and I do not want to rerun that particular campaign. There are particular and very British reasons why we have chosen to leave the EU, and they are wrapped up in our sense of sovereignty and our sense of identity as a nation. But what it hasn't done is dampened our desire to cooperate internationally, including, of course, with EU partners from outside in, but in all these other bodies that we are a member of, whether it's G7 or G20 or the UN or, you name it. So, yeah, I mean, I take the point, but that is for very particular British reasons.
Tanya, now I know your job involves a lot of negotiating with different governments, trying to bring them to the table to try to get compromise on certain things, whether those are FTAs, for example. Talk to me about how difficult it is to persuade governments right now to put aside national interest and think about that common good.
So first of all, I should clarify, I was a former diplomat with the Australian government. I'm currently the director of the Australia-India Institute, so I no longer do free trade agreement negotiations and representation. However, having had that experience and having negotiated, for example, the environmental goods list within APEC, the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, I can tell you that these things are certainly challenging, because certainly while we might agree on the philosophies, there are always, as everyone on this panel would know, and I'm sure many in the audience, there is always politicking, right down to what is an environmental good, whether or not it is dual use. And I have to say, one official, I won't say which country, but maybe people know, very cleverly said that even a solar panel could be used for skiing and therefore was dual use. So that's the kind of level of ridiculousness you can get in a negotiating room. Where I'd like to go with this, though, is who are the leaders? We keep talking about the United States, in the American century, if you like, the 20th century, and we're lamenting the fact that they're not stepping up to the plate in this part of the 21st century. So how do we then move near? What's our diplomatic innovation? We've spoken about bringing smaller states and how that might not work, but we've also acknowledged that we're now in a multipolar world rather than a bipolar world. Yet every time we talk about international negotiation, we flip back into bipolarity, US or China. So I guess my question would be, if we want to embrace multipolarity, how do we do that with diplomatic innovation? Now, obviously, including the United States, there is one group in the Quad, in the Indo-Pacific, which has Japan, Australia, India, and the United States, originally set up to look at tsunamis, but now looking at very live issues in the Asia-Pacific, including the South China Sea, and discussing a Quad Plus with Vietnam and Indonesia, having been part of those discussions as well. Perhaps one could think about the 20th century being that of middle powers, where you have a very hefty India. If you think about the beginning of 2020, India called for the first extraordinary meeting of the virtual G20. India established SARC discussions and in the first 10 million for a fund for COVID testing in the South Asia region. India spoke to NAM, Prime Minister Modi, for the first time addressing the non-aligned movement of more than 120 countries, calling for a more, human-centric commitment to multilateralism. He then reached out with a number of bilateral calls, including to Macron and Merkel, and in each of those bilateral phone calls, spoke about a human-centric multilateralism and a commitment to these things. I would also credit India with having established the International Solar Alliance together with France. And I don't say that because I think it's as significant an organization as the United Nations or others, but I raise it because I credit the ISA with really breaking through some of those difficult discussions, that north-south divide that we often get in international negotiations on issues like climate change. So until Paris, until the ISA, the common mantra was that of common but differentiated responsibility, with developing and least developed countries taking huge amounts of responsibility on the ground that they're simply not responsible. What the ISA has done, and what Prime Minister Modi is behind, is championing a sharing of green technology transfer and green finance to say, well, we could step up to the plate. Let's make sure there's equitable sharing of resources to ensure that we can step up to the plate. That type of thing is diplomatic innovation, that is game-changing, and that is what we should be doing in the 21st century.
Tanya, thank you for that. Really fascinating. Ashok, I want to bring you back in here because you talked earlier about these institutions not being built around the structures on which we are now focusing, be those technology or others. Is there also a danger that political might used to be measured around defence and about military prowess and about security, and now it's about so much more, particularly when it comes to private money as well? We see huge organisations, corporations around the world holding just as much power as national governments in some cases, and there are no institutions really that hold those to account.
What you're suggesting is quite sort of astute, because if you look at many public goods, both nationally and internationally, they are now provided by, frankly, non-governmental organizations or international NGOs or private sector corporations that are outside state control. And, well, there's nothing quite wrong with that, but these institutions don't always realize that they are providing quasi or undertaking quasi-state international architecture. My contention is not that we need to dismantle or completely overhaul or completely get rid of these institutions. These multilateral institutions are very necessary and very needed. They are under stress, but they are needed. However, they do need to be made compatible with today's needs, with security concerns that have changed enormously. We didn't have concepts of human security, health security, or even cyber security, of course, being so salient or even existing in 1945. Today we do. When the UN Security Council was created in 1945, its essential concern was keeping the peace in Europe, which had seen 2 devastating wars in 30 years. Today, the geography of security has changed, and so have the domains. No one's talking about territorial wars, other than in some parts of our neighborhood. But you're talking about cyber warfare, environmental damage, health security, and pathogens that can devastate populations. All of these have to come into our global multilateral discourse in a way that they are not today. And many of our institutions are not structured to accommodate these discussions.
And Syed, I mean, then given what Ashok says, it's about rebuilding around new structures and new priorities as far as the world is concerned. Do you also feel that perhaps these things are cyclical, whereby not only do we take them for granted, but we go through periods of breaking down barriers, breaking down walls, and then, as we've seen of late, those barriers start to go back up. We start building walls again. And these things are cyclical. We need these organizations to break down the barriers that are erected every few years over the course of a cycle.
Did you ask me?
Yes, please, Syed, if you would.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, they are cyclical in nature because institutions actually are a reflection of the world as it was when they are created. Nobody foresees well into the future. And so, in some ways, the UN and its multilateral agencies or the UN system has done a fantastic job because it has proved to be resilient. Its predecessor lasted only 20 years, the League of Nations. But that said, that's not an answer to the felt needs of people who have great hope in them, because it's good for intellectuals to say that yes, they're cyclical, we will overcome them. But on the one hand, we see people who are used to upgrades of an iPhone. It takes 5 minutes to upgrade an iPhone. So people have got used to quick decision making, faster action, and it is going to be difficult, and I'm not saying that we should everyone be like the iPhone, but it is important for institutions to move with the spirit of the times. And for that spirit of the times certainly requires much more willingness to adapt and adjust. That adjustment can, as some have mentioned here, can be around issue-based coalitions who could start off that discussion. They need not be the endpoints, but they can be the catalyst. I heard about the International Solar Alliance that Prime Minister Modi and the French President started. We have another initiative which the UK and India are working on, which is the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Again, it's specific, it's issue-based, it impacts everybody, it requires cross-boundary cooperation, and when it is ready, it could move to a broader platform for legitimacy. But we will need to work first in smaller groups, get everything in order, and then move to the larger groups. But the problem now is we will need small groups which are more diverse than they were before. It was okay for the G7 once upon a time to be the catalyst for change. Today, there are new countries or new countries with capabilities, desire and willingness to be helpful in that process, whether it's Brazil, whether it is India, there could be many others, South Africa, etc. All of them need to be part of the Ginger Group. Australia, there are many such countries.
Yeah, and Tanya, do you agree that actually these organisations may be much smaller in scale? Certainly initially, we will have many more of them as our interests are more diverse. There are smaller organisations will tackle more localised issues, more localised problems.
I think it depends on the issue and what we're trying to achieve. So I definitely take Zayed's point. I think the CDRI is a fantastic initiative announced in the margins of UNGA last year, but I note that a coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure in a way is about adaptation rather than mitigation of climate change. So from an adaptation perspective, yes, you could have a coalition of willing countries sharing technology together to create climate adaptive technology for infrastructure, which could help you for earthquakes, for tsunamis, for cyclones, weather conditions with extreme heat, extreme cold, and so on. But it's not really going to help you, as we said earlier in this panel, address climate change itself. So in terms of actual mitigation, we do need these countries. China has in fact been quite committed on climate change, and India is certainly demonstrating itself to also be very committed on climate change. As far as its commitments to solar energy goes, its 1.78 gigawatt commitment of solar energy by 2022, and even more stronger commitments by 2030. And so I think for that bigger actual mitigation aspect, how do we avoid the race to extinction, as I think was said by Richard, or mutually assured destruction, which was our 20th century language for nuclear, but still applies quite strongly to climate change. No, we need everyone. We need a stronger multilateral body. The question is, how do we get that, and how do we reinstill confidence and trust?
Richard, just a final word from you, if I can, on the dominance of China and the United States, this race now for supremacy. And there is a danger that all other nations are caught up in that race for supremacy, caught in the middle. Where do we all figure, be it the UK, Australia, or India?
Well, look, it's one of those things people often pose the question. At one level, of course, it's an absurd question. We're an ally of the United States, so we're forced to choose. Of course, it's the United States. But we, like many other countries, are determined not to be forced to choose because for all those reasons we've talked about, with the need to engage China, we're having a very tough period. All of us are very tough with China because of behaviors in Hong Kong at the moment. But that doesn't doesn't change the fact that in other fora, we need to cooperate with them. So we will continue, I think, as the UK, to push very hard for us to avoid that and to we'll see what happens over coming months and years in terms of how we manage this. But we do also need to be clear-sighted about some of the changes that China is trying to force on the international system. So I had mentioned some of those, and this links back into this issue of grand redesign of the 1945 system. I'm afraid I don't see on the agenda anytime very soon. I mean, it should happen, but I just don't see the conditions being ready for that. But everyday multilateralism continues day to day. It's absolutely my life, because the United Kingdom, can't do a pile of things on their own. They need to be able to work with groupings. There are the big structural ones like NATO for our common defence, but for most things, exactly as Syed described, or maybe it was Ashok, forgive me, it's an issues-based thing where you put together a group to try and resolve an issue, and increasingly it's a values-based coalition. So if you look at some of the ways in which new standards have to be set around new technologies, new phenomena, cyber has been mentioned, and there are others. China has a very particular agenda on that stuff, and they are trying to inject Xi Jinping thought into the multilateral system over and over again. Well, we are going to have to get smarter as a group of countries, perhaps in that sort of second rank, and named a few: UK, Australia, India, Korea, Japan, several of the Europeans. There are others that we could put into this basket who have free societies, put a lot of stress on making sure that these new technologies can be harnessed for the good of all their people and not utilized for repressive ends. And therefore really work hard together to make sure that those key nodes of the international system are kept in the hands of people who believe in the same values that we do. And there are it's a mix and match thing. The Commonwealth has a role in this. It's very much a values-based organization for discussing some of these things around oceans, for example, and issues around small island states. And there'll be other groups where you will do other types of discussions. But I was very struck coming on my visit to Delhi, how much India is thinking about this issue, thinking about the Indian Ocean, thinking about the way in which it can cooperate with other countries in unusual ways, in ways that perhaps break away from its rather traditional orientation within a G77 framework. And I thought that was very fascinating. UK also trying to resolve its role in the world and where we go forward. So I see the UK-India partnership as being a pretty key one in a number of these areas. Thanks.
And what a perfect way to end the session. I certainly feel a bit more optimistic about all of this than when we began. I'm really grateful for you for the time that you've all spent with us this afternoon. Really grateful for your thoughts. So my thanks there to Syed, to Ashok, to Richard and to Tanya. We're going to take a short break here for India Global Week, about 15 minutes or so. So grab a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, wherever you are in the world. And we're going to continue with our conversation with Ravi Shankar after this short break. We'll see you very soon.
Manoj Ladwa, and I have the privilege of being the founder and CEO of India Inc. At India Inc., we pride ourselves in producing incisive content, engaging global leaders, and hosting impactful conversations. At India Inc., we believe in winning partnerships by sharing amazing ideas and exploring great opportunities. We believe in the power of shared values and shared ambitions for a better tomorrow. So welcome to India Global Week, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Enjoy the discussions and let's all be the revival.
Hello to you again. Welcome back to India Global Week. And now we have a very special session for you. We've titled this next session, Heart and Soul, Reviving Trust in an Uncertain World. And no surprises for guessing what we're talking about. After a turbulent and unprecedented few months of the medical crisis, a looming economic crisis around the corner, perhaps now is the time we might need a little help, a little support, a little inner peace. And so for our last session of today, certainly on this stream at least, please welcome Barker Dutt and a very special guest, Ravi Shankar. Barker, over to you.
Thank you so much, and good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, maybe good morning. It is a pleasure to be hosting this session for the fantastic India Global Week that has really seen a stellar lineup of guests. But as always, we've been saving the best for the very last. And I'm here today to talk about the idea of trust. What does trust mean in a world that feels broken? What does trust mean at a time when many of us are in lockdown? What does trust mean at a time when our belief in the world has literally been told to wear a mask, literally and metaphorically? What does trust mean when human relationships and life itself feels more fragile than ever before? What does trust mean when the very idea of certainty, of what you can believe in, of everything that you held dear and thought you were sure of, feels shaken? And do you turn to spirituality today? Does it really offer solace? To take us through some of these questions is not just somebody who is regarded and followed as a spiritual guru, but is in fact a man of many parts. I've known him for many, many years, and he has worn all kinds of hats. He's a global humanitarian, he's a peacenik, he's a conflict resolution, dialogue creator, and of course, for millions of people, he is their beloved Gurudev. It is a pleasure to welcome Sri Ji to the program. Gurudev, namaskar, and what a pleasure to be talking to you. I know the world is watching. Let me start by asking you a trick question, because you know I always have one trick question. That's, I'm living up to my reputation. And what or who do you trust completely? Is there anything or anyone that you, Gurudev, trusts completely?
Trust is just the quality of our consciousness. When we feel normal, when we feel natural, when we feel connected. So I feel connected with this whole universe and that one divine power by which everything works. And if you have trust in that one thing, that's it. You don't need to worry about trust in other things.
But you've answered in general terms. Tell us something personal about yourself. Has your trust ever been shaken?
I don't think so. I don't remember any event where I felt, oh, my trust is broken or I was so shaky. Though, but I have seen this happening in people. I have seen this, but I have personally have not had an experience of that sort. You know, challenges come, but a thread of trust somewhere deep inside continues. I have faced many challenges in life, in our work that I go around in the world, but trust has never broken. Yeah.
Do you trust yourself more than you trust other people? Would you advise people who follow you, who really take your guidance in life, to trust your own voice more than you trust that of others?
You know, to understand trust, Barka, we must know what doubt is all about. We should know our doubt. See, our doubt is always about something that's positive. Have you noticed? If someone asks you, are you happy? You say, well, I'm not sure. But we never say this when it comes to depression. Nobody says, well, I'm not so sure if I'm depressed or not, right? We doubt the honesty of a person. We never doubt the dishonesty of a person. So we doubt love. If someone tells you, oh, I love you so much, you ask them, really? You go, you know? But if someone says, I hate you, we never say, really? No, we take it for granted, the negative things, and we doubt all that is positive in life. And naturally, people start doubting their self and the bigger self, the higher self, and then doubting the goodness of people around them. So if you understand the doubt, then you get into a platform where there is a string of trust that's so solid within you, like steel, that carries you along all the time.
So tell me, why or how should we trust China ever again?
Well, trust does not mean being naive. You have to be prepared. You have to be prepared for all eventuality. At the same time, if you have no trust in the humanness or humanity at all, no conversation can happen, no dialogue can happen, no diplomacy can happen. Do you see what I'm saying? So we must be prepared, and trust does not mean going from a weak point. You have to be strong, and with your strength, when you trust yourself, you'll be able to trust the others also.
But Gurudev, there seems to be a breakdown in the world order. You see this one country, you can't help but thinking that if only this country had behaved more responsibly, and I'm talking about China, of course, if only it had closed its borders earlier, if only it had been more transparent in the information it shared with the world about it battling coronavirus. Now, for example, it's spoken more openly about the bubonic plague, but it was not transparent about the coronavirus. And this is not just a matter of broken relationships or love or, it's about life and death. It's about people dying. In this situation, how do you put band-aids on this world order again? I'll come to our individual struggles later, but this broken world order and this one country that seems to have inflicted this upon the world and almost started recovering itself before the world can catch up. How do you deal with something like this?
It's so sad. It is very sad. It's a big blot on the humanity. It's what has happened now has really caused heartburn to the whole world. I think even they are realizing, they must realize if they have not. Here, it's no point in doing post-mortem of what has happened. Now, what is the way forward? We have to think, what is the way forward? Going ahead, we have to see that, the borders don't mean anything today with biological weapons and biological warfare. The world cannot survive with more conflicts. So we have to sit together. The human conflict must end. Only then the world can prosper. So we are all interconnected. Every country on this planet are connected. So dialogue is the only way, I feel, and conversation and bringing people to see the sense beyond their small little mind of dominance. See, those era is gone. You cannot say, I won't have full dominance over air, water and earth. The dominance is not. Now is the time for consideration, cooperation, and otherwise everybody will suffer.
But where do you get?
It's not that China has less suffering. They are also suffering. It can become much worse in the world if we keep our distance and not come to one platform and honor humanity, human values. Without human values, no capitalism, no communism, nothing works. What we see in America, is no less heart-burning for people. You know, there is so much distress there too, and what's happening in China, what's happening in other countries. When we see globally, what I see that the urgent need today in every nation is to uplift human values.
But you know, you're speaking as a peacenik. You're speaking as someone who fights for peace, and I know that you do that, and we'll talk about conflict resolution later in this conversation. But when people vote for a leader, they repose their trust in that leader to stand by their idea of nationalism, their idea of national identity, their idea of pride in the country. And while the world is globalized, we are also sub-identities. We are Indian. We are here talking at India Global Week. So when the Chinese enter our territory, when our soldiers are killed in the line of duty and sacrifice their lives, when our poor people have to walk the highways because of a virus that they did not bring in, it is very difficult, Gurudev, to believe in these things that you are asking us to believe in. We want justice.
Yeah, no doubt. But justice is not going to come just with raking up another conflict. You have to be strong, you have to defend yourself. As the recent call of Prime Minister, he said, buy locally, Atmanirbhar Bharat, you know, self-reliance. You see, every crisis, Barka, also opens up an opportunity for you. No doubt this is a big crisis, but I feel that if you keep thinking about crisis and just, be part of the problem and magnify the problem, you will have no heart to find a solution. We cannot now sit and brood over and do post-mortem about the big issue that we are facing. Rather, we have to think forward and turn how we can turn this crisis into an opportunity. So this is an opportunity for people to grow. See, for example, 2 months back, I told our IT volunteers, why don't you start social media platform which has all the data right here in India. You know, they made a super app, Elements, which got in the very first day 1.8 million hits. So our youth are capable. They have all this capacity to enhance their skill. This corona lockdown, I have always advocated, well, this is a situation which poses you to ponder about enhancing your skills. So you can improve your skills and take this crisis as an opportunity. And this is the way forward, I think, because see, today, in every country, many of these big powers were all nuclear powers. And if we go for tit for tat attitude, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, then you will see everybody will become blind, will become even worse and worse. So we all need to be strong, and which India is really, everybody now has realized India is quite strong. And we have to keep thinking forward to resolve the conflicts as far as possible. Yeah.
But let's talk about technology. I know that, as you mentioned, you have been working on this homegrown social media platform well before India actually banned TikTok and 58 other Chinese apps. Firstly, what do you think of TikTok? Do you trust TikTok?
See, I was never on TikTok, but people have sent me some nice
videos.
Little videos or funny videos about that. They were nice, technology is really the language of today. You cannot go back from technology. But thing is, every country should preserve its own data. This is very important. So now this will have Elements, will have all its data server in India only. So a country is secure with its data. Data security is utmost important for any country's freedom. I feel that otherwise, you have seen what was happening in America, elsewhere. with Facebook and other, when data were given or sold or stolen, it also impacts politics and social fabric of a country very badly. Yeah.
So, what is technology's purpose for you? Because in some ways it seems that technology is something that has consumed us all. And it has consumed us all so completely that actually trust becomes a very abstract notion, because most of the time you're actually conversing with people you do not know. There are now online relationships, there's online dating, there's online shadis. There are now, and you know, this online world is dominating us more than ever before in the age of the lockdown. So what is technology for you, and how many hours do you personally spend online?
See, the purpose of technology, I feel, is to bring comfort to people and keep them connected. There are two things. And the world has moved that direction. There is no going back on this. Technology not only brings comfort, it brings information to people. And see, now, because of this coronavirus, our university, we have started, we're the first university in the world to start e-courses. All courses are now on e-learning, and exams have also happened. So it's for comfort and convenience of people. So we must use it. At the same time, we need to take care the bad impact of technology that can have on young people and also on our own DNA, our own nervous system, central nervous system. So if you are watching it too long, it does affect your nervous system very badly. So people must take some time to meditate. I'm coming to my point. So meditation, when you take mind inward and relax, it helps you to rejuvenate your own system. Then you can again, engage yourself in technology.
Please tell me, in this crazy world right now, why should we trust the idea of serenity? Why should we trust the idea of meditation? Why should we trust the idea of spirituality? And why should we, let me be provocative here, why should we trust the idea of God? Because nothing is making sense. There is nothing right now in the universe makes sense, at least to me. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah. At least you trust yourself when you say, I don't trust anything else.
That's true. Well caught.
So if you trust yourself, everything else is just an expansion of you. Then you are safe. If you say, I don't trust anything, even the word that I say, I don't trust myself, that means you need to see a psychiatrist. So you are getting into a, sort of, it's a trauma within you, and it is a psychological disorder. Trust is natural to human being or any animal. It trusts itself. And then when you see everything else is part of you, and your trust expands. Well, whether you believe in a God, you trust a God or not, is up to you. It's your own choice. But to say I don't trust anything in the world, then you cannot live. You cannot exist, I tell you. You will be paranoid. This is what I call as paranoia.
But don't you think, Gurudev, that we live in a time when there is eroding trust in almost all institutions, right? So, for example, if you ask Indians, there will be generally very little trust in politics, very little trust in journalism. There might even be a lot of cynicism about spiritual gurus. There is an eroding trust in almost every institution, maybe except the military, which usually ranks at the top of institutions Indians most trust. How do you read this growing absence of trust in almost all of our institutions today?
Yeah, this is a very valid point, that the lack of trust has been triggered off by certain events. Without event, trust cannot be, lack of trust cannot happen.
Yes.
So suppose a doctor steals kidneys, suddenly people have fear and they are scared to go to a doctor because one doctor has stolen kidney. But fortunately in our world, there is a lot of goodness. In this time of COVID-19, there are people who are coming out and helping each other, and there are the doctors, there are healthcare professionals, there are policemen who, daring their life, threat to their life, they have been on the street helping. When we started for daily wage workers, feeding daily wage workers, tremendous response came. 8 crore meals we have, people we have given the meals throughout the country. This cannot happen if there is no trust in the goodness in society. Basically, there is a lot of goodness. Yeah, here and there we find examples where people's trust are broken. But I tell you, they are very small and minuscule. If we base our life on all these periodic incidences, then we will suffer. We will suffer. See, if you say that I cannot, by going in the road, there will be accident, no doubt. But if you don't go on the road at all, if you don't drive at all, then you are getting into paranoia. So I again and again emphasize to people, don't get into paranoia. Wake up and see there is a lot of goodness in people. And similarly, trust in a bigger power which is running this whole planet, which is a summum bonum of the whole planet. You call God, you call a consciousness, a higher self, whatever name. That gives you a lot of strength to face challenges in life.
I agree with you that in the last 3-4 months, we have seen a lot of goodness. Personally, traveling, I have seen so many selfless people, including people who Gurudev, as you know, are performing the last rites at graveyards and crematoriums for complete strangers when they have been abandoned by their own families. But I want to ask you about the migrant workers, the daily wagers whom you've been helping. I have walked on India's highways with many of them. They left their cities. Their employers stopped paying them wages. They were looking at near starvation. Who or what should they trust right now? Who can our migrant workers who have walked in the biggest exodus that India has seen since partition, who would you ask them to trust at this point?
First of all, they should trust that this is a passing phase. Things all will be well. Number one. Second is, the situation is not going to be like this forever. And there is enough humanity. There are people who are helping them. There are people who are coming and giving the food to them. And then trains and buses were given to them. See what happens when a few people create this, okay, there is fear, and so you all go back to your home. The negative draws faster than anything positive. This I have seen. Even in the Colombia peace agreement, when the voting was done, the negative people, even Britain also, people who are against something or negative, they become super active. Here, what is needed here is people who are with positive mindset. They have to be more active. They have to talk to people and help them out. Either convince them to stay back or help them when they have to reach their homes. You cannot leave people like that on the streets. And I think after the initial few days, a lot of measures have been taken by the government as well as people. The common people like you and me came out in help and helped all those migrant workers. So again, I'm saying, a flood comes, there is a disaster, there is a hurricane, or there is an earthquake. in all these situations, what I have seen in India and elsewhere in the world, people are very resilient and they are compassionate. They are ready to help each other. If you have this trust that there are good people in society who will come to my help, then you will save your mind. By saving your mind, you will be free from the paranoia otherwise, which would take over your whole life. Yeah.
Now, I want you to talk a little bit about your ability to keep trust in conflict resolution. Whether it is Venezuela, where you spent a lot of time last year, or whether it is Jammu and Kashmir, and I don't know how many people know this, but I know because I have followed your work in Kashmir quite closely. You have been working for peace in these areas. Now, Gurudev, a BJP worker has been shot by terrorists as we speak in the last 24 hours in Kashmir. As someone who works there on conflict resolution, on building trust, on bridging the gap, on trying to minimize mistrust, how do you create trust in such an environment?
First, people accept you, they see you as a neutral person, not siding anybody. Only then you can be a bridge. You know, this is very important. If you take sides from the very first day, the conflict will remain as it is. Only people who are neutral, who have the vision for peace and bringing people together, can do something about these incidents, these things. But I would say, you know, you cannot expect this to happen overnight. In all these situations, you need lot of patience, especially while working for conflict resolution. It's not an easy job. It's not just putting one thing from this side to that side. It takes a lot of effort, lot of time. It consumes a lot of time, and talking, convincing, changing the mindset. So we have a long way to go in the world to do these things. And most of the time I have been getting success, sometimes you don't. But you should keep walking.
I have more questions on that, but you had a reference to Britain, and I know so much of our audience is in the United Kingdom this evening. And you said negativity worked there also. Were you talking about Brexit or something else?
Yeah, right.
Elaborate a bit. I know our audience would be interested.
Yeah, you know, it was a very minority of people who voted for Brexit, you know, at a point of time. Not everybody came and voted. Maybe they have supported, but the voting was very small number. So this is there, you know, in the world. But the conflicts in the world, whether it is in America, what we are seeing, the racial conflict, or Colombia or other places, it needs a lot of patience, perseverance, and a long-term vision. People with short-term visions cannot achieve this. And we need many more peacemakers today in the planet.
Would you trust everyone? Would you give everyone the benefit of the doubt? For example, would you trust someone who tweets in all caps whose name is Donald Trump?
Well, I give the benefit of doubt to everybody.
I was wondering when you'd at least smile, because I was smiling from the beginning of my question. But you haven't answered it. Please elaborate. जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं थोड़ा विस्तार से बताइए. How do you do business? How does a country do business with such an unstable world leader? How? How do you trust this man?
Dekhiye, you have something called intuition. You know, you use your intuition and it always hits at the right spot and you will be successful. If you don't have intuition, then you will be in a confusion whether to trust or not trust. But if your mind is quiet, if you meditate, your intuition becomes very strong, and intuition means that which is always right.
But you have not answered the question, and it's not like you to be so diplomatic.
No, I have answered this question in this. You just look into the, when you act through your intuition, you have no confusion. So you have the intuitive ability. You know, there is something called a gut feeling. You cannot just say, you know, otherwise your logic of trusting or not trusting depends on your knowledge, right? Your logic depends on your knowledge. And your knowledge is limited. You don't know everything, correct? But you have something that nature has gifted you. We don't use it. That is our intuitive ability. There is a gut feeling that it says, do this. And when you do it, you know, your action is right on the dot.
I mean, I'm decoding this to mean you do not trust President Trump.
I never said that. Don't put words into my mouth.
I'm just being naughty. I'm just being naughty. Let's come back to the coronavirus. Would you say at this moment, the thing we should trust above all is science, is medicine, is to allow it time to find some sort of either a vaccine or a solution, a drug that works. Because while, we can build up our immunity, while we can keep our mind strong, in the end, we have been reminded about the value of science, rationalism in our lives.
Yes, we have to be rational in our thinking. At the same time, sometimes there is something which is beyond our logical thinking that works. That is our gut feeling. Again, I am coming to that thing. Doctors know this is the normal procedure, but sometime when they listen to their gut feeling, they do something out of the box. See, whenever you think out of the box, it is beyond the logic. So, this is the time we need to think out of the box. We have to look into various other ways by which we can conquer this. For example, in Tamil Nadu, you see, though the coronavirus is rising, so they found out this Kudineer, Kavasur Kudineer, Siddha medicine something, and they started giving to patients. They started feeling better. Now research has began about Kavasur Kudineer. Like that, there are herbal medicines, Ayurveda, our Ayush department is also looking into it. And many Ayurvedic experts are working on how we can, improve our immune system. And does Ayurveda has a cure for corona? This is also another question that's floating around. So this is a time that we need to look into not just only vaccine, but also all other alternative ways of medicine.
But who do you believe? Because, for example, there are people who say homeopathy works. There are people who say Ayurveda works. There are people who say nothing works so far.
You have to have evidence. You have to go rational. You have to have evidence. You have to have proper research done on all this. Without research, you cannot just take everything from. And nor anybody should sell it or propagate it without proper research.
I'm taking that what Baba Ramdev did recently you don't agree with.
No, everything has to go through a process. A process. If it goes through the process, then it's fine. Yeah.
No, the reason I'm asking you this is because, people who have a mass following have a very big responsibility right now. As you said, you can't go into the market and just say this product will cure coronavirus, right? Which is what almost happened with the product that he was about to market till the government intervened. The government intervened and said you can take this for immunity, but you can't take this as a cure for the virus.
Yes. Yes, many times you see, as from Indian perspective, we are so enthusiastic to help people out very quickly. So when people are suffering, we say, okay, take this immunity, it will better you, it make you better. So this type of push, this has been there in the Indian villages from long time. Though we have not been, only recently we have done a systematic study of Ayurveda and getting it into the modern, scientific temper. But normally, our ancient culture is that, jo bhi jadi buti milta hai, Usko sevan kar lo. See, every Indian is a doctor by himself. Everybody gives some ideas and suggestions.
But that's not always smart. That's not always advisable, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we do have questions from the audience, but I'm going to come back to where I started. Because, you know, when I listen to you, you seem serene about everything from China to coronavirus. Is there no vulnerability, moment of weakness, moment of anger, moment of mistrust in you? I mean, none, kabhi bhi nahi, 2 minute ke liye bhi nahi.
मुझे लगता है ये सब किसी और जन्म में मैंने सब करके आ गए. We have lived many lives, we know, but I think I have done it all long time back.
In English they say, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. So I think you now need a t-shirt saying, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But more seriously, what would you identify as the toughest period of your life so far, where you felt maybe not as calm as you seem today? There must be some period in your life, in your lived life, that you identify as that.
Barka, this may appear to be very unbelievable. Can you imagine? I have not said one gali, one abuse from my mouth all my life, ever.
Kabhi bhi nahi. Never. Even when you were a young boy, never, not even then.
Never one gali from my mouth. And I can't even take credit for it because I'm like this. I didn't do anything special not to abuse anybody or do something and get angry and, you know, nothing.
You were always good. You were always good.
I don't know, good or bad, that's how I am.
Well, I think there's a lot.
It's not good. Maybe some people may think I must be tough or I must say some gali galoj, but it will never happen. At the most, I say stupid. That's it. Yeah.
So who's stupid? Who is stupid currently?
Don't
say me. Other than me, everyone else allowed. Who or what? Chalo, I'll make it easier. Who or what strikes you as stupid right now?
No, why do you want me to say?
Just like that, so that people know that you also have some times when you're not always so serene.
I don't remember any time that I was not serene or not serene. This is how I am. If I say stupid to some people, and that time they were so stupid, really.
Okay. I'm going to probe this further in our next meeting. Now we're going to take some audience questions, Gurudev, that have come in. We have Karthik from Bangalore. Can politicians or journalists be trusted? You can answer honestly. I won't feel bad.
See, don't put everybody in the same basket, in the same category. There are all different type of people. In the news, there are fake news, but if you discard all the news as fake news, you are throwing the baby with the bath water, right?
Yeah.
So, among politicians, there are good people. Among journalists, of course, there are good people. You use your discretion, be smart.
Good answer. Charles from Singapore, has China behaved in an untrustworthy manner? Which I asked you in the beginning, but it's good that this question has come up again because I really do feel that most of the world has lost trust in China. And you said we have to move on, postmortems are not important. But would you at least say that China has behaved in an untrustworthy manner over the coronavirus?
Yes, the world knows it. These are all obvious things.
There are people who believe, Gurudev, that the virus should be called the Wuhan virus and not the coronavirus.
Well, people have freedom to name whatever they want to. Yeah.
What would you call it?
By just changing the name, nothing is going to change, I tell you. You need to do, you need to work, you need to become strong, and we need to develop proper vaccines, proper medicines for this. And so that people get over this fear, this paranoia.
Yeah. Sam from USA asks if trust is a quantifiable concept. Can you actually quantify trust?
It's your inner feeling, how you feel about, to act in any situation. And do you trust your own senses? First of all, find out, do you trust what you see as true? Or there is something beyond what you see as truth? You see sun setting and sun rising. Your eyes say that. Your perception is different. But what you know by your intellect is much different. Sun neither sets nor rises. So there is another level of understanding within you. That is where trust comes.
Jigna Shah from Kenya has a question. Once trust is broken between individuals, can it be repaired quickly, or should time be allowed to provide a healing process? And the same question would apply to broken trust between nations.
Both. It can be gotten over if both understand each other and they educate each other and come to an understanding. Time is not a factor, but time definitely is a big healer in all the situations.
A final audience question is Jaspreet from the UK. Are spiritual or religious people to be trusted more than other people?
Well, again I'm telling you, you can't generalize these questions. You listen to your own gut feeling. Do you trust yourself first? And then you trust that only good things will happen to you. Do you have that trust? If you have that trust, then you have no problem. But if you have self-doubt, then you will project the doubt on the others as well. Then you can't trust anybody. Just imagine you in that position. Suppose you walk into a store and the lady in the store is doubting you whether you are a thief. Do you like it? Do you like to be viewed as someone who you are not? No. You expect everybody to understand you. Why don't you understand everyone? Even if someone has stolen something, if someone is a thief, well, if you go into their psyche, understand why they have stolen, you will find that they are not bad people. A circumstance has made them behave that way, So I can tell you many such examples, Then, we hear one day here in our own ashram, a lady was caught stealing things. And then police took her and she was a pregnant lady. And the police said, we don't have place to keep her. Will you keep her back in the ashram? I said, okay, yes. So we brought her back and we talked to her, what is that need? She has some needs. Her husband was a drunkard, not giving her money. So we gave her what she wanted and said, okay, go, don't do this again. So, when you have understanding, I'm just giving you, this is simple example. When you probe into the crime or people who are behaving not normal, you find they are victims. They are victims. They have some problem. Either they don't have understanding or they are not elevated.
My question was just going to be that while you kindly helped that pregnant woman, would you trust her? Would you have trusted her again?
Of course. We would be, because I trust that people change. They are not the same. Somebody must have been bad yesterday. You don't have to think they'll be bad today, tomorrow, and day after for all their life.
Okay.
With good understanding, transformation, people change, And I always trust that people change in their life and change for better.
I do have to close. I'll end with one final question to you. You say you trust everybody. Who do you, of all the institutions around you, which do you least trust?
Barka, I never have any prejudice. If you say I don't have trust, that means you are seeing something with prejudice, I tell you. So my mind is very clean and clear. I have only three things: clarity in mind, purity in heart, and sincerity in action. So these three things comes when you have trust in yourself and one higher power. Rest is all immaterial.
Well, I think we all feel somewhat calmer after this 45 minutes with you, a calmness that many of us needed and were unable to find certainly within ourselves. It's been a pleasure as always. Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you. I know so many people following this conversation across the world signing off from now, and it's back to you in London. Thank you very much.
You both, what a fascinating conversation there. You're absolutely right, Barker. I'm feeling so much calmer having listened to that. And a message to all of us there, I think, just slow down, trust, and yeah, the inner calm that will come as a result. Thank you so much to you both. And thank you to all of you for your thoughts, your comments, your suggestions throughout the day. That session does bring us to the end of our sessions for day one of India Global Week. We're going to be back tomorrow with much more, a packed agenda running right through the day. We will have another 2 streams for you there. My colleague Priyanka just finishing off over on the second stream of a fascinating discussion that I've just dipped into. So if you want to catch the end of that, you may. But we'll be back tomorrow. Remember, check the schedule on the website. indiaglobalweek.com has all the details of what's taking place tomorrow, what time and how to tune in. And I'll be back with you tomorrow to guide you through another busy day. But for now, until tomorrow, have a very good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever in the world you are watching. And we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for your company today. Bye-bye.